straightforward for EDG right now. Need to carry Sivir would complete the scaling option. You could just say, screw it, we wave clear. If there's anybody who could ever match Varus's with mid control, Ricochets might do it.
I think especially with the Jhin and the Ezreal gone, this is one of your few ways left to get through the laning phase. Reminder, folks, that this is going to be Fearless Draft, so Sam with his first mic punch of the split coming in strong as well.
Okay, it was just the pop shield, but yes.
For those of you that have not dropped into the channel before, Sam has a running issue with my microphone.
Can't stand
despite
it.
the fact that it brings our voices to the world. And yeah, congratulations everyone who's here on the ground floor for LPL Split 3 of 2025. Game 1 starts now. EDG Ultra Prime. EDG, not a bad Split 2. Ultra Prime really feel like they have something to prove after bot lane.
Into the rift we are. Looking to get ourselves nice and ready. Too much here at the level 1. Just a little bit of some wards down, like that one from Ultra Prime's bot lane. Just getting a nice ward onto the Krugs can be a good one to spot out if there's anything weird happening with level 3 gank shenanigans. And Xiaohao there on that Shinzao could well have had a look at that, but as it stands, doesn't look likely. But they are going to spot out that ward. Was in fact pinged out as they crossed over by Padakir, the god of time himself, doing what he can.
And just breaking the fourth wall, Sam, is the microphone in an okay position for you, just so you can see stuff?
I can indeed.
Good, we'll work with that then. Okay, level 1. Padakir going in with that crash down. The new support for EDG, Prodigy, so they say. Getting a decent trade there at level 1. The Varus really helping.
Burned his flash for it, but then on the other side, the heal and flash from Baye as a result of that. On will take some damage back, but summon a spell advantage, well and truly earned by EDG's bot lane. On, of course, was supposed to come in and fix things for EDG last split. Didn't quite. Had a really unfortunate qualification game. And got caught by Monkey Skarner on repeat on the Kai'Sa. Yeah. Looking for some vengeance here and a bit of redemption here with his up-and-coming LDL support. Headbutt pulverizing the level 2, still hit by Ultra Prime though.
Yeah, no, it was an overpush from EDG's bot lane. I wasn't expecting that, especially with the wave priority that Varus so often gives you. They get the great first trade, but losing a lot of HP on the bounce back is not necessarily what they would have wanted. And now actually they're working with a HP disadvantage, which I wouldn't have expected from that level 1.
Still have the summoner advantage though, so you've still got some stuff to work with. The flash in particular here, when you've got engaged supports, can be pretty valuable. Morel running Hex Flash this game, worth noting. Looking to have a few interesting tools out of the gate. And they can get some advantage out of course, the Sivir without the flash. Still pretty vulnerable here. You can only spell shield save the crash down, not the shattering strike or whatever after. You can suck a little. All the while though, aren't that generously 40% HP mark. Ricochets. Going to be forced to reset was what I was about to say until that was cancelled out.
It's the way of things sometimes. So EDG's bot lane, despite the fact that Varus Ral have been pro staples for forever now, not getting the best things. Maybe they do need to call upon the Pokemon God of Time and turn things back a little bit, because Palkia, despite that good level 1, has not been able to set things up from the future of that as well.
Does look like we've got just a slight audio desync. So we might
see, I know I have to rely on friggin' chat to do this. So I've got, okay, so I have to wait 1 second. 1, 2, 3, and then hopefully I'll be back again. No, that's not right. Do I need to refresh something instead? Restart playback resource becomes active. Yes, I'll have to do that one instead. There we go. This should be fine there too. Just wait 1 second there, folks, and this should now be fine.
Does appear to be. I'm giving it a quick listen.
Chat will tell me.
Yeah.
Is the stream broken? No, the stream is not broken. We are just making sure that the audio is synchronized with the video, which sometimes does become a little bit desynchronized due to the magic of, you know, streaming from different media sources and going through OBS as well. But no, should be okay now, folks. Thank you for perfectionist. Yeah, we are. Yeah, I know. And in fairness, folks, you should demand whatever perfection you can as well, because it's your viewing experience. We hope that you enjoy it, because, you know, LPL is definitely something that we love to bring to you. ZDC. Ow. He does have the teleport, so he'll be fine. Okay, you know what? I shouldn't have reacted as much like that. He had Doran Shield, he had double cookies, and he had teleport. So he wasn't going to die. Unlikely he was just going to teleport back anyway. Lane swaps come through.
Yeah, with the Varus roaming up the top, probably happy to lose a little bit of that HP. Not a problem there. Wild Target now looking potentially for an angle onto Egen. Gausha was around as well. The Civ is just stuck bot side. Can get some value down. Still got this Alistar roaming around, but it doesn't mean he's kind of out of XP range awkwardly. We'll get a little bit over that wall as the wave's crashing, and that'll probably help it a little bit. Maybe I'm over-egging it, but still, the easiest spot to be in. And now, of course, we've got the joy of Angel doing his best to get this shove in mid lane. Saber, of course, had a bit of an interesting time last split. Would have really good 1v1s. Be a little bit up and down, shall we say, in the official match. A couple really good games here and there, especially on things like the Rise, actually. But then some definitely more drastic failures on the other side. Arquette has dismounted, looking to potentially mount up at some point and catch someone out. Could be a really nasty tool out of the bush. If you are a rel player, debate being dismounted if you're looking for plays out of bush, because you could do that! Absolutely brutal. John Howe does manage to flash clone away. Angel not quite quick enough on the draw there with his own flash to punish John Howe's Wukong. Nearly very smooth there from EDG. I like the move from Valkyrie as other side. Gonna try and get a bit of a stun here onto Shouster, who does get pulled all out. This Alistar now in danger. The Pulverize comes on down. Got the trample proccing, but again won't fall EDG. Swing and a miss 2 times. Can't secure the kills they were hoping for. Little Crab being potentially jumped on here. In the push, though, there are a couple of people. Ultra Prime around, 3 Talon Strike. Gonna try and get the Skull Crab regardless. There's a roam down from each angle, the Rumble! And they end up getting first blood regardless. EDG pull the trigger a couple times and miss, and Ultra Prime. One shot is all it takes. Alrighty then. On. Looking to get some autos on down. Just here on this wave. Doing our very best to be as obnoxious as bot side possible. As possible in this bot side. That's probably a better sentence. Try that one again. The Varus getting a lot of shove in general right now. Especially as the Sivir looking to roll something and immediately go mid. Early switch of the solo lanes here.
Yeah, switching back again. I was sorting out things because apparently there was no audio on TikTok. I checked and there wasn't any audio on TikTok. Things get weird, folks. Turns out first day stream, both gets a little bit weird. So I missed this. Xiaohe uses a... Look, you go to a casino, you get banned for card counting. Ultra Prime would get banned for cooldown counting here because they watched Shinzai use everything onto the Scuttle Crab, had nothing left for the play afterwards. And John Howe, who was a really, really big part of Ultra Prime's last split, makes an impact here. John Howe was just the lifeblood of Ultra Prime from split 2. We're hoping to do the best in this split as well. Anyway, I think that audio is now working once again on TikTok, so apologies on that one. I think basically because there was music on in the background of this old stream when we were doing things. You know, I think it ended up triggering something on TikTok to do that thing where it mutes that. Invade into the bot side. Xiaohao looking to recover a little bit. Comes onto Saber.
Saber does manage to get walking away though. He's pretty speedy there with the phase rush. On, now coming around for an angle. Has the Chains of Corruption. Lands it well into the arrow. And Xiaoxia is a dead cow. Now the jump over the wall and Saber trying to come back and re-engage. Has to flash out. 1-to-1 now is the kill score.
Joshua goes down. Did a very good job in laning phase. Also a newer support here in the LPL as well. Was only new into the league last split, start of the year. Trying to remember if it was split 1 or split 2. I think it was split 1 he ended up coming in. But, you know, one of our younger and less veteran supports up against Palkia. And not to be confused with the Pokemon God of Time, but, I mean, I don't know. We'll see whether he can earn that name for himself. Both these teams, of course, both were in Group Nirvana and still are in Group Nirvana. And, that means that they're one of the bottom teams, of course, in the LPL. I believe now that, and by the way, on TikTok, the audio will be slightly desynced, but it is just the way that it is, and we will see. Whatever, we'll see if we can do anything more about that one. Sorry for the tech issues just down the back. We do like to give our full attention, but turns out
there's always more to do.
Spinning plates are spinning plates. Remember when Doa did that solo cast for, what was it, 13 hours straight or something like that? I feel for that. Sam, I believe, is also social mediaing at the same time. And
yeah, I was trying to get as many things out. I got to post on Twitter, and I was also casting. I was like, well, I can't do this because I know I was letting you take over a little bit because obviously I've been just doing
by the way,
bit.
folks, we obviously really appreciate everyone who's here for the day one. We love bringing you LPL as much as possible. For those of you that don't know us, by the way, my name's not Initialise, my name's Nymaera, and this is Initialise. We're brothers.
You're Initialise.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. We're brothers who cast League of Legends together, and we co-stream cast the LPL because we really like doing it, and we've done it for a number of years now at this point. Between the two of us, we've cast many hundreds of LPL games, and many of them have involved teams like this. EDG, former world champion, multiple time LPL champion as well. Ultra Prime on the other side had some bright sparks of glory. But they have never won a game which has mattered to them at all. This team is allergic to clutch.
It's so true.
And I wish they weren't, because this team's had some awesome moments. Last year they had a winning record versus Weibo, a team that went to Worlds, and they went to the Worlds semi-finals. But before then it really was just like, by the way, they have a losing record versus 11th place LPL team Ultra Prime. How about that?
I've gotten so close so many times.
Who's the better caster between the brothers? Thank you, Andor, for this very, non-combative question.
Oh, well, we all know it's me. I've just not gotten as many chances to shine at Tier 1. If I was, I would clearly be a superior, despite obviously not being a regular on things like LEC or whatever.
Yeah, I'll make sure everyone knows that at the LEC studio.
Yeah.
While I'm there casting the LEC. Questions upon questions. Oh, Palkia is space. God damn, it's not the god of. It is the god of space. I can't believe I've entered that. So
yeah, but I say, isn't it? Oh no, I'm forgetting. It was the game I had, Diamond, with the other dragon person.
Yeah, I just complete.
Dialga was the god of time. That's the one. We got to pause. Speaking of the god of time, clearly we insulted him. And as a result,
we'll bring ourselves back up then. Hello, everyone. I thought we'd say some stuff as well. Thanks to the follows, by the way, folks. I did put the alert back up, so they'll be there.
Hello.
Who summoned Palkia's real time? That's a great question. Someone speed dialed in. Someone speed dialed in Dialga, obviously. And they've stopped time. I mean, I feel like we already have enough issues with. Wait, pause trivia. That's true. Often during pauses, we do run some pause trivia. I can't think of anything fantastic for now, though. That is.
Okay, let me see if I can think of some trivia.
Questions upon questions. We actually have an ad break right now, which is really what the heck? This is LPL? Yeah, it is LPL. It is, yeah. It is, Gab.
We're back.
Yeah, we're back. Split 3 has started.
Shampoo!
Yeah, so we'll hope to keep bringing it to you. Yes. Do I need to move that chat box? Maybe I do actually. What I'll do is I'll move this over to this side of the screen.
That you're the greatest Ari player ever.
Alright, here's some trivia. That quote that's being said right now, as that subscription came on through, by the way, by Brangus, is a quote from Laura Post, the voice actor for Ari, that I managed to get said for Alex as a Christmas present. He has a signed poster of Ari by the VA with a clip saying he's the best Ari of all time. Am I not the best present giver?
It's pretty cool. It's pretty damn cool.
This guy.
Yeah. Why no Dragon 12 minutes? Because the problem is, if you, as an AD skirmishing jungler, go towards Dragon in early game, you end up wasting a lot of time. That's the camera angle thing going back into game, so I'm going to assume that it's perfect transition. The reason why there is no Dragon Star just yet, lane swaps, and neither team wanting to waste a lot of time with their jungler on Dragon, especially when they're not the fastest Dragon takers.
Yeah, and I think we did see a little bit of skirmishing around that bot side very heavily from EDG. I think if they'd gotten one of the kills there, then they would have been able to turn it into something like Dragon. But because it went wrong, because it was Xiaohao as well, the one being picked off, made it a little bit trickier, and then some resets and some moves round came on through from the bot lanes and solo lanes, all resetting to try and find the matchup they were looking for. Easy Dragon takes and setup to a bit hard, but a nice little play there from Arn. Gets the cleanse out of Bayer because, of course, Chains of Corruption landed, and there was no spell shield. You can spell shield some important cooldowns against Arm, but he's got the Hail of Blades, so it's not just all on the Comet Poke, and can keep doing this. There's a lot of things you do need to spell shield, including some basic auto attacks, sometimes bluntly with the Hail of Blades.
Yeah, Hail of Blades, especially for the Varus into the Civ, makes that early game very, very difficult, and you have to, you know, really wait until Sivir starts to take over at the 2 to, let's be honest, 3 item mark is where things start to go overdrive after a certain point. This question, chat. So, how is Palkia? They did fine. They had a good level 1 against Bayer and Xiaoxia. Haven't seen that much to judge them so far, though.
Not really been in the meta of the VGCs right now. We're not really seeing it in doubles. Doesn't have the best switch-in options. And, you know, if you're having some limits on legendary Pokemon, not necessarily the one you want.
Well, the problem has been that actually we've had Pokemon like Palkia need to be in kind of like the regulation format. So hang on a second, Angel might go for a play up here. There are multiple.
Quiet. It's monkey ganking season.
No, Sam, he plays when WE plays. So.
but the Junhao monkey, he is playing the Wukong.
Return to monkey. Angel, he doesn't have any teammates nearby. Now, I don't know how successful they were at sneaking between brushes. Don't get into the far one. It'll be safe to farm.
Hey, Alex.
Yes?
I'm aware it's our first game. I don't want to go too off the rails, but I kind of do.
Go, Sam, just say your thing.
Do we want a Robbie Williams Angel at some point?
Oh, Sam, the problem is that is so British of you because you think that Sam, you think that other people know who Robbie Williams is.
Well, anyone who's not in the States does, to be fair.
I don't know. I think it's just a UK only thing. ZDC has the first time Spirit Visage, definitely some good magic resist and helps him in the 1v1. Is on the weak side of the map now as Junhao and Xiaoxia try their luck on bot side.
There is a world to all out. The problem is if he all's out through the wall, there's 2 Ultra Prime members lurking. I think that's what they were actually trying to bait out there, just seeing whether ZDZ would be tempted to all out, but into the loving arms of an Alistair and a Wukong. Won't be happening this time, though, in mid lane. Again, what we suspected would happen with Varus and Civic. Trade out wave control.
Top side, Angel going onto the Merc Treads Rise, so he doesn't really get stunned up for that long. This is kind of become the lull state of current League of Legends, because after you get out of that early 2v2 and 1v1, you switch around, you trade up a couple of objectives, you get some minor skirmishes here and there, but it can take a little while for the game to explode, which in fairness is pretty good for a team which has a Rise and a Sivir on it.
What I will say is Herald has just spawned. I've seen a fair number of pinks. Maybe this will be the call to action required. Right at that 20 to 25 minute mark where Atacam but no Baron comes in, things really slow down. But 3 people hang around the mid lane bush and throw out some poke and don't want to fight. So the lull state as it stands will continue. Scuttle Crab claimed at the top of our screen by Angel and Xiaohao.
On contesting this mid wave, Junhao following some vision. There's a question in chat about who benefits the most from the Mounted Dragon on EDG. Of course, it's the Cassante. Cassante gets resistance, and that resistance transfers into damage as well. Tends to be the way of things. Angel has flash, charging up that passive, and Ultra Prime don't want any of that. Still going to back out of the pit. So despite fighting so hard for vision, don't look for the fight. I mean, EGN does have the Leandries and the boots. If he teleports in, he's in a strong spot. But then again, fighting against Varus Annie at this item point, dangerous choice for Ultra Prime to make.
Flash shot in with the Magnet Storm after, and my voice will have to jump up an octave or 2. They're going to jump onto the Alistair afterwards. You throw down the chains of the Unbreakable Will, but it's still rooted in place by those chains of corruption. Bayer now in danger, and EDG just wipe the fight.
ZDZ with the flash all out to bring the spell shieldless Sivir back into the play, wins EDG the objective and the fight. Ultra Prime, we said they had a dangerous choice to make. I think they just chose wrong. That is a huge loss to them here in the early game.
Oh, what an engage there. Angel and Parakia starting that one off in good order. And afterwards, as you said, the all-out ensures that Baoyet has nowhere to go. Now you've got Arn at 2-0-2, well ahead of curve. This Varus is going to be menacing the side lane. Have a look again at this replay.
So starts with the engage onto the Rel, but there's no follow-up. Angel cuts off the support, and then the engaged support gets to go back in. Typically, you do want to engage onto the engaged support because it stops you starting off your fight in your own way, but there's an Annie in the game. You can't play that the same way, and the power spike from EDG comes to fruition.
And back we go, mid lane. EJ and Bayet getting wave control. They're going to try and start up this second dragon, but TP is coming on in. EDG feeling their moment. They've got Herald to work with, shoving out the waves. Going to come and contest this with an additional upside of being able to just play for mid tier 1. I think that might be their aim here.
So Dragon's going to go down, even that up, but the mid lane tier 1 turret is such a good one to take. No longer will Sivir be able... you do not want to take that too easily. No fight comes through just yet. Equalizer goes down.
Decent angle, but the all out of the other side. They'll just blow up the rumble. Not safe at all. Win becomes lightning lands. It's enough of a slow. The audacious charge extended range because he hit that W. Will just about miss the second. Lightning does not strike twice. But they get another kill. They get to shove onto the tier 2. Bayer's trying to clear the way, but he's hit by the Chains of Corruption. Needs to go down. Palkia pulls him back with a Magnet Storm. Out from under the turret. And they will be able to get a hold of that AD carry. And the tier 2 not able to be taken quite yet without the lack of wave. Maybe done enough to hold on to that of Ultra Prime, but more members dead.
ZDZ is having an awesome game 1 of LPL Split 3 here today. He's been impactful in every single fight, chunking people out, throwing them over walls and isolating them for the all-out to do its work. Every fight now, ZDZ has had an impactful ultimate. And I think Ultra Prime, they needed to either play more around side lane plays with the Rumble and the Wukong, who I think are powerful on their own, but I don't think you can afford to be looking for grouped up fights right here, right now. The Cassandra is so much better of a front line than anything you can bring to the table. Even the Alistar really struggles with this one. And look again, it was a great all-out over the wall. The Tibbers was tanking the tower for a little bit more, and they just overstay. They think they're safe under this turret. They're just not. Tanking things a little bit more with the Annie Tibbers, and Junha has so often been the guiding light for this team, struggling a lot.
Agent tanking pretty low, but managed to get on top of Angel. Has to flash on out of that Disintegrate now. Has got a stun up and running. Won't be able to get in range for the Incinerate. Now Xiaoxia looking to turn this around. Has got an Annie running, but is stunned up by that trample. And an Electro Harpoon brings the Annie down. Can't win the 1v2.
This is more what Ultra Prime should have been looking to do. They should have realistically been looking for those side lane plays and comboing up with jungle support with one of their solo laners. Sadly, not something that EDG can do that much about here. Angel about to get the Rylai's, by the way, and that'll make him a lot tankier and a lot harder to shut down on those side lanes. So Ultra Prime using his window of opportunity before that item makes that particular part of their gameplay a bit harder to do. Atakan has spawned. One thing that we saw at MSI was that every team was fighting for Atakan, because one of the things is that it spawns at 20 minutes, 5 minutes earlier than Baron, but it gives you even more experience than Baron, alongside some extra bonus in combat as well. But the main thing is that if you end up taking that, you can get yourself a good half a level up on where you should be. That is a very tempting thing for a team even when it's behind. Problem is, much like Baron, it's really hard to tank. And in this case, the EDG are going to go towards it. Ultra Prime on the other side of the map. They're choosing to let it go. Looking to make another side lane play.
Look like it. DDZ about to get jumped. 4 people coming for his skull. No one going to be able to respond to it. Him alone can try and go all out. Buys a bit of time here. Pathmaker shield and the footwork doing its best work. Big 3-man all out with the Pathmaker as well, but it's just not enough. And the turret will fall, as will ZDZ. But Atakan in the picture-in-picture goes to EDG, so it is certainly a decent trade in the grand scheme of things.
So kill and tower for Atakan. Push onto the inner turret as well. Remember, there are 3 grubs from Ultra Prime. What's going to be the response here? Angel doesn't have TP. Like it could fly over the wall. Not choosing to do so. Realm War out to safety.
Nice.
Xiaoxia not left behind. I was wondering a bit there. Ultra Prime failed in the grouped up fights. Do go to the side lanes and finding a lot more success. Kind of had to do that. My problem is they started doing it too late, really.
Does look like they did. There comes a couple items on through. Second items for both Egen and for Saber. Seraph's and Bloodletter's Curse. So good side laning item in particular for Egen in the 1v1s. And a bit more HP to work with as well against a very heavy burst comp. Said, gold lead and the game state that had looked very EDG favoured. Couple of those kills, couple of those turrets coming back up. Bring it to within a 2,000 gold lead for Ultra Prime, which is, honestly, when you've got the scaling advantage, I'd argue. Sivir, Ryze, Wukong, you're in an okay position if you can hold this.
True. However, Atakan making the flower difference 30 to 6 and then also giving the extra 25% value on them is a ton of adaptive force. It's a ton of XP. You can see that the difference between AD carries is over a full level. Arn is almost a level and a half over Bayet, who, of course, Bayet is a player that stepped in for the retired Wacko now. Wacko came over from the PCS, tried his luck for a couple of splits here in the LPL. Sadly didn't really get what he came for. As many PCS players do try their luck over here in the LPL, of course. Bunch of them go back and forth between the regions. Saber does have Flash. Xiaoxia around to ward things off. I don't really know whether EDG can close this down, and indeed they can't. EDG also having the feats of strength will allow them to go a little bit faster on those big ones. Not a little bit faster. Okay, it does for the Swifties. That one it does matter for, but it will allow them to have more powerful boots when it comes to those later game skirmishes.
Yeah, between the boots and the petals, I mean, I think it's something like 1,000 gold per 10 petals difference.
Oh, okay,
roughly the stat, something like that. So 20 petals should be about 2,000 gold. This is what Captain Flowers was saying, and considering it's in his namesake, it's roughly what I'll take as gospel, if I remember my MSI casts correctly. And again, that can change depending on batches and balance and all those things, but take that as a rough guideline. Lloyd. And of course, with the feat of strength upgraded boots as well, the value got increased a little while ago as well for those 500 gold upgrades. So as those come in as well, we're feeling pretty good here for EDG. Despite what the scoreline at the top of the screen, what I said earlier, might also come over, and here will be the second dragon likely for EDG. I don't realistically think John Howe's getting in here in time, and he will not.
The 2 dragons over to the side of EDG. But again, not out of sight. That's the big thing. The way that we describe it here on our LPL cast is throwable. It is still throwable. EDG, if they mess up once big enough from this point, you allow Sivir to get to 3 items. That's what Ultra Prime are realistically looking for. Egen, a player that's also, of course, come over from PCS as well, I believe, as well. Yeah, he was One Sword is his name. Bit of a prodigy himself. Was on Frankie's. What's the A came over from PCS? Trying to remember.
One Sword!
But the problem is now, Ultra Prime, they are going to be trading one tower, but they're losing him in a turret, losing an outer turret on the other side. They just need to buy time for, you know, EGN to get some kind of inroads on the sideline. Has been doing that, 1,000 gold up, but then really finding a way to get the Sivir to 3 items. You do that, I do think this game is very winnable for Ultra Prime.
Do you think One Sword ever looks at his at Saber and goes, who is this lost sassy solo laner?
Why?
The One Punch meme. Who is this sassy lost child?
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah.
The One Punch Man thing.
Yeah, just don't know.
Who is this sassy lost child? Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. You know, I read the manga for a while. I watched season 1. I heard season 2 was not as good, which is a shame because I did really enjoy it. It was both One Punch Man and My Hero Academia came out at a similar time. They were both parodies on the, you know, traditional kind of comic book superhero genre, which I thought was really interesting. 2 sides of the same coin. One which was more serious, one which was definitely not.
Yeah,
definitely not.
And that's obviously My Hero Academia because One Punch Man is deadly serious, man.
Yeah. Well, there are points where it is.
That's a really annoying control wall placement. Did you see they put it down and they pinged it over? Hang on, why can we not see this yet? TP
Here's the side lane play. Ultra Prime really need this kind of play.
Go all out there, drags him away. The Realm Warp comes on through. CDC tries to one. That's not a great equalizer, actually. Gonna get the 2-man Q3. Flashes away, buying a bit of time, but there's just too much damage. The thing is, resets are gonna have to come on through. Saber's teleported already. They tried to do Baron, but it is a poke Varus. It's not really the best taker of it, and they can't rush it. Yeah, they're gonna have the Chains of Corruption. Potential ability to break it back on out with the Unbreakable Will, but Xiaoxia, even with the flash, will not be able to get out to safety. And remember, damage resistance, not enough to keep him alive. Now they go right back to the Baron, and the man advantage is neutralized.
I would have thought that actually Ultra Prime would have come out of this from a slight advantage because it didn't look like EDG, as you were saying, could rush the Baron, but losing Xiaoxia, again, one of our rookie supports here in the LPL. That does open up the opportunity again. Parakia is going to go over, pop that blast cone, and it's on Ultra Prime to retake the pit, Valorant style.
Jumping onto the backline, Angel with another good stun. Palkia also over the wall. They've got the response from ZDZ available, has got the teleport. Saber is shoving in the bot lane, is not going to roam up and join. That makes this a 3v4 in the top side right now as John Howe tries going in with that ultimate. The Cyclone really just doesn't have enough, but the Boomerang Blade after certainly does. But a trade of just your support for Baron, you take that as EDG.
Exactly. It doesn't matter that much to EDG. They do get the Baron. Ultra Prime, by losing their support, I think it really denies them having the contest that they really wanted. So, Ultra Prime, again, on that mission to somehow get their Sivir to 3 items before the game snowballs out of control. I think they might have just messed up enough for that to no longer be as certain. On with a 1.5k lead with the Muramana transformed as well now has finally brought that up. You often do get that as a later transformation on the Varus. There's a lot of other lethality items you just much prefer. to have, and EDG now having the Baron buff on, I believe, all, yeah, ZDZ respawn, so on all members but that Rel, we're very happy taking in a ton of territory across the map and shutting down Ultra Prime's previously very strong side map plays.
Okay, EJ, potentially in danger of Shout House coming around, trying to take away the scrum.
Also, thank you very much for the gifts of that Humanish as well. Nice to see you supporting the community, and I hope you're enjoying yourself watching the show.
Welcome. Thank you for your support. I don't know why I've gone with his accent as Angel. Gets a big chunk onto Saber. Flash away. It's flash and flash. Realm Warp now coming on forward. I don't know how deep they want to go for this. Another stun trapped under the turret. Junhao will get out to safety, but took a lot of damage doing it. He's gone right back towards where Tibbers was, so he's not escaped the damage. The burn is pretty good, but it is still nerfed Tibbers all these months later, and with the burn still on, not enough, but all the while inhibitor turrets falling.
Welcome to 2023 Addy build, by the way. The Tibbers sits on top of you with double burn and the Rylai slowing you into it, and Junhao has to get the hell out of that. Inhib goes down, Ultra Prime, I mean, they get the tower, but it doesn't feel like it's an even trade at all, and Angel's still chasing down with the Rylai slows.
He's got Molten Shield as well. He's quite a quick little girl. That Annie is out of your nightmares. Hansel and Gretel, eat your hearts out. Chains of Corruption land on for John now, just out of range of the hail of arrows. And they can't push for Nexus turrets, but my God, Arn hurts.
Arn, getting towards what will be a Cyrilda's sooner rather than later. They'll finish their push for this point, go back for the dragon, clear up some jungle camps. The gold will start creeping forwards ever more so. You know, about 5-6 minutes ago, we were talking about it being, well, you know, it's only a 2,000 gold lead for EDG. Of course, it's now double that, really, for EDG, and they'll get themselves onto Soul Point. Ultra Prime do have the 3-item Civet. That is something. The 3-item Civet makes a difference, has that Infinity Edge. Potentially, that could just be enough for what they want to do here. Cyrilda's completed for this Varus, so that is scary as heck. Arn is a player who, coming out of last year, I had huge respect for. 2024 Arn, I thought he was actually an MVP shortlist talent, because on Invictus Gaming he was on a team of struggling players. He was laning with Vampire before Vampire had much more of a glow up from this year and was struggling an awful lot. 2025 Arn has been a different story. He subbed in for Split 2, wasn't there for Split 1, and actually threw some very winnable games. Not what we'd seen from him in the year previous. I want to see the Arn that can be the leader of a team, make a game about himself. He's so powerful on the map and his choice champions. Right here, it's not a bad start to the split.
All right. GG, now going on. Baneblade joined us just to say, eat your hearts out, Lion was sick. You're welcome, by the way, Baneblade. I have my moments.
Every now and then.
a little bit of bigging myself up there. You've got to take the opportunities where you find them. Control ward fight in that little pixel bush off the side of the tier 2. Little fight as well. Also in the jungle on the other side. Bush control being very heavily contested by EDG. Want to make sure that Ultra Prime see nothing right now.
Clearing out that wave again. Parakia, okay, that's going to be the equals dropped as well. Realm will try and force the engage.
Parakia is going to try and crash down with the Manic Storm, but the ult immediate from Xiao Qi gets a lot of stun to Angel, means he doesn't get a full combo until way too late. They lose 2. Nice engage from Saber. They get the value they need by not quite dying to the piercing arrow. Ejang also gets to the backline. Xiao Shu trying to fly away. Xiao Hao, I apologize. Doing his best to get some value out. Arn flashes out. ZDZ goes all out. Hail of Arrows comes on down. Saber potentially in danger. Goes golden though. Massive 3-man on Tofo strike. Still means nothing. Wonderful play from Ultra Prime to break the backs of 4 members.
The 3-item Civic gets the free fire, and Ultra Prime using their ultimates chase down the plays. I don't know whether they'll be able to finish off the Varus. They are. The spell shield spots.
Gonna try and barrier for a second, but Junhao will immediately Nimbus Strike. Does get the rumble on the way out, and there is some unfortunate waves in the base, but that is a big pick. No Baron for a minute or so, but eventually every single member of EDG is brought low.
Yeah, that was a huge fight for Ultra Prime. Huge from them. Using the Equalizer slow into the Realm Warp. The tower's gonna go down in the mid lane. Again, this is Ultra Prime in a difficult map state. However, by winning the fight, they're within 500 gold.
They're ahead?
They're ahead. I believe that Ultra Prime just got just about 500 gold behind right now after being almost 4,000 gold down. Now, I don't think Parakia does a bad job here. That is about as good as you can do from that situation. They were just in a bad spot. They got chased down. They didn't have everyone there at the play immediately. If anything, it's a slow teleport from the Cassandra to not be there on the front line, which really causes issues from EDG. So they end up losing 5 members for just 2 in return, but when you're so far behind in the game, that is an awesome trade.
And also, it's a serious credit to the Alice there as well. That immediate ult into just jumping on Angel to prevent any stun coming out. It took way too long for Angel to get a combo off.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, even in gold now. Even in gold. That is insane to me. And now you've got 2 minutes until the Dragon. Yes, it would be Infernal Soul for EDG, but Bayer just got himself a QSS. That's going to help in terms of magic resist, and it's definitely going to help in terms of the Varus and the Annie. It means he can run double time on cleanses, which is important. And then, heck, you've got EGN going up towards 3-4 items. You've got Saber on the rise, who has a Frozen Heart now, which will definitely help versus some of the auto attackers on EDG. Ultra Prime, you have to favor them going into the next fight now. Ultra Prime have reached the late game.
Watch John Howe on a flank here. It's a long one. 3 items, level 16 on the Wukong. He's a legitimate threat in and of himself, and they have no idea he's there. That's a really smart Farsight alteration. Makes John Howe's job a lot trickier now to find their way behind. Baron is up. Dragon up in a minute. And again, EDG still with Soul Point, still with the Paddle, still with the Feat of Strength. They're not out of this, and they've still got some intangibles going their way that aren't counted in the gold.
Poke on the Varus, very important here, because Ultra Prime don't have the best ways to be dealing with that. You got a spell shield every once in a while, but that's not necessarily everything you need. What this does mean is that they back off from the poke, give up that mid lane priority, and now with only 40 seconds till the Dragon, Ultra Prime don't exactly have a good positioning on this. By that I mean they don't have good positioning on it. I'm just mincing my words a little bit. Ultra Prime, they'll clear out this bot wave. They can use the Realm Warp to scout out, to reposition. They used it for fantastic teamfight value just before this. Reminder that each level of that Realm Warp also gives you extra combo damage too. Using that bot lane push to have an extra angle into this Dragon Pit.
Overcomes Ultra Prime. Gonna be here in time, but it's EDG in the river first. Face checking badly here could still be your doom if Saber, if Bayer, if El Junhan gets caught. Be a disaster in and of itself. Dragon spawned. Initial arrow lands onto Junhan. A little bit of damage down onto the Wukong.
Let's see how the battle lines form up. Equalizer has been terrifying for EDG to deal with, and if that gives space for the Sivir, that is a one-team fight for Ultra Prime. Dragon started up. Watch for that Equalizer.
Walk as well, back up and available. The last fight, engage off that. That was good! Start of the back line! Down goes the Rumble. Engage from Palkia. Prevents the Realm Warp turnaround. Huge stuff from the well. The Magnet Storm is a Category 5 masterclass. Bayer goes down to Xiaohua and flashes in to make sure the Audacious Charge does its work. Junhao goes as well. Soul secured, and EDG right the wrongs of the topside play.
For those of you watching out for the Equalizer, I'm sorry you didn't get to see anything. Angel picks off the Rumble and will win the game.
And they'll head straight onto those Nexus turrets. Dragon secured, fight secured, and most importantly, game secured as well. Ultra Prime struck back and tried to make it competitive, but EDG in the end called the ambulance. It just wasn't for them.
Game 1 of Split 3 LPL 2025 goes the way of Edward Gaming, claiming Game 1. It's like
This is why we're also cave streamers, Al. We've got the bar in.
And they're really good draft from EDG. They see the Vi, they counter with the Trundle. They see the Dash champions, they lock in a self-sufficient ADC and open up the option of a Poppy later on without just blind picking it and getting countered in lane. This is a very confident draft from EDG. I really like how they went through this draft. I think at the end of it, maybe they do lack a little bit of engage, but I think they've done a lot of good answering to what Ultra Prime have put onto the table.
On the other side, I think Ultra Prime, if it's a comp agnostic, their comp makes a lot of sense. Vi hits an ult, everyone else can follow, and it gets really, really nasty there. The cease and decease combo between the public execution and the cease and desist combo can be really, really nasty. You've got Galio to follow up on that. Jin can help set up on the Rakan can go following in on that. That comp all works really well in terms of it all being on theme all together. Just agree with Alex that there's been some very solid options there to...
军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Onto the rift we go. EDG just looking potentially for something here. Xiaoxia around. Ward spotted and taken out. That will be initial blood for EDG.
Yeah, I really like what EDG are bringing to the table, given what Ultra Prime have. I do think their engage is quite hard to pull off. Their only consistent engage, really, is Trundle Pillar with a Poppy stun. So EDG, they need to have strong lanes. They need to get to objectives first, and then punish Ultra Prime's dive. If EDG are the ones actually pulling the trigger, they have the best ability to do so. Junhao's going to start with the E, going to go towards Wolf's start. It's a little bit unorthodox in terms of Vi first camp. Hughes traded about the place. Good double Phosphron from Arn will give them some good value there at the level 1. But EDG do have a lot of good answers into what Ultra Prime have. I don't think it's necessarily a bad ref from Ultra Prime in isolation, but into a Trundle, into a Poppy definitely doesn't help. Field blown earlier by both Xiaoxia and Parakeet, and in fact the barrier blown by Bayer too.
Reminder, of course, back at the level 1 in the last game as well. Bayer ended up blowing a lot of summoners to the level 1 after Parakeet went very aggressively into the play.
Level 2 going to be hit now. He traded back there Bayer and Xiaoxia. Next Rakan Q that hits definitely does help too. Xiaohao walking over across, taking 2 camps, going to contest the blue.
Oh, baby, this could get a bit interesting. I don't think you want to fight this Trundle with red buff. It's a pretty miserable time, and Vi at level 2 is just not a champion.
Oh, Parakeet going forwards.
Oh, yeah, remember, still has the flash. May just need to burn it and doesn't. Just dies straight up. Kill in the 2v2. Arn and Palkia, really good engage. The god of space finds an engage, and Junhao still in danger at the level 2. Getting chomped, getting run out there to press the attack. This Vi is in so much danger. If you don't flash soon, you're going to die. Flash on forward. Xiaohao gets another kill. It's all going wrong for Ultra Prime.
3 winning lanes, a kill in the 2v2 and in the jungle matchup as well. EDG are not coming to mess around. Domination in the first few minutes of the game.
2 camps into invade. They know exactly what's happening. And EDG, this is the game plan coming off to a riotous start.
I love what Xiaohao's doing there as well. Oh, even flash forward onto the Rakan, forcing flash for flash. Top lane's EDG trading.
Big trade back, but Xinjiang has got more energy to work with. And flash from both!
That is so respectable. As a top player, sometimes like, maybe they have something left and you flash out anyway. EGN getting a little bit more from that. The important thing is, though, is that ZDZ got the early push, and that allowed Xiaohao to have an uncontested 1v1 in the jungle. If there is a lesson to take into your own solo queue games here, folks, it is fight Vi before she hits level 3. Always such a powerful thing. Wall stun onto the Rakan.
Xiaoxia now caught a little bit in a spot. The Trundle Pillar comes on up. Valkyrie forwards. The Gatling Gun also rolling. So a bit of a chunk there. Not too much more. Deadly Flourish goes wide.
So bot lane not looking that great for Ultra Prime either. I guess the only bonus there is that Parakeet didn't have the W. Junhao going to be able to get a camp steal away. The Raptors will not take on that first quadrant clear by Xiaohao. This is technically going to be Raptors for Raptors because Xiaohao took them away from Junhao's early jungle. Vi really getting bullied around by that Trundle. Doesn't like fighting against them early or late, really. The only thing that Yuchi can do is just try and dive onto a carry and hope that your dive combo can outweigh the disengage potential of that Trundle. Gonna get that topside scuttle. Go back to the replay. So this is 1v1. Yeah, this is ZDZ fighting for that early prio. Losing a lot of HP to do so, and sometimes you forget how much damage a Ambassador can do. The hop over the Q2 before that makes this a much more even trade, though. Both of them getting a ton of damage, and then the last order would have killed either, so they both flash away.
Probably would have done. I think the last order, particularly on ZDZ, was really low, but if an empowered ability came on through, it's all very dicey.
Hey, there's a question in chat, actually, which I think is something that we can visit, because, you know, people of all abilities watch many streams. Doesn't understand Trundle's skip. So, Trundle is a champion largely based around stealing stats from people. Trundle's Q is an auto-attack in power where he chomps you, it slows you, and it steals AD from you. At max rank, at rank 9, it steals from like 40 AD.
It's a lot.
Which is basically stealing a BF sword worth of attack damage from you. Obviously very good into AD skirmishes and stuff like that. W gives you that that terrain where you move quickly and attack quickly. So if you get that slow, and you also get the move speed thing under your feet, you get to chase people down very well. And then your E is the Pillar of Frost, which is a Pillar of Ice, rather, which slows people down and, of course, can knock people up in that area as well. So particularly in Divide, that means that if you charge up your Q, you press the E on top of them, it knocks them up so it cancels that Q. You run towards them at Mach 5, you chomp them so they have no AD, and then you just steal all their AD, start whacking them for even more. And if that isn't even as bad as it could be, the ultimate then shreds your resistance. I think it's 40% magic resistant armor shred, whilst also doing percent HP damage to you. EGN, no flash, is getting roamed on by the Poppy. No Trundle in this equation. Oh, yeah, no, Trundle is now in this equation. That can make things even worse.
Wasn't until he was. Head flash forward. He's going to try and get the stun down here. EDG does not have the flash. Remember, Pilot is good, but it's just wide for the stun. Nearly a great combo.
Close, close. That is your engage, looking for the pillar into the wall stun from Poppy. You're just going to, I suppose, get the ult out of ZDZ.
Actually big here because he'll have the public execution himself.
It's true. He's going to teleport back up. Didn't want to stick around anyway. But yeah, just following up our Trundle segment. What Trundle ends up being is a bit of a... he's just such a gremlin, right? He slows you down, he steals your stats, and particularly if you dive into him, the first target gets ulted and they get shredded. Now, Vi's the target that will always be jumping and stuff like that. Probably going to try and shower shit. Let's get a little bit of damage down. Not going to get that much shower.
Could be a bit dicey here with the Vi. Jin also roaming. I think Palkia at the level 3 needs to be a bit wary here. Gets a bit of a speed up and actually ends up safer than I thought they might be with the Vi behind them. They just managed to get out to safety there.
Now, I'm not sure if this is the correct patch for it. However, I believe that just looking at Angel winning the early lane so far, typically, recent Auroras have been going double mask stacking. You can't do that anymore. You don't get the double Haunting Guys bonus damage. So it'll have to be just the Leandries or the Riftmaker into just the Bloodletters after that point. You can't just sit on Haunting Guises, which is really nice. And good lead on to Bayer as well. EDG do kind of need these leads, so we'll say that again. EDG do need these winning lanes. If they don't, I think it becomes a much harder composition to play, because you don't have good engage in the way that Ultra Prime do. Ultra Prime have a lot of engage, and that will be something that will help them later on into the game, of course. Yeah, CDZ. Losing the trades versus EGN, though, which is a bit worrying. If EGN starts winning the side lanes, that is something which EDG will have to be aware of. It means that EGN can kind of reduce some of that pressure coming into important fights later.
A bit wary about the trades he takes because he doesn't have the ultimate, and EGN just really threatening with that ult advantage. Not half HP, just got a decent trade back there, but again, brings his HP back to about half, and there's a little chunk on the inside EGN. There is the grub stuff from Ultra Prime.
Level 6 from Junhao. This could be a really big litmus test. You have the big combo available from Ultra Prime. However, level 6 Trundle means you need to be very careful of that. Ultra Prime not pulling the trigger just yet. Clearing a ward. Do they pull the trigger? Jin's not here, so I'd imagine not.
Look like it's BDG picking it up.
But then the problem is, look, Bayer left bot lane, didn't go towards the plate, so he's 5-6 seconds slow in pushing this. Is anyone going to be able to go bot lane and clear this up in time? No one's roaming to it right now. 3 grubs to the side of EDG. No fight picked from Ultra Prime. I suppose EDG, by not picking up any kind of bot wave rotation, means that I suppose the late, or like the non-committal movement from Jin is not punished that much.
Decent chunk there from Angel. Value out. Alright, not quite got that play. Oh my days, that's going to be an auto attack off, if anything.
Shame, shame, shame.
How are you still level 3, by the way?
Yeah, I have to say, I really respect that. So part of me really respects that. So, yeah. One of my favorite things, which I've contributed to Modern League of Legends dictionary, is full build Poppy. You hit level 3, that's it. You're good to go. Level 3 Poppy, you can do whatever the hell you want. Now, typically this applies to jungle Poppy, but I'm not against. I'm not against to support Poppy becoming the gremlin which they were really born to be, and just running across the map, giving no damns about anything, really. Harry's been really trying to flip the topside matchup. Sadly for the Poppy, not actually achieved that much outside of the laning phase, and now you are a very underleveled Poppy, and you can get picked off pretty easily.
So, decent gold lead here for EDGs. Of course, they're the ones with the early kills after that early play, but it has slowed down since then. That said, they did get first dragon, they did get first set of grubs. They are a kill and an objective away from claiming some feats of strength, which would be great news for EDG. I've managed to leverage a pretty decent early game lead. Potentially looking at Bowyer here. He's going to get stunned up with the Ruthless Predator, and the culling of the Meek begins. Xiaoyi's going to put down the heal. Keeps him alive, and a flash on forwards the Galio wall. Keeps the Jin alive. Curtain's now called. ZDZ doing his best to body block. Is taunted up by that Shield of Durand. And it is enough in the end to keep the Jin alive. My days, an auto would have done him.
EDG finding themselves with a lack of engage. It is hard to pin down their first target. However, this is still a win. Arn gets some alone time on the mid lane turrets. They do still manage to deny a wave, I suppose, during the fight in that bot side, but it's not really the fight which EDG would have wanted. That's why they really need to be very careful about how they approach their aggressive movements. They should feel good with this composition, but they can't just assume they can pick off whoever they want to.
On, now coming on down. But they've burned a lot of their ultimates here. It might be a lot harder now for Ultra Prime to fully contest this. Looking for a potential Hex Flash in. Palkia now quite deep. ZDZ here to defend. They're going to throw down the quickness. But the Poppy W prevents the easy engage. Now in a tricky position with the quickness down as well. How much do they have to work with? Saber's caught in the pit and dies to the Renekton Dragon. Surely EDGs.
Ultra Prime gets stuck into the meat grinder and are made into sausages the old-fashioned way. Is that going to be a wall stun? Yes, it is.
And going to be knocked down here, surely. But the exhaust is enough to keep Xiaoshu alive. But the flash down and a summoner swap with the spellbook bring the exhaust into a heal. It's still on cooldown.
Ultra Prime can't get the clean combo. You'll notice the Vi ultimate still available. That is a huge red flag for Ultra Prime. If you don't feel like you can safely or effectively pull out a Vi ultimate when you have a Vi on your team, why are you picking the Vi? They first picked this Vi, and Junhao is a good player of it. Last split was littered with Vi carry games from Junhao alongside stuff like his Shinzao and his Neferi as well. It just hasn't been able to make the impact this game. I think the rise of Trundle throughout late last split into playoffs, really championed by Monkey, actually, on Team WE, has reduced the power of this pick somewhat, and with a couple of nerfs on top of it too, that first big fight, it does become quite questionable. It does make the game easier to play. You have good point-and-click engage, and sometimes teams will always just go for that because gives you the easier way to play the game. You don't have to be as coordinated. Everyone knows where that Vi ult is going. However, EDG picking a good composition against it. They have a 2,000 gold lead, and I don't think it's been a bad series of games for them today. Junhao's going to go forwards, pulls that ult. There's the ult we were looking for.
Damage comes on down. EDG going to be in potential danger here. Teleports coming on forwards. The curtain's called, but the Poppy not picked. Ultra Prime struggling to make their own combo work here as EDZ throws down the ultimate, trying to get some damage down with the Dominus and a culling of the Meek. Angel now looking for a potential flank angle barrier with no ult and no flash. Still going to get out to safety for now. The Weirding comes on through, but that mid-tier 1 is dead to rights. EDG running over this game at this point.
Yeah, their early advantages are just too strong now. 2 kills on the Renekton with a Stride Breaker. The Aurora starting to become a problem as well. Ultra Prime needed something to break the pressure. I thought it could be top lane. I thought it could be the Ambassador, but with ZDZ getting involved, I think that's becoming less likely. Egen now left alone on his side too. Does have flash, does have ult. Wouldn't be a clean pick off. Puts that wave into the bot lane turret. We'll be safe.
ZDZ will be claiming that one just fine. As it stands, or that wave rather, but now up 3,000 gold. Pretty damn significant to say the least.
Again, just go back to that draft. I really think EDG answered what Ultra Prime did very well. Now, you can talk about their lack of engage, but I think their early lanes and their disengage potential have really neutered a lot of what Ultra Prime would have wanted to do. And honestly, real credit to Parakeet. I've been loving this Poppy, man. I just have such a good amount of respect for the gremlins in League of Legends. And yeah, no, I think Parakeet is a player which we'll keep our eyes on. Apparently a bit of a prodigy in the support role. We've had question marks about LPL support level of gameplay over the last while. I think particularly with On having an awful MSI himself, I think the pressure really was getting to him, and I feel bad for him. I know what his upper level is. He's just not been able to show it. I suppose Kyle leading the way. There have been some bright moments, but support as a role within the LPL hasn't been our primary role for a very, very long time. I think Mako taking a hit, Ming retiring, removed some of the top end of our support pool, has left us looking for these next big comers. We thought, okay, well, no, maybe someone like Niket, Jue, maybe Vampire could lead the way in that role. I don't think any of them are the complete products. But they have themselves their flaws. Maybe Parakeet can join that list of hopefuls.
Say that. Almost face check there, but the ward is good enough. And the Herald now started. I think EDG now in the position to take this Herald. EDG are coming on over though. Xiaohao could actually look for a bit of a gremlin smite fight. A chomp and a smite might do it. There's an eye facing, but it's just going to go down. Knock away of 2. That's actually significant. 3-person engage as they interrupt the attempted dash with a well-timed Poppy W. Still gets over the wall. He goes EDZ, a slice of the dice. And it rolls natural ones for Ultra Prime's health bars. They're down for the count. They lose their top lane.
The flash Poppy W stops the dash out. And despite the Herald being killed by Ultra Prime, they cannot claim it. EDZ goes deeper.
In they go. Another good interrupt. Palkia pressing the steadfast presence exactly when required.
beautiful stop to prevent the re-engage. Xiaoxue just stopped in his tracks.
How wonderful is it how Palkia, the god of space, denies that area from Ultra Prime? This space is his. Uses that W to command Ultra Prime to stop their dashes in. And this Poppy has been very important for EDG to stop Ultra Prime finding those extra moments in. Tower goes down for EDG. The Herald was not able to be claimed by Ultra Prime, and they walk away. Once again, never really able to pull the trigger in the way they want to.
Ultra Prime. What on earth do you do from this point? Definitely lost feet of strength, make no doubt about that. It's been gone for a little while now. You've lost a couple turrets, 5 kills, and every objective under the sun, bar the Herald, which you did pick up just about. Seems to be the only option here, as they've got some potential bounties to pick up. Maybe that and a shutdown might do it. You do have tools here to defend against an overdrive.
It's going to be Soul Point going over to the side of EDG. Third one, waiting on that fourth for Ocean Salt. And this kind of game, Ocean Salt pretty nasty too. If Renekton pulls that ultimate, yeah, you're not killing him anytime soon. So it's going to be Dragon traded for Turret, which is an objective bounty. I suppose that is a trade up in terms of raw value for Ultra Prime, but in the strategic value, well, you know, it's going to be EDG with a game-ending condition now on the table.
ZDZ gets that wave shoved up the other side. Every outer turret gone. Managed to get that tier 1 top side at least to Ultra Prime, but again, it's 4.5 minutes till Doomsday, and an Ocean Salt, when you're trying to burst people out with your comp, sounds pretty miserable to me. If you don't get that kill, you won't get that kill at all. It needs to happen in the first 5 seconds, or it's kind of doom. I realise that phrasing was perhaps not as elegantly put as it could have been, so I hope that came across from
EDZ spots out Eugen here. Does he pull the ultimate? Gets that empowered W onto him. Parakeet's coming down.
It's diced on through. Still got a dice to work with. The slice is the first part, isn't it?
Comes Angel.
TP. Angel is indeed coming. What do you do here? In goes between worlds. The steadfast present comes on through, and he just pillared away. Men at work. EDG put down the sign, and Trundle helps pick it up for ZDZ.
Yeah, roadworks ahead. I sure hope it does. Eugen goes down and finds out. No, it doesn't. There's a pothole there. Parakeet getting involved in another kill. Good for him. 4 kills on ZDZ, by the way. I think he's had a pretty decent series himself. I think that the Cassante early game, last game, was good for him. ZDZ. Should we have a talk about ZDZ?
Let's do it.
Why not? We got some time. Tower's likely going to get pushed in here. I don't think Ultra Prime going to be spoiling for a fight that soon with EGN being down. ZDZ has been the LPL mercenary for a pretty long time. John Haupt not going to ult forwards. And ZDZ has been up and down. He found himself, you know, with Xiaohao as a duo for a very long time. In fact, these two were on Anyone's Legend not too long ago. This was the top jungle that were brought in there. They were together on, I'm trying to remember if it was Rare Atom as well that they were both on at the same time. Might have been Xiao Shu actually and Xiaohao. That was a very funny duo. But these two kind of came as a pair for a very long time. They went on to Weibo, and we thought this was their big break. I mean, Xiao had looked great, and ZDZ was fine, you know, sure it'd be okay. They really struggled on Weibo in the first split of 2024. That's when they were there. And yeah, I really wanted to see more from them. I think Xiaohao, player which has been very inspirational to me. There was a split when he was on Anyone's Legend. They went, I think, 6 or 7 series lost in a row, despite Xiaohao playing very, very well, and they finally won their first series after being mathematically eliminated from playoffs. And he cried on stage because it meant so much to him that he could finally prove that he could win on that team. And ZDZ was along there for that journey too, but he was kind of beneath the radar because Xiaohao has been the more flashy of the players. After they got dropped from Weibo, of course, as that duo, as Tarzan and Breathe came in, which of course were a huge upgrade, don't get me wrong, we were wondering what was going to happen to these two. They're still kind of fighting for a bit of recognition, for a little bit more of an uptick in their career. We know their ceilings can be pretty good, but just haven't seen that for a little while now.
I think the other side of that coin then is for them as well, looking at Anyone's Legend, the team that never could quite make it, always were just that little bit shy of success. To see Tarzan and Breathe go in, and Flandre, I suppose, at the moment as well, currently, and then them be so successful, do so well. The one of the LPL's very best out there were our MSI representatives as the number 1 seed. You've got to feel a little bit gorgeous, like that could have been me in another world if we just pulled it together a little bit more. And here on EDG, a roster, there's no longer the Doom squad, right? It's not last year's roster where there was some gritted teeth and some grimaces of pains to get through. More competitive this time around. They got I don't know. Close, probably not quite the right term in Split 2, but there looked to be some improvement. They just couldn't quite pull it together on good terms. But so far, this first split, more roster swaps, and it's been roster mania again in the LPL.
Yeah, we will talk about that more as we get through the other games. I think we've had 7, 8 teams have roster, maybe more.
Still some unconfirmed ones. Rumors still fly.
We have a ton of roster swaps. Atakan's been started up. Dragon is up in a minute too. Ultra Prime, and they're going to be forced to fight. And this is where the problems come in. You have to engage into a team which has so many tools to deal with. You ult misses from Eugen.
Get some value back. Over they go as ZDZ teleports in with a dominance, flashed over, but Bayer does get out with his own flash. But ZDZ's so damn scary! Xiaoshu's nearly dead. Burned out is Junhao. Bayer now in danger. Xiaohao keeps going forwards and whacking them with the truncheon. Trying to get away ZDZ. Flash on forwards. At least they finally get one. The curtains are caught, but it's all body block. They all line up. And they can only get one in response.
Ultra Prime will have to sign up for the matinee. It's not working in the morning, showing as they do take down that big, scary crocodile in that top lane. He's already done enough damage. 10 seconds until the dragon comes up. 2 dead from Ultra Prime, including their jungler. Teleport back in from Angel. This will be Ocean Soul for EDG. I think that's lights out for Ultra Prime. They fell behind in the game. EDG, they don't have the best engage, but they don't have to when they're ahead. When they're first to the objective, Ultra Prime have to dive headlong into a full disengage composition, which has been absolute hell for them. Ocean Soul to EDG, Atakan soon to follow.
Damage comes on down to claim that soul. Atakan is still up. They haven't taken that one yet. Let's have a look at the replay, because initially the teleport comes in and really good across the veil from Angel means that the public execution is the public flub. And ZDZ, my days, that is a literal 1v4 from the Renekton. He's a big boy at this point.
I love this so much, man. I have a soft spot for ZDZ. I want this guy to succeed. And the amount of trouble he's given Ultra Prime, the amount they have to overextend for that is utterly ridiculous. Glad ZDZ is having a good game here in the first series back of Summer. See if we continue that. As the games go on, ZDZ will find out Xiaoshu. He is 4-2 with the Starix. I don't really think he gives a damn about what Ultra Prime do to him now. EDG, 2 big buffs claimed in the last minute. Gonna get themselves angle, I suppose, towards the Baron when it spawns in a minute and a half. We'll push in. Oops, I forgot to delay the ad break. That's a problem. Oopsies, didn't mean to do that one.
It's fine. We don't have pre-rolls. That's really important, guys.
Yeah.
If you don't want ads, then subscribe.
Yeah, no, I should set it up to be less so it doesn't come out in game though, because they're still pretty toxic. My bad. Yeah. EDG walking with Ocean Soul towards that top side. ZDZ warding the rest of the members of Ultra Prime away. EGen trying to take an objective bounty from the other side of the map. Does mean though, doesn't have teleport, can't defend the top side of the map, which is a bit of a pickle.
Bot lane, tier 1, under siege.
Is that the sequel to Worms Forts Under Siege?
I wish we'd gotten a sequel to that.
For those of you who never played Worms Forts Under Siege, awesome.
Was it the first 3D Worms?
No, that was Worms 3D.
That would also make
Worms 3D
make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that one's in the name actually. But I do think Worms Forts Under Siege was the best of the Worms games. You know, it had weapon favorites such as the Chili Con Carnage.
Yeah,
that was that. Yeah.
Finger of Death to poke people off the edge.
True. Oh, that was brilliant.
I've not played Worms in years.
Me neither. Me neither.
You know there was a Golf with Friends Worms level?
Yes, I in fact played that not ages ago, like a year ago. So.
Yeah, I know. It's very silly.
It was. Oh, good times. As we reminisce of stuff which is not happening on the screen, because that's better for Ultra Prime fans, frankly.
I tried to make a Worms squad that was the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but it spelled Plague wrong, so it was just Plough.
Oh, Plough! I remember Plough. I also remember...
It was just like, you know that 3-headed dragon was like on the 4th head with the really derpy head? That was Plough.
I also remember a particularly traumatizing childhood experience when I had 100% won a game and you forgot to change the controller and just dropped my last worm off the edge to lose me the game. I was like, ugh. I remember that to this day, Sam.
I don't, but that's
Junhao ulting on. He's way out of position.
Ooh, does like to get over into the red buff pit. Maybe not as far as they thought he was. Junhao now a little bit split on. Is still going to go very low and finally goes down. Junhao gets a bit of healing, but it's not enough. Claiming a turret elsewhere. Somehow is Trundle. I'm assuming with the wave push happening. Angel now hunting for Xiaoshu, who's very low indeed. A last auto and a Q will probably do the Rakan in 2 for 1. Plus a few more turrets.
Okay, this is a little too far, but I mean, Bayer's just returning the favor. Why are you stood there? That's a dead Jin.
He stood 6 foot deep is where he's actually stood. That's a very early grave he's stepping into, and another person dead. Now they can head towards this tier 3. What on earth do you do now as Saber and EDG? That turret is dead to right. They'll get a shielded around, but it's shoved away by Palkia, who will heal, get himself back up to full HP and be just fine.
Oh, the Ocean Soul!
Ocean Soul is ridiculous. Public Execution comes on down, and Angel says, yeah, but Eda weirding. How's that one work? Gonna get a shielded around for... What does a Galio do against such reckless bunny hate?
A red day, a sword day. Here the sun rises, EDG. Charge into the battle lines. Arn goes down. The rest of them make it through to the battle. Ultra Prime, I mean, it's about as good a pick as you can get. It's the best scenario you can get. AD carry, separate from their team. They still lose so many members, and Ultra Prime can't even walk into their own jungle.
Okay, gonna look for something. Shout how flashes trying to get a chomp down here. Doesn't want to burn the pillar until he's already gone too far forwards. Another chomp, another few autos. That is a very dead regard.
What can you do here as Ultra Prime? They just could not afford to fall as far behind in the early game as they did. I've been really impressed by Parakeur's laning phase. I think that him roaming across the map, yeah, that was a little less precise, but still, I love the Gremlin gameplay. And EDG, the draft played well. Setting up for the Baron now. Junhao has no flash, has ult, and is off vision, importantly. Miracle Steal, maybe not now he's been seen.
Yeah, he will pull away, and Palkia is stepping along forwards, looking to ensure that, again, he can just deny all the space available. The fastest Baron of all time, but it is going down. Angel now coming on over, goes across the veil,
that's
started to the wall. Palkia caught between worlds, and unfortunately, he chooses the other side to go to. EDG gonna run away from this very scary killer bunny. Back towards the Baron they go. Bait successful. Junhao dead. Palkia dead. And Ultra Prime are out of options.
The choke point was created by dead Ultra Prime teammates, and the dead keep it. EDG say that the way is shut, and they will close the series out onto Ultra Prime. Baron down. They have 100% objective rate in this second game. No grubs went to Ultra Prime. No dragons and no Barons either. I suppose the Herald did go to them. They didn't even get to claim that. Ultra Prime have been well and truly shut out of this game.
EDG. This has been a very convincing game. Been a very convincing series, honestly. Palkia, really good debut from him. He looks exactly the kind of energy that EDG needed.
And he looks confident and comfortable. Those are the two biggest things here. You know, Ultra Prime, they're definitely one of our lower tier teams. I don't think they've put him under the most pressure here. I think Bayer and Xiao, one of our most green bot lanes, one of our least veteran ones, and he does have a veteran in Arn alongside him, who, you know, I don't think he's necessarily been top tier for the rest of the year, but he's a stabilizing influence. EDG doing well here. Another wallstone, nearly missed there.
Comes the Keeper's verdict. Sorry, the steadfast presence. There's the Keeper's verdict, and that's a very dead Vi. Vi stands for violence committed upon ye, as in comes Gallia with the hero's entrance, but I think this is a villain's tale, as EDG prove themselves a little too deadly. You may fire when ready. The Death Star wins this one, as they group up and destroy the Rebel base. Ultra Prime will lose for the second time in a row. 2-0 to EDG. Calm, convincing. Welcome to the LPL, Palkia. Let's keep this form up, shall we?
EDG have captured themselves quite the legendary poke. Assault for Xayah. It's okay. Can often get you killed though. Ezreal locked in for Jachi. Now Ezreal's better into that lane. Ezreal can become self-sufficient, allow the Nauts to go a roaming. Now, yeah. FPX. Decent engage from the Nautilus. Losing lane mid lane. Decent jungle matchup. Top lane's not bad. Semi-global for semi-global. Not the best ways to force out a Xayah ultimate. I'm a little bit worried, I have to say, for FPX's ability to get on top of Light. Now, I will say, I'm trying to remember if Light Xayah is the champion he wasn't as good at, actually. I'm gonna go check his, match history. Because I seem to remember his Xayah was not the best of all time, you know. Let me go check. Where is his Xayah? No, his Xayah's okay. 61%. I'm wrong. All good. You just ignore me on that one. Okay, let's get into it, folks. Weber coming in as, yeah, I'd say as favorites. I.e., a rookie jungler coming in for FPX. FPX have had a revolving door of junglers themselves this year. They started off with Sorrow in the jungler, replaced him with Shadow. partway through the year. And I gotta say, I think that Shadow was pretty good for them. Anyone know if IE is good? Well, he's basically not played for FPX before. This is his first game for them. I don't see a match history for him. No one knows anything about this guy. Sounds like the Chinese casters are echoing in the arena behind us right now, so they're part of the background noise, which is sure something. They need to turn off the crowd mics. It's really annoying. Yeah, and then Shadow came in. I thought Shadow was good. I thought Shadow was... we have a slight audio desync. So I'm just going to very quickly, folks, very quickly, I'm just going to make sure that we have that restarted. So 1, 2, 3, should be coming back now. Just making sure that the audio is back in sync, because otherwise it gets really annoying. And we sort that out as quickly as possible. Breed took a heavy trade versus Shid. Doesn't have the phase rush now, though, which is a problem. One of the issues you have with playing phase rush top lane is you only get it once every other wave or so. You're, or maybe just every wave. Phase rush is about every 30 seconds or so. So if you use it mid-wave, it'll be back up mid-wave for the next one, which means that you struggle to use it for all of the trades. If you tank one bad trade as the person without phase rush, you take a good trade the next time because they can't run away from you the second time. Yeah, the name is IE. I've heard the pronunciation IE, not Ivy. Shadow had one good split, so now he's going to paycheck over the... I think Shadow has been fine. Shit, wow, good lane dominance. Shit was known from his lane dominance over on JDG. He was a bit of a young prodigy coming up himself. His Gwen was one of his better champions. Moved on to his Jax was good, his Renekton. His Aatrox was pretty good too. He's become a very well-rounded player. I think Sheer was actually the best rookie of last year, you know. He learned a lot of very hard-to-learn top lane skills, like playing on weak side, like playing not for himself. It's very hard as a carry top laner that focuses on laning phase. That's not in your instincts. Breathe teleports back. Has himself a refill pot. Definitely not getting the best of the early lane. Breathe is also a very notable lane-dominant player here in the LPL top lane pool. He's had some awesome games before, of course, was on RNG when they went to Worlds in 2022? 2022, yeah, that was the one. 2021 was when Xiaohu was playing top lane on RNG when he won his MSI. IE coming bot side. But plans that might cause some issues. Chris uses the E. He'll have a second charge of it. IE can come back in. W's out. Where's the feather pull? Might have to be good. No knockup just yet. IE misses that W, but still flash and heal out of Weibo's bot lane. They'll take that. Wave state's not good for them either. They have the minion advantage. Some denied. So Light and Crisp, not in a good spot right now. Reminder that when Crisp left the team, the rumor was it was because Light didn't want to play with Crisp anymore. So tap some trouble in paradise for the Weibo bot lane, which actually achieved some very good things together. They went to a World Finals together when Tarzan was on the roster back in 2023. Lost 0-3 against T1 at the 2023 World Finals. Jungler coming down. Tien trying to make sure that his bot lane are safely able to push in this wave. He does need to be here, because if IE was just around the corner, that would have been a problem. He's losing a little bit of time in farming the Krugs, but no matter. Not the worst thing ever. Phase Rush proc by Breathe. Wave's not a fantastic spot for him either, actually. Cloth Armor for Sheer helps him take the heavier trades. Has a Cookie as well, which helps him heal at low HP. I love watching these lane-dominant top laners play against each other. Tarzan wasn't in the way. Oh, sorry, it's Weiwei. I'm sorry, Weiwei. Yes, my bad, Weiwei. Because he went on there in 2024. And yeah, because it was Weiwei and Tarzan which swapped between Weibo and LNG. You're absolutely right. Thank you for pointing that out. I thought, and forgive me if I'm misremembering this, but I'm sure it was when Chris left, Light swore he never wanted to play with him again. Yes, that was what I was hearing, sorry. The Shy boosted them in 23. Yeah, the thing is, the Shy both boosted and entered them. He's a wonderful player for entertainment value, because we have no idea what he's going to bring to the table half the time. I do really enjoy watching him as a player. Very entertaining. I missed hearing Jayo at MSIs. Yeah, me too. I think the Jayo is a very cool fan interaction at the start of the lane, start of the game. Xiaohu even in lane versus Care. Typically, the Orianna expects to have a bit of an CS lead against the Talir, so not getting what he wants to out of that lane right now. Light gonna get his first recall of the game in after losing that flash earlier on. I wonder how different things would be for JDG if they just committed to Sheer. Yeah, well, there were worries about Sheer's age and his documents for that. Dragon's going to go over to the side of FPX. Easily taken after their bot lane. Not going to say dominance, but their edge in the bot lane. Only 5 CS ahead, but it's enough with the extra summoners. Karen mid lane. Tian stacking up his passive a little. Tian going back. No fireworks just yet. Judge, you can proc that W. No Grasp for Breathe worth noting. The Grasp J is typically very strong tech, but wanting to go for that phase rush allows you to dip into the Hallowed Mist, proc the phase rush, run away from it against the Gwen. Does mean you have less survivability though. Being able to fire out that ranged auto attack, form shift before the auto hits to get full value of melee grasp, and the heal and the extra HP it gives you. Typically very good. Tian, you're looking for something here. Dangerous now that Taliyah's on the first roam. Jumps in first. Where's that shove? The E used. Shockwave comes in through to first. Has to flash away. Red buff secured by Weibo. Not the cleanest contest, but good enough. Flash away from IE as well. So jungle flash from IE. Breathe traded on the other side. I suppose a flashless Jace may be more exploitable. No, I don't even think that's true, actually. It's not like Shinzao loves having no flash. Doesn't have ways out of fights very often. Slower game compared to our first series. That being said, not like that was particularly fast either. I think with the current sets... Man, they really do have those casters really just booming about in the background, don't they? They really need to turn their crowd mics down a little bit. Hey, now you see me. Good to see you. Good to see you. And again, welcome back everyone to the first day of the split for LPL. Good to see everyone back in and all the regulars coming back in. It's like opening up the old tavern again. Seeing the local crowd come back in. Good to see you all. Grubs a spawn. Gwen and Jace both on bot side. Both have teleport if they do want to come in. Crisp has teleport as well, actually. Worth noting. Globals available for both teams. Global champions. First grub taken. Tian stacking at the passive again. Used the smite. 2 grubs quickly taken. With Gwen showing up in mid lane, perhaps Weibo back off. We're now dipping off of mid lane though. No smite for Tian. Might go for a play anyway. Going down towards this. Q steal potential. Wanting to line it up with the Shinzao smites and he misses it. I.e. going in now, dashing in, doesn't have that flash to disengage. Care comes over with the global, flicks back. The shockwave definitely helps take down that Shinzo though, and oh, it's not a good entry into this game. Welcome to the LPL. Q missing from Jachi, but will you have that E to follow up anyway? Hook for ult traded between the Nautilus and the Xayah. 1 for 1, all things said and done, but 3 grubs in the smite fight won by Tian. Not even actually a smite fight, but forcing IE into an uncomfortable position. Has a great lead in the jungle, and IE, I mean... stepping into some relatively big shoes for FPX. Shadow was an important leader for this team. I was surprised they let him go. FPX bringing in a completely unscouted talent in IE for us, the neutral viewer. And right here, Tian does not have flash. Does not have smite, rather. Walks up, says, okay, if you want to cast your skill, I can threaten with my empowered Q. The crit below a certain amount of HP does so, gets that smite down. Combo comes in for CC into CC onto the Pantheon, but the damage just isn't just there yet. It's 2 versus 2, the Pantheon is very happy to take it. This point, yes, Jiachi comes in, stacks up that Conqueror. Doesn't get the best value out of it though, really. Gets 1 kill, it's something. Weibo very happy with that contest. And particularly keep an eye on that jungle lead. If Tian gets so far ahead of IE, this Pantheon, it will be wrecking the Shinzao in terms of frontline jungle value. It's not IE, it's IEHO, really. Tian has typically been a regular season superstar here in the LPL. On top esports, on Weibo a little bit before that, after that as well. He has been occasionally excellent. It really was when it came to knockout games, when it came to finals where Tian will fall apart. Internationally, he's got a bit of a reputation, of course. Even Kanavi going towards top esports does not fix that for top esports. Maybe it's the top esports jungle role which fixes that a little bit more. The sheer Mickey Mouse mousepad, but who has the Doraemon mousepad? I thought it was Sheer that had a Tom and Jerry mousepad. I think he has a Tom and Jerry mousepad. I think Sheer plays with that. Someone has a Doraemon one as well. Maybe it's one of the BLG players. Why are CDR boots better than M-Pen in mid lane here? Because... That's a good question, actually. I think for both of these mid laners, you're not looking for full burst combos. You're looking for utility uptime and continued DPS. Which means that the cooldown boots are often quite valuable. Also means your teleport goes on a little bit more. Here comes the global from Tien, contesting the dragon hook, goes wide from Jue. IE goes in. There's no follow-up. There's absolutely no follow-up, and he's burst down. The ultimate comes through and means absolutely nothing. FPX lose their jungler again. Shockwave held until the later parts of the fight, and without a care in the world, Weibo will take down Care, securing the fight and the Dragon Breed, winning the 1v1 on the top side as well. FPX, their debut for their jungler, really not going the way they would have wanted for it. They have not dotted the IEs and crossed the Ts. Weibo picking up the pieces, and FPX, it's looking very imprecise here. Team fighting has not been good. A Dragon will go over to Weibo, making it 1-1 in the early game. Did you like that? That was dotting the IEs and crossing the Ts. I thought that was good. Thank you, Martus. It's the little things which get you through. The little things I tell you. Breathe has no flash. IEs on top side, but no real ability to force. I mean, Weibo, happy for them so far in terms of their ability to find fights approaching them. It seems like they've not really had that many worries in the fights. I suppose that earlier Grubs fight was a bit of a worry that they'd been positioned wrong. Very good ult again. Gets the center of the Pantheon ult on there, so we got the extra Q spear damage. Good E there to deny damage from both backliners. Chris following up, as Rakan's typically been very good. Shockwave held late into the fight. Yeah, very easy. And a solo kill for Xiao, who's a comeback to live. Care has no flash still. Xiao didn't either. The loot is completed by Xiao, not going towards any of that Seraph's malarkey. Gets the solo kill onto Care before he completes his first item. We'll have to get a replay of that. Weibo crushing this first game. FPX look lost. He shears behind a little bit in gold. Losing the objective fights. What is happening to FPX? Lacking precision. Lacking leadership, I think, a little bit. And this is my worry with replacing that jungle role specifically for FPX. Now, Shadow is not a top-tier LPL jungle, but he was someone that was good to carry your flag. He occasionally would be the carry they needed with someone like a Lilia or something like that. I guess he just hit out a Fog of War, got the Clockwork Wind-Up, shove misses, Phase Rush came through, which meant he could walk through everything else. Yeah. Clean combat, didn't even need the ult. Just Clockwork Wind-Up, dodges the shove, the Luden's Power Spike, Tier 2 boots to Tier 2 boots. Keg absolutely blasted, still has, he does have flash now, is it going to be enough? Goes under the turret, the combo comes in from jungle support. Chris, welcome back to Weibo. Ket, 3 deaths, and it feels like as many minutes. So it goes down again, top tower will go down for the first tower of the game. Weibo claiming that feats of strength. Tien has been absolutely everywhere. Xiaohu very active too. Tien rarely is the main carry for Weibo anymore, but he's got a fantastic run of this game. 1.6k gold lead in the individual mid lane advantage. Ket on the other side, very inconsistent for FPX, a player that's been up and down. Occasionally excellent. He's one of the players in the mid-table, mid-lane pool that can do a lot of damage. Lights, not going to ult in time, gets CC'd. Pulls the ult out now, puts the feathers down on the ground. Let's say a bit of damage down onto Jatshi. Stepped away from the lane. And, yeah. Punished for that overstep. There is a Shockwave combo available. FPX can't really go that deep onto Chris. First item complete for everyone but Care. Poor Care has just had every wave denied from him for the last few minutes. He's even dropping off waves now because he doesn't feel healthy. He can't get topside because the Pantheon potentially could jump on him. That's what he's afraid of. What's Care going to do now? Tom and Jerry's crazy popular in China to a point that it's a multimedia juggernaut. I had no idea. That's insane. Now, the thing about Tom and Jerry is, much like Mr. Bean, it's, you don't have to speak English to enjoy it. I did say that Pantheon ult was going to be very important. Force the flash out of Sheer. Tien pops that E. Sheer flashes, ults. Side lane pressure vastly diminished now. Light still doesn't have that ultimate after being forced by Jway. Jway has been very good for us. I like Jway a lot. I think he's been one of our best supports here in the LPL. Teleport back down. Force this bot lane turret. Full HP this time. Gets himself an extra buy into Riftmaker boots. Very, very strong here now for Sheer in extended plays. I had no idea Tom and Jerry was that popular in China. It's very cool to know. But I think because you don't have to speak English, it transfers transfers around language very, very well. And also just good comedy, very well made. Music's good too, actually very good. I miss when we had Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry and you know that kind of era of like 2D animated comedy. Very good, I think. Very well made. We've lost a lot of that artisan comedy. You know what I also miss? I also miss Leslie Nielsen and his kind of like just dumbass straight face comedy. Like he was Naked Gun, right? In the Airplane movie. Airplane movie is probably my favorite comedy movie ever. Very good. 20 seconds till Dragon. We'll stop talking about comedy until it appears on our screens. Who knows? I've seen worse things. Not that crazy amount of activity right now. With the Pantheon not being down, FPX can clear side lanes a little better. Second Dragon, FPX can afford to lose that if they want. That being said, I'd like to be fighting around this 1 to 2 item break point. Not bad at this point in the game. Later the game goes on, I feel like the less ways they have to deal with the Xayah. I hear a lot of stories of kids actually preferring the older versions of kid shows. That's very cool. I didn't know that. I mean, I do too. I'd happily sit down and watch that. So Dragon's up now. Instead of going directly towards the Dragon, making sure that they can get themselves tower on bot side, open up the map a little bit more, get Breathe some out of turret gold. Get a chunk in it, don't fully kill it. Herald summon in mid lane. Forces mid lane priority, gets a chunk on mid lane. Not going to kill the turret, but it does mean that Xiaoyu has to be on call here, out of position to fight the Dragon. It means that the Dragon setup a little bit slow for Weibo. Would have thought that with the push in bot lane, they could have got a little bit of better angle. Actually, to the point where Orianna has to use the teleport to get to the other side of the play. Doesn't want to walk in through the top side of River. Makes sense. You're against that Nautilus with Flash ult. And the combo into the Talia. Nautilus Talia, nasty combo. Chris needs to be a little careful here. FPX, can they finally find their fight? Jachi, he wants the 2-item spike, but it's a bad sign to recall. Can Ezreal get here in time? Do Weibo know that the Ezreal's not here? I don't think they do. Walking it down. Might have to be a trade of Pantheon E for Hook. How important is this going to be? Shield goes on to Tien. Smite comes through. It's actually the Xayah which secures as well. Tien, good E there. Shockwave comes through. Goes on to 2. Sheer low HP. But it feels like now FPX maybe have a chance to run them down. Can't completely go through the fight though. And all it ends up being is HP bars traded. Dragon to Weibo. Not the cleanest fight there from Weibo, but they do get the objective. Bit of a botched setup. You did see how Xiaoyu had to teleport to the bot side of the play. Means then now it has to be the teleport coming in from Breathe. Could be danger. Hook misses from Jway though. Tried to predict the flash. Combo comes in from Breathe. Teleport. Not teleport. The ultimate coming in through from Tien. Pops that E. Temporary frontline. Valuable. Xiaoyu can start to put down the slows now. Flash away from IE with that in mind. Flashes away from the distance. Another hook misses from Jway. Not good accuracy on them. And the play finally fizzles out. Hey, Segafax, good to see you, by the way. And again, once again, welcome back to LPL, our first day back of the split. Hope you're enjoying yourselves as much as we do here as well. 3.5k gold lead to Weibo. Dragon lead to them as well. Have the feats of strength, have 3 grubs. Objective-wise, they're feeling pretty happy about things. So, right here, I think Weibo had to be very careful here. The hook landed onto Pantheon. Did manage to get the E back up before the shove hit him first. Flashed away from the follow-up rocks. Surprised that no one went down from Weibo. I was expecting that to be a 1-for-1. Good feather pullback from Light. Also secured the objective too. Important that it wasn't like Sienna managed to get that Q smite, which is normally what you're looking for. But yeah, of course, always, folks, we really appreciate you taking time out of your day to watch LPL here on the various channels that we're active on. Well, by the way, folks, I'll just say this again. We're currently live in 4 places. Normally only live in 3. We're live on 2 different YouTube channels, both my own and Onivia's highlights as well. Because, yeah, Onivia's been kind enough to give us the opportunity to stream towards that larger audience. And we'll hope you're enjoying yourselves over there. Streaming on Nymaera _ on Twitch. And now streaming on Nymaera on TikTok as well. We're going to be figuring that out over the coming days. We've set up a laptop to stream onto TikTok. Atakan's coming back up now. He spawned a minute ago now, but they are far ahead, I suppose. 3.5k is nothing to sniff at. They are tanking this right now, though. FPX, I mean, they do have Jway with Smite from the spellbook. No Smite from Chris. Wall comes in. IE goes in as well. We'll have to pull that ultimate. No flash. Further pullback is nasty. Ezreal not going to tank the heal move speed. Coming down to Smite fight. It's the Nautilus Smite, which claims it. Have to be careful of those spellbooks. I don't think Weibo pressed tab to check where they were. FPX getting themselves important objective there. Gives them a lot of feathers. Increases the XP. They're now ahead in XP. In that AD carrier role. Still quite far down in mid lane. Top lane's working quite well though. Jachi flares up. The RNG emotes was there until he was there in split 1 and split 2. And yeah. League of its own. Welcome to the channel. Hope you don't like. Xiaohu. Gonna walk down and force Sheer into a very losing position. Sheer puts down the Hallowed Mist, and yeah, you might be immune for a little bit, but not to everything. Xiaohu takes another kill, going towards the death cap second. Xiaohu is going to be a walking warhead in this game. If that shockwave hits anyone, it is going to remove most of the HP bar. So, Weibo are tanking the objective. And the spellbook smite comes through. Jway. It's not the most powerful smite ever. But it's a miss smite from Tien. Not great from him. Got a good smite earlier in the game. But, yeah. Questions upon questions. Blind Chris pushing in towards their mid lane. Of course, the 3 grubs on Weibo give their tower chip damage even more sting to it. Breeze is getting towards the point where he's going to be really scary now. Because he's going to go back and get himself second item. Yep, Nymaera transformation. Dragon in a minute. The poke from 2 items Zaya EQ. Fairly nice. But then, of course, the Jace. 2 item. Yeah. That's the pain, isn't it? Not much answer there from FPX for poke. You've got 1 locket to help you. I guess Ezreal has some too from the 2 item spike. But Jace tends to be more valuable at actually slightly longer range. Easier to hit. Death cap completed. So for the fight in 30 seconds... The Luden's Death Cap Empowered Ionian Boots from the Feats of Strength. Xiaohu is Walking Warhead, we'll call him. Jachi pushing in mid lane, getting that mid lane priority. 2 and a bit items for Light, not at that 3rd item spike yet, whereas I really starts to take off, but 2 items still nice enough for that. Dragon spawning now, Weibo. Well, they could give up a dragon for side lane power. They do have the 3 grubs. Xiaohu again, choosing to teleport to the right side to join his team. He doesn't want to be left alone. Dragon's going to go down, though. Can they use this? Oh, he's trying to go for the Q steal. Can't quite get it. Ultimate onto Xiaohu. Just walks backwards. Happy to do so. Tanks it up with that shield. Crisp. Oh, double shockwave comes through. 2 items taking half the HP off of Jachi and Care. Both carries now low HP. Top lane turret, 700 gold into the pockets of Breathe, choosing not to contest the dragon. Weibo are one of our teams that are happy to give objectives up for something else in a side lane. They get some value there. Happy to do so. Still FPX. Get a dragon. I guess Weibo just saying, look, Chemtech soul point, maybe not the most valuable. Mid lane turret will come down. I think that shockwave removing so much HP from Care and Jachi makes FPX think twice about taking a fight, especially with Jway using his ultimate just before that. Why trade Shadow, though, to this new? Well, the thing is, we don't know what Shadow's deals up. You know, there is a chance that Shadow, there are some rumors that Shadow goes to BLG, for instance. And if that's the offer, then Shadow would want to take that, you presume. So maybe it's on Shadow's interest to do that. And then FPX had to find a replacement. A lot of questions. Of course, they had Sorrow. They chose not to bring him back. So maybe just thinking, well, you know, Sorrow's ran his course. We don't think he's going to get any better or blah, blah, blah. Maybe they thought really saw something in IE. And, you know, rookies need a little bit of time to warm up. When you're playing as Tien and Crisp, can be a bit of an issue. Crisp had changed over to Smite, interestingly. Just changing over towards Smite. Will he hold on to it for a Baron contest? I don't think Weibo want to be rushing Baron or anything. They don't really have the DPS for that, or the ability to tank it. We would have assumed that would have been for the Dragon, but then they chose not to contest for that. Wonder whether they will stick on that Smite now. Questions. BLG really needs a good jungle? Well, they need to integrate a jungler well. Beige1 is not a bad jungler, and I would argue at MSI, he wasn't BLG's worst player. I think you could argue that was between between On, really. On and him. Even Bin had some very bad moments. Of course, those of you who've been watching our stream here at the LPL would have seen this coming. Now, On had a very good domestic season. Maybe that was the surprise. We knew that Bin was struggling a little bit. And BH1, while maybe not being the best individually, was what they needed in terms of getting people on the same page. Just playing engaged champions, going into the play. I suppose Shadow does that as well. I don't really see what he does outside of BH1 though. They're very similar players. That mid-table leadership jungler archetype. 2.5 minutes till the dragon. A lot of the easy towers are taken from Weibo now. So Weibo can't just rely on pushing in side lanes and getting into turrets. They are very far ahead now though. I mean, 6,000 gold, nothing to sniff at. A lot of that is on their solo lane. It's all on top side of the map, really. 700 gold's actually into the support role, which is somewhat important because it's allowed Crisp to get not just the tier 2 boots, but the upgraded tier 2 boots, the chain-laced crushers, whereas Dwayne doesn't even have himself his tier 2 boots yet. And with Nautilus having one of the lowest base movement speeds in the game, it can very much hurt. Jungle is the one position where it's hard to integrate a rookie. Absolutely. Completely agree. Jungle has to be integrated into systems, and if you don't have experience with those systems in a top-level play, you got a lot of learning to do. Be very unforgiving. I think that's one of the reasons why G2 has looked a little strange. I actually think Skummon's been good for G2. I think that Skummon was very, very good in Split 2. In fact, I rated him first in All-Pro, I think, for the regular season. But the whole team has to understand where the jungle's going, and the jungler needs to understand what the whole team is doing. Things which you have not instinctively on the same page for can be very hard to train. Camp stealing away from FPX now. Their blue buff will be taken. This is one of the bonuses of winning side lanes. FPX haven't taken either side lane turret. They've taken the mid lane turret, but they don't really get to walk into the enemy jungle that easily. They don't have either side lane turret open. Okay, I'm sure a lot of people here have their favorite top LPL team. Your, you know, your BLG, JDG, anyone's legend now for their recent success. I want to know from you and Shao. Teleport coming in as Dragon comes in. You can tell me after this Dragon fight. Who is your favorite not top LPL team? Now, I've got a lot of teams which I've got. I got a lot of Huffle. You know, I used to like Ultra Prime last year when they had, you know, the hacker roster. I thought it was pretty fun. Who are your favorite non-top LPL teams? 20 seconds till Dragon comes in. It's not the most important one. The third Dragon for either way. Shao, who has been really intent on teleporting early to the objective to make sure he's in the right side of the phalanx. He doesn't want to be left out alone, which makes a lot of sense. There's, you know, Nautilus Talir does not want to get caught out. Wants to be safe. Hasn't got himself something like a Seraph either. Mid lane priority secured. He actually needs to be a little bit careful. QW hits. Dragon started up by the Xayah and the Pantheon. Now, Breed's left alone on the bot lane and turret. So that'll be another 700 gold over towards him. Happy for that. FPX not able to get poked down, not able to contest, lose a tower, and they're just bleeding out. Losing jungle camps, losing towers, losing dragons. What is FPX holding on for? They have a 3-item Ezreal. Does that change the game? Well, I don't think so. So there's a 3-item Xayah who's stronger than him now. 3 items, this is where the Xayah starts to take over. Jace has a 2.5k gold lead. That's going to be a problem. And heaven forbid they ever get hit by the Orianna. If Orianna ever hits the backline, I think that's fight over for FPX. Current teams maybe FPX. TT. IG when they had YSKM, Arn, and Wink. That was a fun roster, JD. That was a fun roster. I bought into the WE hype after their run. You know what? That's very valuable. That's very valid as well. I think that WE, very exciting team. Yeah, they do love themselves a team fight. They do. Chris clearing out vision. Slower game. FPX not really willing to give contest here. My favorite LPL team is LNG. I loved LNG when they had Scout and Tarzan. I thought they were such a fun macro team to watch. A lot of people called them slow and boring and blah, blah, blah. I thought they were the textbook team. They were just always so good at finding the textbook response. Like, I was playing it, I've been kind of learning how to play chess recently, and it felt like, you know, someone who'd studied the openings, especially in mid game, where it's like, okay, well, I can use these tricks. I can learn, you know, the Scandinavian defense or whatever. And the way that they approach outer turrets is really, really cool. But one of my favorite things about Scout is the way that he applies different tricks to take side lane out of turrets. He will teleport into his other solo laner's lane, give a temporary 2v1 in the side lane, take the turret, then his other solo lane will teleport to the other side of the map to defend the other turret. So you trade up one for one. Have I watched Queen's Gambit? I have watched Queen's Gambit. I really enjoyed it. Very dramatic. Anya Taylor-Joy is a good actress. Good actor. Must be OMG with Cream Oh, yeah, the 23 OMG Dream Squad. Oh, I love that team. The gods of chaos combined. I love that team. I love that team. It was really cool. It was a good team. Soul point for Weibo. 3 items for Xiaohu. Worth noting as well, the Banshee's Veil, it's kind of doing double duty here as offensive and defensive, because it does have 105 AP. Death Cap will buff that up even more, so it'll be giving, what, like 140 AP or so. So while it also gives that defensive value, because you have the Death Cap and it's a high AP item, it gives you some really good offensive stats as well. Luden's proc has an AP scaling, so that'll help. Vision finally cleared out on Baron. Reset's not in the great spot for FPX. Teleporting back in, do they peel off? I mean, they might just go for the full split hit. Shinza's not even nearby. IE is not here for the smite. Goes down as the Baron. Breathe flashes out, and an instant kill comes back onto the Nautilus. And FPX can't find the Fire Care jumping in, trying to slip things away. Xiaohu and Breathe not there. Maybe this is the damage differential they need. Good flick back, but here come the carries. Again, Xiaohu has that shockwave and catches Care. That's going to be a dead to lit. He goes down. Throw another rock onto the gravestone of Care. FPX, they take no one down. They lose the Baron and they lose 4 members. Jachi, the sole member left to tell the tale, and perhaps even that will not be able to be that secure for that long. Tien does have the flash, doesn't want to have to use it, and in fact doesn't need to use it. Tao will go down, goes from 0 to 100 real quick. Weibo take everything and will slow bleed FPX out in game 1. FPX outclassed in team fights and macro in game number 1. One last kill to round it out. I.e., that is not the debut we would have wanted. Utterly destroyed in the jungle position. The Taric, very rare pick. However, versus melee supports, nasty as hell. Sivir comes in for light. Sivir's been fairly popular in a bunch of different games now. So Taric comes in, helps you go forwards aggressively. Now, the great thing about Taric in this kind of competition is that you press the button before your ultimates hit, and it then allows you to stick around in the fight for the follow-up Sejuani passives. Weibo on the other side. Light will be the one ulting early to get everyone else into the play. I do think this is a very competitive game. Aurora beats Yone early. Sejuani has a much stronger set of combinations on top side. I think 2v2. Well, Wukong Aurora, ton of damage. Aurora should get first move. I think top 2v2 FPX win. Mid jungle 2v2. Weibo win. Bot lane's competitive. Is that an AL Jayo? Nice. Nice. Xiaohu Jayo. I can appreciate that too. Still a very popular player for all of his international titles at MSI. Joy's played no Taric in solo queue recently. Well, sometimes they hide this stuff. In fairness, sometimes they hide this stuff. To see how audio syncing is doing as well. Yeah, a lot of players, if they actually want to put something into pro, they do that thing where they hide their account a bit. How many kills did Tien get in map 1? You can zoom back on the VOD and tell. I can't tell you for now, but you can rewind on the VOD. I have my VODs auto publishing either on YouTube or on Twitch. Either one's fine, so you can go back and see that. Yeah, let's see if the audio is synced. No, it's not. That's definitely not nice. We'll wait until this tree ends, then we'll just quickly restart the audio source, and we'll get back to that. So this will just start once again real quickly. Pay no attention to it. We'll be back just now, and that means that also our audio will be resynced up. Just need to do that sometimes, just because streaming from the RTMP. I think it's RTMP or whatever it is. I can sometimes do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not broken. It's just restarting. Maybe I should put some text on the bottom of the scene just saying, just restarting stream to fix audio. I should do that. That's a Someone needs to remind me to do that. Miguel, thanks for the follow as well. And Jock as well. Now, we do say that the Aurora does beat the Yone early lane. Yone's early laning phase has been one of the reasons he's been less seen in pro play recently. He could survive against most of the AD carries, actually. Even if it was not great. But the thing about the Aurora is just so nasty. You get tagged by a Q. Nasty. However, IE coming in towards mid lane. Passive comes through. Melee synergy going under the turret. And they'll get the first blood. IE will die under turret, though. Making it a 1-for-1. Xiao who can teleport back in. Oh, so close to being great. If he just flashed out away from that last turret shot, perhaps it could have been different. Doesn't use that flash, though. Goes down. Perhaps was too late anyway. Went through his bot camps, through his top side. Means that... through his bot side, through mid lane. Has his top lane to go towards now. The blow goes in. Zenith Blade landing. Dashing forward to try and get Tarek's stun. Won't be able to get that, but the spell shield is now gone. The heals come through. The flash for the stun keeps Light alive. Double flash. Well played from Chris. Will it keep him alive from Jachi, though? Good trade there. Great trade there from Jachi and Dway. Summon is up. 10 now on bot side. Now you can't really go towards bot side now because he's taken all his bot camps. Was seen doing so because he went from bot in towards mid lane. Bot lane shoved in. Good news there for FPX in their 2v2. That was really nice dash forward from Jachi, though. Free, jumping forwards, dashing forwards, and getting some value, but Sheer trading well. Again, his individual laning has been one of his best parts of his game. Q hits onto Kara, Electric Q comes back. Hey Sam, how's it going?
How are we doing?
Well, Weibo, really good game one. Xiao who walked away with an MVP. Strong Orianna performance. Sheer forcing a flash out of Burrito. Sam's just done his recording. We'll join us back in here. And yeah, we have a Tarek Kundre, first of his career.
Can't even tell you what it's for. All I'll say is it's cool. You should watch NLC at some point. Cool. But that's for a very different league, in a very different part of the world, on a very different stream.
Yeah. And in this game, we did have... So IE got blasted in game one. It was, sadly for him, a poor debut for a player filling in the shoes of Shadow, who was an important leader
big time
for this team.
And FPX had a remarkable journey through the second half, alongside WE, of second split, spring split, whatever your terminology of choice is. Things clearly fell apart in the off-season. There were rumours of a lot of drama going on between players. Either way, the roster shift up.
I think that was dispelled. I think the players talk about it on Weibo, but, you know, sometimes they say things to dispel things. But either way, FPX have had now roster changes. Assume leaving the roster, Shadow leaving the roster, potentially going elsewhere to say BLG. We shall see where he ends up after that point.
Of course, on the other side of it all, some pretty wild compositions here as Sheer drops the equalizer. Again, there's a player who's had a bit of a weird old journey, was touted to replace Flandre. People wondering why he wasn't starting over him not so long ago when they were sharing spot on JDG. FPX, he's been a little hit and miss. At his best, he's still been very good, but there's been a few more cracks in his performance than perhaps people thought there might be at this point in his career. But here we are. Of course, I'm assuming you've talked about the Tarek at this point as well. Enchanter with the Lucian. I can see the stun with the dash being quite good fun.
Yeah, we had a fun early 2v2 trade with Jetch and Dway blowing both flashes of Light and Crisp, actually, with Lucian dashing in to try and confirm the Tarek stun. A little bit hard to do it against Civil with the spell shield. However, what you can do is do something like you can W-E from Lucian, so you kind of fire out a skill shot, E forwards and try and pop the spell shield with the W and then get the stun free through onto them. Then, of course, activates the Lucian passive as well, because Vigilance procs on people who've been CC'd near to him, and, of course, when he gets heals and shields as well. So Tarek can actually be very, very good if he can start spamming through the Starlight's Touch, was it?
That's the one, yes.
That's the... Yeah, I'm trying to remember if that's the passive or whether that's the... No, that's not. That's Bravado. Bravado's the passive. Yeah, I remember this stuff. Yeah, so basically what you need to know about Tarek Lucian, because it's not a very often seen combo, is if Tarek gets to continually auto-attack and spam heals, Lucian gets an incredible amount of extra damage. You can also get this through the stuns. I think particularly now they've made it through early laning phase, this combo is very, very powerful. Taric has always been a champion which, if you can get him through early laning phase, is very powerful. He has one of the best ultimates in the game if you use it well. Great combo going through Shatter Electrocute. Takes a lot of the HP off of the Lucian. We'll get healed up by the Taric. Grub spawning in the next minute. Might see ourselves some rotation around. Quite different lane assignments here. 2v2 of Weibo stationed in mid lane, as opposed to FPX putting it in top lane instead. So Weibo not having to face up against that Lucian Taric as the Sivir Leona. Getting closer towards potentially our first fight of the game.
It does seem like it's a little bit of a slower game from last one. I call a little bit of it. Looked like Weibo kind of smashed it, all things said and done. But they've been a bit of a weird team in general. People expect them to be genuinely amazing. You've got people like Tien, Xiaohu, Breed, all elite level players in the LPL at their primes. And I thought they would be kind of close to it, even if they weren't necessarily winning it. They'd be certainly competing. And then it all kind of got a little bit lackluster throughout the year. They recovered a bit in spring, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't dominant. Up come Grubs though, and FPX are starting them up. They claim the first one.
They're on the side.
Finds an angle onto Chris. We've taken very damn low. He's tanky for a moment. We'll try and throw down a little bit of CC. It finally goes down as Jachi is forced to burn the culling as well. That's a lot of tools to bring down a Leona and a lot of time burned on it. They'll still secure 2 Grubs, so probably, in the grand scheme of things, a worthwhile trade for now.
Yeah, Weibo don't really have the damage right now. They'll be looking to stop the 3 Grubs if possible, but they can't do so. And without a Leona to force the play... Well, Leona does have teleport to get back into the play, but doesn't want to throw himself straight into the action. FPX walk away with one quick and easy kill, and Weibo, they're the ones this time that kind of misjudged the engage coming at them around the Grubs. I think last game, FPX were really the ones to do that. They, yeah, got picked off a little bit from Grubs last game. Are you trying to potentially smite fight for this Tien? A little bit of XP off of 7.
Has to be a little wary here. Has got the Arctic Assault, so should be fine. Did have a multiple members collapsing, so that's been fumbled. Could have gotten interesting, but now FPX, no 3 people are here, and they're going to trapped in the back of the pit here a little bit. Looking for the stun, can't quite find it except onto Chris, but maybe he's just in danger again. Tanky again for a moment, flashes this time and survives, but 2 awkward collapse in the room from Weibo in a row.
FPX playing the combo well. The Yone being able to follow up for extra CC is nice as Dre pops the Venom and stops the recall of life. This Taric's been great, and Dre is a support that we've had our eyes on. We had a chat in our first series of the day, particularly with Palkia coming in as a new support to EDG, about how the support pool of LPL has, ever since Ming has not been playing and Mako has been dropping in form, the support pool of the LPL has needed some fresh blood for a while. We've been waiting to see who could join that, and I think Dre's been great. I think Dre's been great. The fact they can bring out something like this Taric at this point is very good to see. Creative supports have not necessarily been something which the LPL has ever really produced that much. It's definitely been more of an LCK thing. We've not had the Bard players, we've not had that sort of genre of support. Dre has been, of our new school of supports though, someone who is a bit more willing to throw the cards on the table and pick something new. The Taric has been working well, and well, yeah, Weibo, they've been suffering from it. The Sejuani Taric, it's been powerful.
And it has, and we don't see a lot of Taric ever. Of course, has historically been one of those kind of niche ace in the hole for a few teams. Remember the eras of Sona Taric and Spec T1, and some of the IG members do as well, because they got the fastest game of all time internationally into that with the Draven game, into poor old Wolf and Bang, who got a little bit slammed. It does happen in those lanes occasionally. Either way, Taric this game in a pretty good spot, and one of the hardest scaling champions in the game. He is we call it a hyper carry, but a hyper scaler certainly can't quite sink the CC onto Care there. Of course, with the changes to the Unbound Soul, you can't buffer through CC quite as freely as you once did on Yone.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Yone is you still get to largely ignore the consequences of this CC. Because you're still, like, if you recast the E, you're still flying back to your point where you started. It's just that you'll take however much CC is left, you'll still wait that out at your return point, which you didn't used to do so before, which is a thing of all time. Breathe gets that ult onto Sheer, good trade onto him.
It's a Sundering Slam, that's the name of the Q2. The cunning swipe there. And the Sundering Slam is the Q2.
Dragon started up, no ult from Breed. Can't cancel a teleport from Sheer now if he wanted to do so, but I guess Weibo don't want to do it. They don't have the first item on Sivir just yet. They have Cultivated, and now Weibo are playing the scaling factor. They want a couple of items onto their Sivir. The Lucian Taric, especially with the early game Sejuani value from IE. Something that Weibo wants to avoid.
And again, it's a bit of a weird one to figure out exactly where scaling lies this game, because I feel like Taric is inevitably going to change equations, but on the other side you've got Wukong, Sivir, both scale exceptionally well, but Yone with a Sejuani pairing alongside a Taric giving you a stun on top of you, Lucian notoriously mid-game, but again, Taric makes things awkward because the ult is so potent and makes those conversations much more nuanced than I think it might be in other drafts, where it's a bit more clean-cut.
I'm glad the creativity's there. Bit of a problem. Use that E right in front of Leona. Chris not landing the Zenith Blade, though. Not his best Leona game just yet. But then again, Chris did win an LPL split on Top Esports earlier this year. The fact that he's been let go from Top Esports after they won a split, and split what it is, just shows you the state of the LPL right now. The desperation and everything that goes with it. Chris was a big part of that win. I think that him and Kanavi comboed up very well. I think him and Jackalib were a very good 2v2, but of course things fell apart at first stand for them, sadly. Oh, worth noting as well, Jackie actually going for the W second max rather than going for the more consistent DPS and mobility of the E max, which is E second max, which is much more common towards that W. Back to Chris though. But yeah, Chris back. Oh, light.
Maybe we should have said light, because light's in the game.
Great. By the way, there's a reference to Hit Metallica's song of Wolf and Men. Go listen to it. Specifically, the orchestra version on the S&M album is very, very good.
Also, did you listen to the second S&M album very much?
Yeah, a little bit. It didn't hit
it was a little bit more...
no, it was more creative.
That's a nice way of putting it. I'd say it's a bit more dumb bum.
Yeah, it insists upon itself.
That's a much kinder way of putting it, Alex. That's a much, much kinder way of putting it.
But honestly, the original S&M album, one of my top albums of all time. It's in my top 10.
I think it's top 5 for me. For a long time, it was my favorite.
I think it is. I do think it is the best live album of all time.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you.
It's very, very good. So yeah, if you'd like any musical takeaways from the stream, go listen to Metallica's live album. Really, really good. They have multiple ones, but the S&M one.
Chinese takeaway. You don't really get Chinese takeaway in Germany very much.
No, you do. We just don't eat from it that
but it's okay. It's not. It's a very different kind of Chinese takeaway. You know what I mean? You're not going to get a chow mein in the same way.
I mean, you can. You can. It really depends on areas. So I think we were quite blessed with having good places around us when we grew up.
True.
What else? So 2 minutes until Dragon, 30 seconds till Herald. A little while until Articon comes up. First item hit by Light, stacking up that Yun's house. Really, we're looking to see when that Sivir hits towards the 3 items, of course. Going towards the Flicker Blade second gives you that uptime on the shield. And of course, the Ricochet is kind of permanent at that point, really.
Let's go, of course. A minute, we've got to keep our eyes. Jue had a very good split 2, all things said and done. I think he was up there as one of our best performing supports. His Nautilus, his Nico, absolutely terrifying. We saw some real highlight plays from the guy. Got a Taric this time around. As we said, something of a niche pick to be sure. Jachi alongside him has joined the roster. And again, he is one of those LDL AD carries who was running the LDL alongside Nayo, alongside Niket. On Top Esports Challengers, they were just the best early game snowball game team in
was a
the
really solid squad.
It really was. And again, one of the issues they ran into is when they came to LPL and weren't running over every game. There was a very different way you had to play it, but Jachi's been learning. I think he has been getting significantly better, and this is a guy who is a very good Lucian player. Herald's being started here, so
yeah, we're going to get a contest. Breeze coming in, does have flash and ult. Herald's going down, but the contest is late.
So they get the backside, but the ult still triggers, and now you've got a load of invulnerable Taric about it, but Jachi didn't get the invul. Does it matter? Is the question after as Xiao's gone in. They might have picked up 2. The bot lane dead, but it is traded back for 2 in return. Flash away from the Q3. Xiao, who's still in danger as the Permafrost comes on down. Trying to get damage over shit, but the ricochets. Care, though, untouched, unbinds his soul. And we'll have to go right back where he started. It's a messy affair. But it's still going to be a 4-for-3 in favor of WBG.
Yes, in favor of Weibo, but they do lose the Herald. Light's Sivir goes absolutely mental. This was a play which Weibo dunked a lot of their damage into the Taric ultimate. I'm surprised that they had the damage left after that point to clean up the fight, but I think the ricochets did an awful lot of work from Light, even at the 1.5 item mark. Shout out to Xiaohu as well, that Aurora putting a ton of damage down. We're watching the replay here. Initially, I thought, oh, bloody hell. They've just gone and massively stopped. They've just thrown this. But Jachi doesn't make it into the Taric ult. The Lucian goes down. He's not invulnerable. Great ult from Ambessa to put the damage into the Lucian despite the fact that everyone else was invulnerable.
trying to figure out how Jachi didn't get inside the Cosmic Radiance, and you're right, it was a phenomenal public execution. Credit to Care, though, who carried the back end of that. I thought after the Lucian got picked in such order, it could have gotten very messy. But we're back to life and we go again.
Dragon's coming up. No Taric ult, a long cooldown for this one. They'll have to fight without the invulnerability.
That far off, though. Maybe if they can buy time, they can get there in time. Look at Breathe, looking for another angle. Sheer, buying some time. Does have the equalizer, drops it onto Light. That's a valuable target. Care is not in the play anymore, though. Got split off, but still managed to find a Fate Seal onto not very many people because a good flash out. Dragon, secured by Eye. Important. Now Care, a little low, but gets out to safety. No one dies, and the Dragon is secured. That's sole point for FPX.
Eye gets the smite as Tien jumps out of the pit, jumps into the pit. Doesn't quite know what he wants to do there. And FPX managed to take the fight, even without that Taric ultimate. Again, the first rank of it, very, very long cooldown. So, not able to get that one cleanly off. Did he get to stick around from the mid lane turret? No. Weibo now see sole point on the side of FPX. Weibo, of course, reminders to those who watched this team before, are not necessarily our most consistent team. They are very, very good in singular games within the series. And the next game on, no idea where that same team's gone after that point. I think in this game, IE's had a much better game of it. I think Tien and Chris have been struggling. I think Jue has been the better support by far in this game so far. However, we are getting towards that point where the Sivir gets spooky. We're getting to a point where the Aurora is spooky. The objectives are in favor of FPX. But unlike last game, when FPX were behind in those objectives, they didn't have the goal to fight back. Weibo absolutely do. They're getting towards the point where Light can be a huge problem. Light, interestingly, actually going towards the Tabby to deny some of the extra auto attacks, which makes a lot of sense. There are technically 4 auto attackers and physical damage sources on the side of FPX, and Silverline is automatic damage. But you know what I mean. The Lucian and the Yone not as able to now out-trade the Sivir in the same capacity.
Definitely trickier. And the gold, that meaningful? Maybe the sole point a little bit more of the public execution to go wide in the top side. Potentially important. Lands the Q3 with the Mortal Steel. Eats a bit of trade back as Tien was there to hit him with the Crushing Blow. Point in the game. Tien maxed out at level 9. You do actually do quite a lot of damage with a Trinity Enforced Empowered Q. Good chunk, 20% of people's health bar can just disappear in a second or two.
Oh, yeah, and also you have to give us a replay of that one. Yeah, also worth noting as well that the Crushing Blow gives you the Armor Shred as well.
Ah, yes, of course it does.
See whether Tien goes towards the Black Cleaver, because if you go towards a decent enough Cyclone, start shredding with the Black Cleaver, especially if you get a Q on someone as well. If they get hit by ricochets after that point,
they will die. Yeah.
Sivir already does enough damage, on the whole. If they're already shredded in terms of armor, your health bar just whittles away so quickly. And particularly because FPX have a team comp that realistically wants to clump up. You want people close enough to proc the Sejuani pass. You want people close enough to get inside the Taric heals, shields, and the ultimates. That means that the Ricochet is going to be hitting clumps of targets. And if you do allow the Sivir to get decent damage, that will hit multiple people down if that uptime starts. I mean, even now, just on the 2 items, good damage.
Smite one, they were trying to bait out a spell shield there. Can't quite do it. 2 minutes till the Dragons, who do have the ability to burn that Smite and not feel too bad about having done so. Doesn't lead to all that much yet. Eyes top playing, perhaps, as we're seeing Johnny and the Ambassador do their usual jousting. 7 seconds on Breed's ult. He has been very willing to pull the trigger opportunistically.
Really need to see if the Aurora is going to teleport in. That's a lot of Weibo's gold right now. Chris caught out again.
Oh, takes a lot of damage. He's just not tanky. He decides to go forward to try and get something. Can't do it. Overcomes Breathe finally. But they burned a lot to kill Eliona. In comes the Cosmic Radiance, though. And again, they're invulnerable. Sheer now here. He is not, however. There's not the best equalizer. Everyone gets to bounce away. Jachi low, but alive. Sheer flashes away. Tien looking for more. Light hopping on force. Looking for a boomerang blade and some ricochets. The twofold hex will bring down Sheer. There's double, Boyle in trouble. Aurora ensures Macbeth had the right of it. Fear the witches.
Still a 1-for-1 though. Weibo teleport a little bit late with the Aurora. The Rumble came in first. And Xiao had to come in a little bit after the play had come through. Light loses the flash in the play. FPX can definitely pick up that and use that. Exploit it later on. Dragon coming up in a minute. There is no flash on Xiaohu, Tien, or Light, or Chris. Well, Chris will get it back just now, actually. Apologies on that one. That is something which FPX can very much go towards. Chris really, really struggling to walk away from these plays. Had the Ghost from this to have a bit more ability. Even that's not enough to escape the Yone Sejuani rampant auto attackers walking towards them. Then Cyclone delays a little bit. And that allows the Aurora to get into the play, split the fight off. That between worlds kind of stops a lot of the damaging members of FPX having any chance to get a second play into. And of course, a lot of this fight, Civ is not really touched.
6-6 in kills. 1,500 gold lead to Weibo Gaming. Unfortunately, it's mounting sole point for FPX on the other side. Turret's going to go down bot side. That will expand the gold lead somewhat. 10 seconds on Dragon. FPX. Couple options here. The Atakan being on the other side of the map, they could theoretically look to trade out a Dragon for that, but I think they are, in fact, all around bot side. Cosmic Radiance, I think, is back up and available. A little bit difficult to tell with that coloration.
No, you can see there's a little bit of
I know. It's the reason I was like, I don't know. That coloration's not far off, but here comes the teleports. We go again.
Weibo onto the objective first. IU, how good is a smite key? Good HP for now.
Chris flashes away. In comes the Glacial Prison. Tien taken low. Breathe the back end of it, trading up with Dre, but that's not the easiest target as Jachi brings down the Leona. Ido dies. That's the jungler out for the count. What about the back end of the Between World comes on down? The Dragon now secured by Tien. All the while, the Cosmic Radiance finally armed. Breathe now in danger of the piercing light. Gets a shield with a repudiation. Will still go down. Care on the other side. Gets work done, but Xiaohu finally brings him low. But they lose 4 members. Dragon secure, but it's a hefty cost they pay.
Yeah, IE dies before he can get that smite down, but Weibo this time get completely stopped by the Taric ultimate, which allows Care to do a huge amount of damage on the back end too. Weibo, they do stop the soul going over though, and I think that is the most important thing. Weibo are still fine with the gold lead. They have 1,000 there. They will have lost a little bit of that due to the kills going over to the side of FPX. But this is still within acceptable margins for them. Start of this play, I was thinking, well, Cibrani's looking good. But then the Aftershock and the passive wears off. And a lot of those resistances go down with it. He's left out alone. And I thought, well, okay, surely that's got to be the huge difference. Now, Weibo, I think, go a little too far. Breathe thinks he has a full kill combo. Gets caught by a fantastic Taric stun. With how mobile an Ambessa is, catching someone in a kind of stun like that is very, very hard to do indeed. Does it anyway. And Care does the rest on the backline, getting 2 for himself. What does Taric's ult do? So, Taric tethers to people with his W, and his ultimate summons a giant big circle around both him and his tethered teammate. After, I think it's 2.5 seconds, it arms, and then everyone inside that circle from teammates is invulnerable for the next 3-4 seconds, something like that. So it's hard to arm because you have to predict when the damage is going to come in about 2.5 seconds in advance. But if you do get it on the right timing, and it's much easier to do that when you're doing it aggressively than defensively, at least you can coordinate with your team in advance. Go in now, and you press it a little early. Very, very powerful, having that just a straight-up, potentially team-wide invulnerability. Very, very strong.
And again, Taric is one of those champions that can feel a bit awkward in the early game, but as you get some levels, particularly in your Q, your Starlight's Touch, you get into melee range of people, you can do a lot of work. You scale incredibly well. Deceptive amounts of healings with that Q, especially, as I said, as you get a few more stacks in it. Dazzle as well, very potent. That stun when you've got people who can deliver it for you. Tien eats a lot of damage from the culling. Jachi will drag him down about a 3rd HP, and that might mean an opportunistic Atakan start.
3rd item Lucian, 3-item Lucian, Infinity Adjustments, Reaver, Flicker Blaze. That we don't have none of that fire cannon stuff in there. The extra AD and the crit, so much work. Atakan started up by FPX now, and with Tien getting a little bit of HP back from farming, will be enough to contest, but needs to be careful. Atakan might be gone before he's there.
They popped on the hunt. I don't think they're getting there in time. They're going to try and get here shortly, but Tien is miles away. The Glacial Prison slow. Forced a backstep from Tien as well. Atakan secured. Get that many petals from it as yet. It's still in a decent position. Cosmic Radiance now coming on through. Goes into the backline with a perfect execution, but will not find anything. And in goes Care. The fates are indeed sealed. Between Worlds gets some time on out, and actually, they don't get much on the end of it. Unfortunately for FPX, the ricochets begin to fly, and the problem is if light isn't touched, the end result is still the boomerangs flying everywhere.
I've no idea how Jachi got caught out that far away from enemy territory, but he did anyway, from allied territory rather. Tien's going to stick around in mid lane, has the Triforce and Black Cleaver. He can just definitely destroy this mid lane turret away, but lose the Atakan. But they get themselves a pick on the AD carry. They get themselves potentially some extra tower. Sadly can't take down that mid lane turret for them.
Yeah, it's also scary, I think, and stick around for it.
Yeah, it will have only taken a second or two for Tien, but scared off by Care, absolutely, especially at that HP. But Weibo, how the hell did they catch this Lucian? I didn't catch it in live, because right here, this is a very good Lucianal. Lucian, not Tarot call over Verona again. Very, very good Tarot call. But how does Judgy get caught out that far? Jumps forward, flat. My dude just flashed into a Cyclone.
I get that he had invuln on, but not for that long.
Well, that's the thing. No, he didn't. There was a certain point where, no, your invuln wears off. So Judgy blowing the flash and dying there. No flash now for this dragon fight, which would be another soul opportunity for FPX. You have 3 items for Light, who has the Immortal Reminder, so he has Armor Pen, and of course the anti-heal as well, which is very impactful against the both the Yone and the Tarek heals. Weibo, I mean, the Sivir, even being 1.5k down, still a Sivir at 3 items now.
And again, I get it. Another double top after that order. You kill off the Wukong. You can start dancing around again. It all feels really good. Triumph comes on through, but you don't, because you're knocked in the air. You don't get to press any auto attack buttons, do you? And you look a bit silly, Judgy. And the observers zoom in on you rightly for an ardent place, but this mid lane tier 1 is gone. You need to back away, my son. Does so. Dragon spawned. EX a little behind the curve because they just lost pressure in mid lane. Again, in the river. FPX gonna have to face check.
Dway, oh, good chunk there onto him. From Xiao, who has Smite from the spellbook, so they have 2-1 in terms of smites.
Flash to work with. Dazzle gonna try and jump onto Crisp, who flashes away the equalizer. Not fantastic. Glacial Prison gets onto Light, who has to flash away. Crisp now down. Look at Breathe on the other side. They're looking for an angle. Cosmic Radiance comes on down. Doesn't really get as much as they might be hoping, but they still get the smite. Dragon secured. FPX with Soul.
IE gets the smite. Didn't even need the spellbook from Dway. It's just D-Key versus D-Key. Well, I guess F for IE in this case. But Tien misses it. Mountain Soul to FPX. That's a big win for them. They're going to head towards the Baron. Weibo, do they choose to fight? They're pushing mid lane. Surely you have to contest. I know you're down your support. Krista, another poor fight from him. The Baron's just going to be gone because they're slow to move.
Gonna go into the backline, fate sealed on 3! Light needs to run, but to where? It's the end of the tunnel and the freight train of care was waiting for you. There's another Metallica reference to go. Breathe goes down for the count as well. Breathes no more. 3 down, Baron secured, and FPX in control.
Light just doesn't press the spell shield key, not expecting the Yone ultimate, but doesn't react either. FPX might have just brought us to a 3rd game.
Oh, well. Continuing to hump for a little bit more. On the prowl for tier 3s. Weibo have to hold the line somehow, but they got 20 seconds to work with, and it's a 3k gold lead. It's Baron, it's Soul. 2-man advance. Equalizer comes across, forces the Veil from Xiaohu, goes between worlds, gets a decent chunk into the backline. He's trying to clear the minions, but he just doesn't have enough in the tank. I appreciate the attempt. It had to be done. But it'll be rabbit stew for dinner as FPX rise from the ashes of game 1 aptly. Bomb plus Phoenix bring us to 3.
I think we can safely call that one a support gap. I think Dway's Tarek
Out there smiling as he remembers the horrible things he's done to people in recent history on that champion. It is locked in.
Aatrox able to hop over that pillar. I'm a little bit worried. I am quite worried for FPX that if they don't position well in team fights, any stun comes through, someone immediately dies, your team fight falls apart. If Sheer chooses the wrong angle, doesn't come in on the right timing, stun comes down, someone dies. If it comes in a little too late, someone dies when you can't impact that fight too. Jatchi, you're talking about him on top esports challenges. Him and Niket were a very good duo around playing around him on stuff like the hyper carries and stuff
Big
like
time.
that. So
Yeah, it was prime Aphelios meta, guys. When Ishin 1xn was coming up from LDL, Jatchi was matching on things like the Aphelios. They were two of our better players of it. But then again, every AD carry at the time was expected to play it. Happened to be that Jatchi was one of the better options. You've got a Viego, you've got a Gallia, more importantly, try and keep you alive. There was a game loss. You have to tell us we're great on Twitter. That's what happens.
Hey, you can do that regardless. Every so often. Okay, let's hear those Gyres.
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
Very cool Kindred cosplay there. I think that was Kindred with the horse. I suppose it might be Yunara, considering she's just come out. There's a little look at our... I can do this. Statistical forecast for the game. Definitely a mid-game spike there for FPX. And then Weibo begin to come back in, I think, as things like that Kai'Sa and the value of just raw burst will overcome the ability to survive it for long enough to get ultimates through in time. Phase rush on the Galio. You can understand that one. May need to run away relatively fast in a side lane.
Yeah, allows you to occasionally disengage from the Trundle, who is a pain otherwise. Sometimes, of course, you see a bunch of different keystones on Galio. Spellbook's not bad, of course, with the buffs to that.
Aftershock once upon a time.
Aftershock is still fine in certain matchups yet, too. Going to get spotted out by Xiao, who can walk up and, you know, get the phase rush to run back towards the minions. Wall put down onto that bot side. Raptor opening, so Tien going to be spotted out there. Both junglers have wards on their Raptors. Level 1 from the Aphelios' worst point in the game because he's not really a champion. He switches some guns around at you. Kind of feels crap. By the way, tip for Aphelios players out there. You want to get rid of your Severum first off. The first 2 times you see your Severum, you get rid of it ASAP, and then you just get rid of whatever weapon comes in order as well, and that'll get you through to your most common weapon combination. First it goes between your utility weapons in your Infernum and Gravitum, your blue-purple, and it then goes into a very cool combo where you go into red-white, which is where you use up all your red ammo and you occasionally go blender mode, and it leaves you with all of your white ammo if you need it for white-green, your rifle turrets, Calibrum Crescendum, what I argue to be the strongest combo in the game.
It's very strong.
It increases, it's so insane with the extra auto combos too.
And yes, of course, like, there's probably a higher DPS peak with Severum Crescendo, your red-white, but you have to be so much shorter range.
You know, technically, highest DPS is... Okay, so highest DPS is... You drop your last Sentinel turret on Calibrum Crescendo. So you get a rifle turret on the ground. That switches over to Infernum, which then gives you Infernum Calibrum, which allows you, with enough attack speed, to auto-Q and then get your last auto in before the rifle mark applies, and you get like a 4 auto combo in the space of like a second and a bit.
Big DPS
really, really
burst.
nice, especially if you end up getting your Calibrum ult in there too. You can just get a crazy amount of autos. But while that's happening, of course, you got the rifle turret on the floor as well, so you get the 3 up and switch.
If you ever wonder why you sometimes see Calibrum Infernum late game, and I do mean late game, that's why. Because you need to hit certain breakpoints for that combo to work, otherwise it's a bad rotation.
It was particularly good. Hang on a second, Tien's going to find out Kaya here. He's going to get the phase rush, he'll be safe. But yeah, particularly when it came through to press the attack Aphelios, Calibrum Infernum was really, really nice for very quickly applying press the attack and getting a very big combo. And yes, you're absolutely right here. We'll talk more about Aphelios through the game. We don't see him that much. It's nice to nerd out about him and his weapon combinations later. And appreciate if it all sounds like hieroglyphs right now too. But yeah, that wave position in the mid lane, really not nice. Galio, when the wave goes away from you, you don't have that many ways to fix it. If you're farming from range like this, you don't quite have enough wave clears. You need your passive for that too. And you can't just last hit, because everything you do to kill minions is AoE.
As long as Xiaohu's threatening that stun when you're that low HP, you take a bad trade and the lane is even worse, right? You might not get the kill on the first rotation from Xiaohu. You can make Care suffer for it, and the wave's still in an awful spot. He needs the jungler here, but not to put too fine. If IE comes over, it will screw his clear into the Trundle, and then the Trundle becomes a problem. The Viego's behind half an item. So you've got to be very wary. Unfortunately for Care, he's kind of screwed until Dway or IE can get over there on a good timer. This is a bad space to be.
And this shows the value of the Gremlin gank. Tien comes in, early game, level 3, throws a bit of damage down, chunks out one lane. It doesn't get the kill, but it sets up his laner to have a really good position. Typically, we see this in top lane, but when you see matchups like this, as we've just highlighted here, the Galio struggles to fix lanes by himself, which is why players like Knight, players like Chovy on the Galio are so damn good, because they always know what they want from their wave, so you don't get them into this kind of losing game scenario where they kind of constantly playing fix up the wave. They don't fall into that trap. Care, sadly, not able to do the same here. Puts them in a difficult scenario.
He's supposed to keep the farm over there. After finding Eclipse, grabbing Q, doing some value. The slow's coming through onto Chris now, who's burned his headbutt. Not being ingressed onto anymore. And finally going to reset. And again, has at least kept largely up in farm, but is going to be forced on a relatively early reset. Does get the Spectre's Cull early, so you know what? Despite the awkward wave state,
yeah, it's okay.
Tread that line okay.
Yeah, ends up going fine here, actually. Gonna come back in towards that mid lane. Oh yeah, that's a good point, actually. Like using the base Kai'Sa skin, not using IG Kai'Sa for once in his life, and also not using the Uzi Kai'Sa skin, which I wondered whether we'd see a bit more of that, but not today. IE's gonna go towards the dragon. Kaz teleported back in, so he's full HP and ready to tussle, and that'll be dragon taken.
Bit of a Viego trick there as well. Decided not to throw it against the wall because it can reveal that you're on the dragon, because the thing will go all the way around. And sometimes that's fine because you want more space to maneuver in. But if you're trying to be stealthy about it, try not to hit the walls there, or people will know exactly what you're doing. It's a big sign saying, yo, Viego's in the pit.
Also, one of the things you shouldn't do when you're on stuff like Raptors as well, because you just see it flying around in the mid lane, it's like, ha.
Well, I guess the Viego is here.
Well, would you look at that? Yeah, a bit of a dead giveaway, that one. So, slower game again. I have to say, I am kind of missing early skirmishes. I feel like our early skirmishes have fallen off in the current meta again. I feel like most teams are taking a bit of a handshake, and I get that these are not our top teams. Maybe we'll see some more in the next series, but
Where is my violence, Alex?
particularly, I think most teams are pretty happy to just survive through the first few levels of 2v2 and then just keep switching around.
You did a very good job of not reacting to the weird Muppet voice.
Well, the thing is, Sam, I'm trying to get this point done before it gets too derailed. I'm like, I'm not going to complete this point. Otherwise, you've chosen this moment to derail it.
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
That you have.
Actively so, yes.
You have every right to choose that. I will just occasionally say, well, I'm going to try and delay it for as long as possible, much like this as well, because I'm trying to explain why I miss early action in games and why we don't
That's
have
actually
as
very
much
true,
right
yeah.
now.
I'm having to bring my entertainment vibe. That's the reason, right? I wouldn't be doing this if we had gameplay.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've got game existence. Play indicates fun. I have seen subsistence. That's the word we'll go with.
What does that even mean? You're insisting upon yourself, Sam. You're insisting upon
to
yourself.
subsist is to sort of like survive, basically.
That's great, Sam.
Subsist is like to survive on something.
Grub's up in 10 seconds. Should probably talk about that. Right now, Breathe getting really good individual lane lead over Sheer. Going up towards about 20 CS. I think it goes down to about 15 once the wave starts to equalize. You see that get any more than this. If it gets more than that, then the Aatrox starts to play from behind the game significantly. We really don't want that. Execution is calling, already getting some value. Breathe, flashing in again, pops that ultimate.
Promise for World Ender. Sheer, though, didn't get the chance to press a Q or anything. Finally does. Gets the Infernal Chains. Gets a few autos back. There's the Deathbringer's stance. Decent trade back in the HP bar, but of course with the Rage stacked, a few more empowered abilities to get scary. Over the grubs we go. IE gets one grub, flashes immediately away. Nice attempt from Chris, gets into the backside, roots some people up. The stuns come on forward, the pillar, nasty, all over play, even a flash on forwards from TN. Secures the club wall up and a chomp. Ensures Viego is dead.
Viego goes a little too far looking for the grub and then doesn't get out before the CC comes through. These early grub fights have really been where the team that wins the game starts to pull ahead at first. Weibo in the first game and now in the third one. It's a good litmus test for them. Being stuck against that wall as a red side team contesting grubs has been such a killer. Viego can get over that wall, but doesn't manage to get through in time before Weibo capitalize. They'll get 2 grubs out of it, not the full 3, but they'll happily take that and the kill.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're a bit of interest, but I think IE with the flash, with the ult, probably got off the back of the pit. Tried to exit with the team, looking to see whether there was a skirmish angle, but probably was a mistake in the end. Good flash from TN secures it. Still, not game-breaking as yet, but all the same, 2 for 1 of the grubs, plus the extra kill is a good win for Weibo Gaming nonetheless. It gets them the early lead, and what you want to see.
Die for a single grub, worth. Absolutely. I've done that many a time in...
Who hasn't?
Many a time in my playing, I say career, you know, last time.
I mean, you were a rank 1 arena player.
Yeah, there aren't any grubs in arena, Sam.
No.
No, there are not. You get the, you know, weirdly enough, you get Void Mites in Arena from the Reality Fractures, one of the prismatic items where if you deal damage to someone, you can summon some Void Grubs. Those things are nasty as heck. My one of my favorite builds was getting that on, well, I mean, I played a lot of Zyra, so I get that on Zyra, build Leandri's Riftmaker, and the Grubs will benefit from the damage increase from that, and then, you know, apply both. It was kind of insane. You get like 15,000 damage from it, and against Hyper Tanks, it was a good time. I say that I can still have those times. Dragon up in 30 seconds, that'll likely be a contest here. Weibo unlikely to give 2 dragons over to FPX, especially now that they will just about, I think, have teleport up on Breathe. Maybe if they delay the fight a little more. Xiaohu will be coming in a decent level of power as well. Need to be careful not to give that reset over towards the Viego, though. That's where things can go very badly wrong for Weibo.
Very much can. So, at this point, dragon spawning in a few seconds is kind of we've been noting and musing about. One of the ones who are bringing their support into the mid lane. Xiaohu clears that one out. They're roaming down into that river, but it does look like we're likely going to get a contest, especially Jachi. Using that Infernum Graviton combo, gets the wave cleared. Has now got the big burst utility combo to work with around this potential fight.
Again, really need to pay attention to that first kill. Very easy to get punished in this game. Breathe walking his way down, choosing not to use the teleport. Can actually teleport back up towards topside if he needs to. Jachi has utility guns. What he really wants to do is get them both to low ammunition, fire out the abilities and ult of his choice, and then switch around into the DPS weapons after Dragon started. Going to clear out that ward. Breathe coming down early. Sheer choosing to teleport.
On in now. They get the wave shot, so now, of course, going to have the loss of that wave. Sheer throws down the ult. Chunk onto Crisp. Jump away, though, as Dway goes in into the Mega Inferno Bomb. They find a massive combo with the Aphelios, but no kills coming on through quite yet until just now. Turnaround as the Aphelios is murdered by Xiaohu. What's happening with the rest of this fight, though? Breed looking to be threatening on the front line as this Renekton shielded around on two. Go in! Decisive gets another body. It's the Trundle. Big value. Breed will dice on through, flash on up, but slowed down by the smite. Hit with that Spectral Maw and will surely fall. Body secured, and now he gets a double.
Jachi slams home the Mega Infernum Bomb after Dway crashes down on the heads of Weibo, and I think their lead in this game crashed down with it. No dragon for FPX, but a bunch of kills will make them feel much better about this early game, especially with 3 kills for Sheer. That top lane matchup that was going so well for Breathe has just been completely reversed. Sheer walked down, separated Light away from the fight. That's bad enough already, forcing that flash out. And then look at this on the other side. Dway managed to get through into that ultimate from the Infernum, the Mega Infernum Bomb, as we call it. The AoE damage, it's not the hyper craziness of late game, but it does enough to get the first reset, and that's enough for it. i.e. gets himself an extra charge of that ultimate, basically, to go in for an extra kill, and then gets that Trundle. Basic abilities of Trundle, nasty attack, gets some good damage down, finishes off for a final kill.
Of course, did lose Jachi, did lose Dway, so it wasn't completely for free. It was still a better position at the end of the fight for FPX. Still, kill score now even, gold largely even, Dragons, guess what, largely even. It's in a game state where still waiting for the decisive pick-off. Weibo did get the first 3 kills first, so the ones who did get that marker towards the full feats of strength.
Jachi on his optimal weapon combo now, going towards Collector first. One of the things that people forget about Aphelios, when you level up on Aphelios, you don't level up an ability, you level up stats. You get different stats per level because of this. You typically go more towards your AD first. There are some builds where you get some attack speed early. Allows you to get some very funky combos with your Infernum Calibrum, which allows you to get that crazy auto reset combo, which we talked about earlier into this game. But one of the things you do when you get the Collector is that you max your lethality second. What it means is that between the two of them, you end up getting... Collector is only 12 lethality, but you get a bunch from your passive too. And you get up towards closer to like 25 lethality going in towards mid-game, which is really, really good against squishies who don't respect it. It means that if you start casting more spells and you get into, you know, your big kind of auto resets and stuff, a crazy amount of damage, much more unexpectedly than people realize.
Eyes on where the gold is. A bit more spread out for Weibo Gaming. The frustration, I think, for Breathe here is that Sheer has 3 on the Aatrox. And if there was an additional carry you wanted to be strong, I think Aatrox does just fine here. A lot of people, once they've blown their burst combos, who are not going to enjoy the longevity of an Aatrox in these fights. Very nasty on those chase downs, very nasty into a relatively short-range comp. Your longest range champion this game is Annie, really, especially if the Kai'Sa goes diving on in with a crit build. It can be a dicey place to be versus an Aatrox who's ahead of the curve.
Absolutely. If the Aatrox survives the initial engage, you have a problem, because you're going to have a Galio coming down on their head. You're going to have ability for the resets of the Aatrox in the ultimate, and the Viego as well. It's always been that knife's edge of the Aatrox, especially with something like the Sundered Sky build as well. If you survive through to your passive plus the Sundered Sky with your ultimate, I don't actually care if you have healing reduction at that point. If you're fed enough, that'll be enough healing to...
Oh no, you've got half HP rather than 2/3.
Like, yeah, no, it's like, well, the HP bar isn't 0. Let them try again. Teleport in from the Renekton and Weibo. Looking to try their luck again. Once again, look for those resets. Jachi on Severin Crescendo.
For some value here, make no mistake about it. Herald, take it. Weibo Gaming get that. That's feats of strength as well. Now the fight commences on the side. Sheer, chunked low by Xiao, who burns the tippers to make it happen. But I think Weibo are happy enough with their prize third objective. They've already got the first 3 kills. Upgraded boots are theirs.
Yeah, Chris blows the ultimate, just make sure that the front line is solid. You don't buy into anything more than that. Tentative there. Weibo not wanting to, again, give that opening for FPX to find themselves big reset fights. FPX will lose that Herald. Weibo, guess they'll use that to try and secure mid lane priority for the next dragon, potentially in 30 seconds. They could do that, summon it quickly. Often teams do hold on to the Herald fairly long, but I would like to see them give FPX a choice between, well, set up for dragon appropriately or lose your mid lane turret. That tends to be the most powerful and most common use of it in pro play.
That it is. Dragon in 10, as we were noting. Care blew his flash. Jachi, I think, will have his coming up shortly. Looking at the timer, you can get a little confused by it being fully grayed out, but that tends to mean that it's about to come up, and there it is. Good note on level 11, just picked up by IE. Big moment for the Viego. A bit more damage on your execute is valuable. Tien looking to stack up with Breathe here. Reset coming on through for Care, but again, he just blew his flash. He needs to get this off and is interrupted by the pillar. Oh dear, Galio. Not a fun time. Slow down, gets a shielded round. Phase rushes out. Actually be out to safety. Tien burns the ult for that. We'll get the tier 1. Realistically means Dragon will be FPX's, but I don't think WBG care all that much.
No, choose not to contest at all. Get some value elsewhere. Now, if they get a double tower trade, this is very much worth them. They get themselves in a turret. So, 2 turrets for 1 dragon. Care forced off of the wave. Get themselves the gold value. Mostly shared between the Renekton and the Trundle. I suppose those are not the best members to go towards the actual gold value. FPX will gold onto the Aatrox and the Viego, who, honestly, I feel like getting gold onto the Aatrox and the Viego is more valuable than Weibo having on their own frontliners of the Trundle and the Renekton. Shadow walking towards Jack. She has cleansed as flash. She's not the best person at surviving that kind of pick opportunity, but does manage to walk away.
Quick enough, he's got tier 2 boots, so the Molten Shield down. It's going to be hard work for Shahu to get further forward. We're going to blow the flash, and willing to do so. And you've got objectives and stuff to kind of save that spell for Care. Justice punches away. Gets out to safety.
Still waiting for that next reset fight. Even enough, like going in.
Does go on forward, binding Eclipse buys some time. Actually gets to run away. Dway now here. TP is coming in, but now surrounded by 4 people. Don't know about that one, Care. Does get headbutted right back into the waiting arms of Tiana. Like Tiana's when he picks it up. Jachi now at 3rd HP. Cannot stick around and defend his turret. Weibo Gaming. Much more like their game 1 form.
Turret's gonna go down. FPX, this is the kind of mistake you can't afford to make. I don't think Weibo gave too much of a macro challenge to FPX here. You know, they brought that Herald top lane, and FPX were a little slow to defend it, gave up an inner turret at the same time. Losing the mid lane turret, that's a big one though. That feels like such a freebie for Weibo, and credit to Weibo. Weibo are one of those teams that is always willing to trade something on the map. They're always willing to say, okay, we will give up a dragon. We will, and they were one of the first teams that would actually give up an Atacon as well when Atacon was first released as well. Right here though, you know, to jump in towards mid lane, a bit of a dull teleport. Jachi was just walking up way too far in the mid lane. Felix is not good at defending mid lane anymore. Can't get out safely. He was so doomed as soon as that teleport came in. But FPX just a little bit lax on the macro and positioning.
Alright. Home's coming down with 2 items at this point. Thorn Mail second into triple AD threat. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Diego, Valios, Aatrox all hate the anti-heal in this one. I think that's very sensible. Dragon in 2.5, but Weibo Gaming have just about broken this game. 3,000 gold lead at this point is going to be tricky. We said it was a narrows line that FPX were going to have to tread. Positioning and all those things, and thus for Weibo Gaming, it's found it easier to punish. FPX have.
FPX were in a really good spot before that, you know. But then suddenly Weibo, they just say, okay, well, we're not going to fight the dragon. We're going to find something else on the map instead, and FPX a little bit bamboozled by that. Which is, I think, given the state of World League of Legends and the current meta, most people expect there will be a fight around dragon. Most people do. However, a couple of choice teams choose not to do that. And in fact, Gen G is one of them. Gen G is one of those teams that will, you know, give up 2nd, 3rd dragon, get themselves top wave, top camps, top tower, get themselves just marginally ahead in terms of gold, use that to bully out the next phase of the map, and then kind of buy back the dragon which they lost earlier by just having better resources to fight the ones after that. In fact, actually, when they were slumping a little bit, I will call it slumping. In some of their games at MSI, when they looked less good, so there's still an undefeated teams in the series, which is ridiculous. Oh, good pillar onto bot side. Care has that flash. Just about get out with it, but punished again. Care having a rough series.
It's not a fun time right now. Had a good Yone game. Games 1 and 2, not anywhere near as fun. Atakan now being threatened. Teleport's coming forward. FPX need this to go well off the Atakan. They pull. Fight over the tri-brush control. Very valuable into Atakan.
Wait, Care. Safe down this bot side, and yeah, that Atakan, so valuable as we've seen at MSI. I think that before MSI teams were maybe underrating it a little bit. I didn't quite realize how valuable it was. I will say, I still think that teams are putting themselves into the mouth of death to try and fight Atakan. Tanking Atakan feels so awful. Because often you have to back off, take a smite fight anyway, because you never really want to be tanking up for that long. The shred and the damage is absolutely absurd. Gonna walk up again, Xian's gonna proc another Q onto it. At least he heals a decent amount as Trundle, you know, chomping down on those things. Keeping FPX around the bot side of the map, keeping them invested, I suppose, around that objective. Dragon up in 20 seconds. Weibo now have a choice, okay. Atakan and Dragon. If you win a fight here, you get both. Next winner of the next big fight is going to get Crisp. Let's not tank the full Atakan channel, friend. He'll get himself a recall and come back out onto the map.
Hey, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
How many days do you think IE has been an active player? I'm not saying as a sub, as an active player.
Well, Sam, I don't even see anything on his match history before this series, Sam.
15 days.
Are you kidding me?
He played
What?
Nest. That was it.
He played any of you.
That's it.
Sam, I think he was on the roster for NEST, but I don't think he played any games. Dre spotted on the ward hit. Dragon's going to go down. FPX not in position to answer anything. They're going to let the Dragon go for free. I suppose they can let that one go down. Remember Weibo, last time they were the ones to give up the Dragon, so FPX are, I suppose, a Dragon ahead in that, but it means that Weibo have the extra gold now. Tien, once again, forcing Care to play respectfully. Tower's going to go down with the Grubs and 2 members hitting it. Atakan now going to be even easier to take with that Bastion in that bot lane. Gone for FPX. No tower to help them get a wave across that middle point and give them another entry of attack. FPX, they're just giving up all the objectives.
The problem is their carries are still largely at 1 item. They've not got the second items completed. Jachi's not there. IE's not there. Atakan now taken. It's too late anyway. TP's flying, trying to find some value. Care will manage to run away with the phase rush, but is left. Sheer in danger. Flash ults away. Breeze gets a big over, goes in between! Into the Galio all after the hero's entrance! They bring a load of people down. Crisp now in danger. Gets the pulverize to buy time, but over the wall comes Jachi with a blast cone and gets another kill secured, but Atakan did go the way of Weibo Gaming. Flash in the pan? Maybe, but it is some gold back.
Weibo get the objectives, but overstay for the fight. And they get wombo comboed. FPX get themselves 2 kills, and it opens up an angle onto middle. I don't really think they can take the whole tower. They don't have that many Grubs, and Xiao is here to wave clear. But again, another reality check for Weibo, that if you lose that first kill, things get hairy. IE gets himself that reset. And Sheer was just tanky enough to escape the initial engage. Atakan goes down. That was the good part of it. Dre was spotted on this. There's a Prinport in that brush. They see him on the flank. And they still go for this play anyway. This is the overstay. You really can't E-forward again like that on Breathe. Dre, really good engage. What a support player he has been for FPX. I think he's having a wonderful year of play so far, despite the inconsistencies of FPX as a full roster.
He's been very
good. Dre
yeah.
has been very, very fun to watch, and I'm very invested in this young man's career now.
Can't wait to see what he does as time goes on. Jachi another kill, gets him to second item, and now FPX have 2 items. Big moment there. IE's got the Collector completed. We've got the Riftmaker done for Kev. We've got the Infinity Edge for Jachi. Those are big, big moments. The thing is, of course, they're still into Atakan. 1,500 or so gold lead from those Blossom differences in stats. If I've done my maths correctly, and forgive me if I have not. But you are still behind the curve here. Make no mistake about it. It's just a lot more playable than it was a couple minutes ago. Sort of.
I think Light is going for the full AD crit build. Flicker Blades gives you more uptime and better ability to get a second Q off in a fight. It's not the Terminus or anything like that yet, which we sometimes see. That's the Gala build when you go towards more like a Terminus Rage Blade. No Rage Blade in this build. Going towards that full crit. Very bursty. Not necessarily the best DPS. Like I said, burst tends to be pretty good against champions like Aphelios when you go burst to burst, because if you go into extended DPS, right, yeah.
He tends to win those.
Thanos wins a lot of them. Onto 7 Crescendo again, has that Infinity Edge going through to his rifle turrets, which is, of course, terrifying.
Again a few times. Hey, that'll do.
Yep, that's your rifle turret.
Quite hit the moonshot, otherwise that would have been another round of chakrams flying the Trundle's way. Quick to remove the second sentinel turret.
Dragon in a couple of minutes. No soul point just yet. I suppose FPX could feel right. We don't actually have to die for the next one. Let's only take fights when we have Rel Flash. Maybe that's the play. Enjoy's flash engages have been very good so far. Jachi, don't walk up on this way. Please don't walk up on this way if that's how you die, friend.
Oh boy, he's got the Rel behind him. Flash away, but it's just too late. He dies on that one. Tried to get to the wave. They had some people waiting, but it just wasn't close enough. The time to kill is too short. They'll pick up the Trundle, though. Makes that the 1-for-1, and with the smite down, now things get a bit interesting. Shielded around onto Crisp. He's in danger. She's got the world end to work with. Misses the Q and the Infernal Chain.
So, 1-for-1, all things said and done. Jachi walking up too far in the mid lane. One of the biggest reasons why Aphelios is not as meta now is that there are too many champions who just jump on him and he can't return fire as well as he used to while he's stationed in mid lane. It means that your support has to play much quicker, much closer to you rather, which they don't really want to do. Supports want to be allowing their AD carry to safely sit in mid lane, then go roam somewhere, put down vision, go for engages, blah, blah, blah. Shahu can find out. Oh, that's a dead Viego.
Yeah, face checks it, sees him coming. Blasts the face off the Ruined King. Shahu quite happy to pick that one up. And 30 seconds till the Dragon. You're definitely not playing for Soul Point now when Baron's up as well.
That is a shame, because I think they were in an okay spot after going 1-for-1 at least. Yeah, I mean, the fellow's dying. It's not great, but it's playable at least. Now, losing your jungler, it might not even be the Dragon. It might be the Baron itself.
Yeah.
Losing Baron, now that one's a hard one to swallow. That's going to be your side lanes falling apart.
It's a 3-item Kai'Sa. This thing will disappear. You've got a Trundle as well. Two of your better Baron takers. It is a dead Purple Worm. Secured. Dragon's going to be up. You'll get a soul point for FPX. Maybe if you can stall out, stymie the Baron shove, you might be okay, but it's a rough place to be, and make no mistake about it.
Weibo, again, they are our trade offers in our LPL, in the league. They are happy to give up dragons. They're happy to give up objectives for something else on the map. They say they get the Baron, they get the inner turret, and they get a bit of a chokehold on the map. FPX waste a little bit of time. No, it's not wasting a bit of time, but they use a lot of time, invest a lot of time into taking that dragon, which means that they're not there to defend the rest of the map. They do get themselves soul point. This is the danger of trading stuff like this. Weibo, let's see what they can get out of the Baron buff.
Away IE onto this blue buff. The breathe is coming. I don't know whether you can be here. They're not going to face check him. Galio ult on his own ult away. Probably wouldn't have been able to kill him per se. It was always a bit of a risk at this point in the game. The burst is getting quite high.
That it is. I mean, the Infinity Edge completion on Kai'Sa is just...
Level 16 as well. That ult range is very long now.
We are long gone from the days of 2020 Death's Dance Aphelios, which was just simply not okay. We had too much armor, ability to shrug off that kind of burst. No longer. Tower's starting to fall. Weibo making good use of the Baron buff, getting good Baron power play as it stands, and in a good position to finish off the game, or at least kind of cripple the base of FPX on this Baron push.
Trying to look at TM, but had the pillar. And interesting, we're letting the Trundle split push. Of course, he's a great split pusher in and of his own right. To chomp turrets. That back in. Top long, see a little bit more of Trundle again. Feels like he's got a bit more value in a side lane again suddenly. Of course, has largely been in the jungle.
It's one of my favorite ways that they balance Trundle. He's too strong, take the chomp off. He's too weak, we put the chomp back on turrets again.
Yes, genuinely yes.
They've done that a couple of times, like, yeah, okay, this champ is kind of broken when he can chomp turrets. Teleport back in towards the bot lane from Breathe. He's got Terminus as a Renekton. That's an item build of all time.
He's going really heavy damage here. I can back up that one.
I've never seen that before. That is so fun. That's really cool to see. Terminus Renekton. Never seen that one.
The build path sucks, but the item itself feels pretty good, right?
Yeah, get an Empowered W, get a million resists and shred off of it too. We'll take that. Definitely helps shredding alongside the Renekton. It's like a kind of a pseudo Black Cleaver, I suppose.
Defensive Black Cleaver. Well, there you are. The decision's been made. Maybe Aragon out there will have a word to the wise on it as my master of Renekton builds. But right now, map state, very favourable for Weibo Gaming. They've taken 2 inhibitors. They've got half the HP on the top lane inhibitor turret. At this point, what the hell do you do as FPX? Fight over a dragon and try and get sold?
So, this game, folks, if you want to remember anything about this game, is that Weibo showed they are willing to trade objectives for gold. They're happy to do that. They traded the Dragon for the Baron, which allowed them to get this Baron power play. Now, that only works out if they don't lose the next Dragon fight in 2 minutes. They should win it. They're 8,000 gold ahead with a great Baron power play that sets up the map and the gold in their advantage. They should win that fight. However, if they mess up that one team fight, suddenly that decision to take that Baron, it backfires on them. They had a 4,000 Baron power play. That's good. This should win them the game. However, it does leave that window open after the door's been shut. But FPX could just randomly get a Hex Soul, and not many teams win against Hex Soul.
It is very tricky indeed. Tiem. Briefly by the Infernal Chains, but takes nominal damage to say the least. Not really meaningful right now. He on one side, Jachi switches out to Calibrum Crescendo. The most dangerous combo. Lands it onto Tiem. Shielded up there. Doesn't take too much more.
Pushing in multiple lanes. Breathe. Safe to push in that mid lane. Ivy, not at that 3 items yet on the Viego. This is the problem with going to collect a second when you fall behind. You really just wish you had a Lord Dominus Regards earlier at some point at that point. So only falls off. Yep, Chinese stream. They figured out that the whatever the hell Breathe is doing on the other side too. Basically, Empowered W is very good. Everything else, you wish you had a Black Cleaver, I think. That's my read on it. Another inhibitor under threat in the top lane. FPX trying to hold on to this for dear life. A minute till Dragon. See if they can even survive towards that.
Alrighty then. That has to be the play. Difficult spot. Again, you do scale pretty well, Dwayne. Missing that Shattering Strike means they have to pull away. Not enough threat on the tower takers. Final inhibitor under siege. You lose that and the minions will come pouring on in.
FPX trying to defend as best they can. 3 inhibs down. Yeah, that's a rough one. Because now the problem is, even if you go towards Dragon, there's a chance of a backdoor. There's a chance of you losing Nexus, or it's just the minions alone. Off in a hard place. Weibo, much better this series on the whole of making sure they can get a chokehold on the map.
Still stuck in his arrowed path. Tien heading towards the turrets. Breathe threatening on the side. So is Shavu looking to be a flank angle. Stuns available. In goes Care. Finds a shield around. Turned around on it. Doesn't take actually all that much meaningful damage right now. Learns the Tibbers, but the next turret
combo
goes down.
Gotta look for Dway Flash combo. That's all they've got.
More than inhibitor turret for now. Down that ult. Just down that heal. That's really it.
You see that there was a brief moment there where 4 members of Weibo clumped up on each other. All you have to play around. Dway Flash ult combo. Hope that the Alistair isn't quick enough at pressing Q to cancel it out. It is. That combo falls apart. That's the only thing that they have. FPX, they can choose to give up aid. Well, I don't really have much of a choice in this one. It's completely gone. Game doesn't end. Weibo go on to soul points. FPX still 8,000 gold behind, 3 inhibitors down. Need to have someone pretty much on permanent base defense duty now. Baron spawns again. Weibo will force FPX to respond.
Got a minute on it. The Viego just hit a 3rd item. Got himself the mortal reminder of his own rights. Actually pretty high crit at this point, which is actually very valuable. He's got crit scaling on his ultimate. Be valuable if you need to get that first reset. Solid there. 3rd item's generally done. Jachi just picked up his 4th. Got himself the Hurricane as well. If you find the bigger Aphelios angle, maybe that's your way back into the game.
Okay. Sam said that. Flash ult from Dway. So that's your go button. However, got to be followed up with that big old Aphelios. That is the win condition. FPX. Do they see the Baron going down? Oh, they're definitely heading towards it. See if they can get there in time.
I don't know to Chris, but I think the Baron is just gone, taken, fight after, now an angle. Chris breaks, makes his will unbreakable, that's the correct way to play.
Teleport into the base.
Into the teleport to the base, they're not here. They're going to try and get behind, Renekton now on a flank angle. Can they turn on to Breathe, potentially? He's gone pretty deep for this.
Oh, he's very separated, but can they find the angle? No, they can't. And that's going to be a flash over the wall from Tien.
Chachi split apart by that, flashes away. In comes the Galio ultimate, trying to keep him alive. Not really used to all that much value. Chachi does stay alive, but it means he's kind of now very vulnerable to the remaining fight. Chris goes in. They're under the Nexus turret. Damage down on Dway. That's the rel down, but still Chachi trying to fire at best he can. It's a great weapon combo right now. In they go. Chachi's dead to Breathe. A slice diced and put into cubes, courtesy of their top laner. Sheer goes down as well. And Weibo Gaming secure the 2-1 victory against the Phoenixes. Back to Ash as you go. Cycle complete.
Trade offer. You get 1 dragon. We get the play which will
suck, but you can force those carries to flash awkwardly, and that can be valuable in and of its own right.
So, last pick of the Alistair for Mako. Allows you to have that temporary front line, someone that can stand in front of the Scion, occasionally stop the Jarvan engage 2 with a good, well-placed, well-timed Q. I think the carries from top esports have a really good platform to play off of. However, good enough equalizer, good enough cyclone in the right place, wow, that was a weird hiss there. Destroys the backline positioning of top esports.
Yeah, and again, your ability to pick a target from a long, long way away, Rumble plus Curtain Call, has always been a nasty combo at one item, and there are a lot of people there who will not enjoy it. If you can play it straight front to back with 2-3 items, you're feeling pretty good as top esports. It's just getting there and watching the flanks and not getting picked off in rotations and shocked to no one. I'll be actually being attacked here. The Shy was just hanging around there. There was a world where he flashes over there. I know the Shy. Doesn't do it.
Bit hard to do that at level 1 with just Electro Harpoon.
Well, I don't know. It is him. Come on. I could see what he was looking for. He was definitely angling to collapse. Either way, just be a bit of a chunk. Not too much more than that. And for those of you who are wondering why some of our Jaios were a little quieter early in the day, that is why. Invictus Gaming, whenever they are playing, the crowd is Invictus Gaming's crowd. They are so popular in this league. They really, really are. And two of our heavyweight teams from across the league doing their very best to be deadly indeed.
You have, in this game, folks, the two single most popular players in the entirety of the LPL. The Shy and Jackulov are our top two most popular players in the LPL. In fact, at the end of each year, LPL holds some awards, which are the LPL awards. And the Shy has won most popular player awards 5 times.
That's insane.
A hell of a lot. Jackulov also very close in the front running there too. I think the only year the Shy lost that award was to JJ in the year that he won Worlds in EDG 2021. Because JJ was his jungler this year. He has taken a step back for Wade, who has come in from a failed split on BLG in Split 1, got subbed out for Split 2. We'll see whether he comes back into the roster. Currently not with the team, so we won't be playing today at the very least. IG, bit of trouble in paradise.
One way to put it, and that's a kind one at that. Little note, of course, on the other side, of course, it's Jackulov versus Rookie in the Shy again. We bring it up quite repeatedly, but it's understandable because Invictus Gaming were the first team to win a Worlds for the LPL. MSI was nice, and it gave a lot of pride in Season 5 and all those things, but the problem was, to the LPL fans, to the players, Worlds mattered more, and Invictus Gaming doing that immortalized the carries from that team. We don't have Ning, we don't have Baolan anymore, and their careers after IG were not all that illustrious, I think it's fair to say. But for Jackulov, for Rookie, for the Shy, they have still remained some of the very best in the league. Rookie, of course, has been cursed not to go to internationals pretty much since. It's been a bit of a horror story for him there, despite how good years of play he's had. Hold on the story time, because Hung just gets eats a lot of damage. The turnaround is pretty brutal. Mako's going to have to throw the heal. Hung gets out as well. Garlic for the last shot. Flash away. Lots of close things on the bottom side as top lane, flash for flash, knock up onto the Shy, goes down to the Soul Furnace.
And of course it's the Shy that dies for first blood. Forever has the global taunt on him. Fighting in the 2v2, Gala and Mako largely getting the best of that, but the Shy going down in that top lane matchup is a problem. If 369 gets a little bit of extra gold in this matchup, it makes it very problematic for IG, because it means that suddenly the Scion can end up kind of holding the lane in a way that they really shouldn't be able to. Without that, Wei walks across mid lane, not able to do that much, walks back in, just gets a little bit of tap onto Cream, applies that red buff. Top esports, despite the fact that they get bullied around a little bit on that bot side, doesn't lead to the biggest lead for IG. And they get themselves much... Oh, the Shy getting ganked again. Shy no flash. Oh, it's the Shy special. Loses the flash, uses the teleport, gets ganked again.
It's a really good lane swap as well, because Jackie's here to pick it up. Says hello from 2018.
Love the fact that Jackulov activates the W so Rakan can hit the Rumble and give the Xayah the move speed for hitting an enemy champion while that W is active. Needed that to be able to flash in range and get there for the extra damage. The Shy dies 2 times in 2 minutes, and Top Esports have themselves a serious lead now that the Rumble has been put behind.
So, 2 kills, 1 onto Jackie. One onto the 369. And again, we've seen Scions who get ahead of Kev. I take you back to MSI, where a certain Scion ended up 3 kills deep and became practically unkillable. It was a bit of a nightmare. Can happen. You want this Xayah ahead as well. The Xayah, who's a scary threat, can be pretty dangerous. Cream, sliding and gliding. It looks funky. Gets himself a shield to get a decent chunk onto Rookie there, who will incinerate a minion. I'm pretty sure incinerate is the Q and disintegrates the W, but I always have to... I never remember.
I have absolutely zero clue.
They're very similar concepts.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
I'll tell you the one that really does get me. Mel passive, Q, and R.
I didn't even know what they called in the first place.
Searing Brilliance is the passive.
Right.
Radiant Volley is the Q.
Right.
I think Golden Eclipse is the R, but I sometimes sort of conflate the adjective styles. Like one's golden, one's sunlight, one's fire, and I kind of like mix and match a bit. I've said Searing Volley before. I've said Radiant Eclipse before.
The one which I ended up tricking myself into, which is completely my own fault, is like... Hang on a second, that's gonna be that's mid lane. No Merc Treads for Cream yet, so it does mean he gets the full duration of that stun. But the one which gets me is, for some... And I've completely done this to myself, is Realm of Prison and Rune Warp.
You got me to do that, by the way. It was never a problem for me until you mentioned it.
No, and it's not nothing which anyone else has ever had issues with. We have a big fight, though. The early skirmish is continuing.
Wait, we'll slip on out with the Warrior Trickster. 369, we'll throw out the ult. Doesn't really land onto too many people, but that's a nice flag and drag through too. Rookie left low. Turn around with the stun though. Damage back, but the heal keeps Kanavi alive for a second or two longer, but it's still going to be a pickup by Way. Fourth shot came on through from Gala, reloading. Won't find more. Kanavi, despite the knockup, ends up a little too deep, and Jackie's not there, and he's being run at by the Shy. Won't take too much more as the Shy does overheat.
Yeah, far too aggressive from top esports there. 369 and Kanavi thought they saw a kill angle. Wasn't nearly close enough. Kanavi, if he has a level 6, yeah, okay, you can dunk them that. Not going to be the case as the Shy uses a bit of a dick move there, as he uses the Rumble ultimate to stop the recall. Play the wave at the same time, force Jackalope to be a little bit slow on the next phase of map rotations.
Insists upon himself, you might say. Yeah, that's a great phrase. It just is.
When you don't want to explain pretentious.
Yeah. Enjoys the smell of his own farts, folks.
Yeah, wonderful messaging about that. 369 could have 369 could have ulted out him at any point. Chooses not to. Goes for the short ult, gets a bit of damage. It is a good flag and drag to get the damage down, but they just don't have the extra follow-up. Cream not in range. Does have the ultimate. Can't slide and glide in early levels. The E is a very long call, and I believe it used that before. W stopped.
Yeah.
Wave will block Gala from taking a minion, but top esports misjudging that early skirmish, which is I'll be shaking their heads at, because they were in a really good position before that.
Yeah. Still not a bad one. Fortunately, Cream got 3 autos off that entire fight, and most of those were on the retreat. It got one on while the CC was down. That was it. Exactly the easiest. There had the Empress divide up. Couldn't find an angle to use it. Kanavi. I look at potentially threatened Way here. It's interesting.
It's level 6 to level 6. Cyclone versus Cataclysm. No 6 for the Alistair. Needs another half a wave to do that. It could be important. First grub taken. IG could back out now and just say, well, we denied them getting the full house.
So, Grubs being fought over. First one, as you said, went down to Way. We're trying to wait to see whether he could stick around for that second smite. It's going to take too long. He's going to have to leave. Now Gala and Mako coming on down, collapsing. Potentially for more. One final Grub to fight over.
Way's I don't think his smite's going to be back up in time.
The fight he had, yeah. Navi flashes, but just gets to jump onto Rookie as a result. Turnaround beginning to come through his way, puts down the Cyclone. Gala flashes to try and ensure something, but already the Azir's killed off the Annie. Getting the Marshall Cadence fights onto Gala, who flashed to make this play, by the way. Barrier gives him enough time to at least bring Kanavi down to the back end of it. Hung also low as Mako looking to get that one and does finally slap him down for a little bit more. It's a 2 for 2 as it stands. The problem is the damage isn't really here. If they get the equalize down, that recall gets something, but 369 looking to get onto the Shy is actually just going for the wave.
Misses the Shy, so gets the wave instead. The pixel kill from Kanavi and Gala, both finishing each other's health bars at exactly the same moment. Means that they go down in a 1-for-1. Does mean that Kanavi is now only just respawned. He wasn't there to secure the second grub for top esports. I think technically there could be another contest, I suppose. IG top esports proving that there is still very much action to be played in the early game, despite the fact that a lot of our teams Worldwide have a bit of a snooze for the first few levels and wait for things to come up out beyond that point. Mako did hit the level 6 after. I believe the grub ended up dying. I mean, Kanavi ulting Rookie alone, I don't know if I love that. He still had flash, still put a ton of damage. Cream flashing for the extra damage here too. See right here, Kanavi and Gala both finishing each other at exactly the same time. HP bars hit 0, and Mako does end up getting an extra kill beyond that, and it is a real fracas.
Very much is, and at the back end of it, it's just a little bit more. It does end up, I think, becoming a relatively even state of affairs. All things said and done, of course. Seems to have to slide away there. Kanavi on the grubs has used his flags, actually in a tricky enough position, but by killing the big grub, gets the heal. Because of his jungle pet, will have enough time here, I think, to get his flag and drag back up. So
it's like, my dude, you're just casting EQ in front of an overheating Rumble. It's a bit of a problem. Flag drags in.
And there goes the quickness. Knock up as well. Trying to get some damage back. Jackie also coming. Doesn't want to burn the flash, though. The Shy, though, losing half his HP.
Alton 2.
Try and turn this around. Kanavi gets the flag and drag through. He's just dead. Doesn't get a chance to press the button. And they'll be able to kill off the Shy. The wave has crashed, get some value there. Of course, IG were already attacking the bot lane tier 1, so they're ahead of the curve in terms of shoving for the turrets.
They are, but there's 2 grubs on the other side, and also the Jarvan flag, which does help with the tower killing. Now, yes, the Wukong is very good at that. I do think with Gala coming down, this should be a win for IG, but that is, again, the extra attack speed does help for top esports.
And the extra grub as well, you're not wrong. This is going to get a bit tight. It is being caught up by top esports, but it'll be a desperately close raid. Flag comes back out again. Should still be the side of Invictus Gaming claiming that turret. But closer than I thought it would be at the start of that, I won't lie.
About 3 seconds, the difference. 3's not quite able to stop the recall. In fact, does at the very end there. I think he could have maybe ended up completing that. Top esports losing that first turret race as IG gets it.
Decent value. There's the Shy. Back alive. 0-3-0. Poor guy. He has been put under the cosh. I don't even necessarily think, like, that second gank in particular was on such a bizarre timer. Got caught by it.
Well, I don't know, but I think the second one was egregious. That's the one where you dive for a wave state, but it feels like you could have called someone up. I mean, another player may have called their jungle for that way. He's going to get the blue buff, get out in time. Rookie alone on this side of the map. Does have flash.
Can't interrupt. It will flash away as a result. Way's also here. Decimating Smash only catches the wave, but Rookie down that summoner spell, forced away from the turret, of course. With the grubs, that's going to be a lot more plates going the way of Cream. He's got a recurve bow, but not the full Nashes yet. But still, enough attack speed to whack the turret a few times. No mistake.
This is one of those kind of series where both teams have a new benchmark to set. Top esports IG have been top teams in the LPL this year. IG have sometimes fallen out of that bracket because there have been a lot of very good teams in the LPL which have contested them. Top esports won a split though, making changes midway through the year. Definitely do not signal happiness though. They bombed out of clubs against the WE of all teams. You know, not a bad team by any means, but definitely not a team that should be contending against champions here in the LPL. IG built a super team. They subbed out all-star jungler JJ for Wei, who of course has been an MSI winner in the past, but you would have felt like on current form JJ should have been the better prospect for him. Just hasn't worked out. IG trying to find the right chemistry, which is forever a bit of a hard thing to solve within League of Legends. Both these teams would love to start off with a win here in this game, in this series, to right the ship. Neither of these teams is happy with how their year has gone and their last split has gone.
IG in particular have struggled with consistency, to say the least, as Mako has put down the Unbreakable World, trying to buy some time, but he just can't run far enough away, I don't think. The quickness comes on down. Mako about to get in danger, throws the flash out, just about out to safety, I tell a lie. The cow survives.
The flash comes up midway through the play, and it uses it. Used well to get to safety. Top esports not able to get the pick, but they do end up getting the ult and the flash, so it's not like they get nothing for this. Also secure themselves this turret on the bot side of the map.
God bless Spellbook. Ghost into flash to keep the Alistair alive. Good work from Mako, and he gets to run away and out to safety.
Dakulov clearing out in the mid lane. Shy getting some alone time on the top side of the map.
0-3 result. Yeah.
Now we'll see if he can fully clear that. I mean, the wave's going to die. I don't know if he ends up getting this turret on this wave, so he won't. Kanavi can come up at the same time. 369, he can ult towards the next wave, can the Scion, so I don't think it's going to be a free turret for the Shy. Speaking of that, Scion has dropped some farm to make some plays, but with the 2 kills still ahead of that Rumble. Very happy now with his AP wave clear item.
Alrighty then.
MRI, wave clarity. You get the idea.
Oh, yeah.
It's like AP, I'm like, well, AP Scion's a thing of the past. Okay, you guys are going to have to tell me in chat, all 4 chats that we have active right now, who was actually around for the first iteration of, you know, AP Scion with, like, the 1 AP scaling 2-second point-and-click stun.
Well, I guess we were, because it got reworked with the Juggernaut.
No, I
reworked.
Very end of Season 4.
Yeah, very
end of Season 4. End of 2014. So technically pre-Season 5. It wasn't available for 2014 Worlds. It was, I remember playing against it when I was playing Shyvana top lane in Season 4. And I didn't know how it worked, so you just walk up, click this red thing at me, I'm like, wow, that's a lot of damage. I'd do it again, I'd be like, wow, that's a lot of damage. And I just did not. Look, this is back when I was silver, folks, so, you know, better times have happened. Dragon Test gets taken by top esports, evens out 1-1.
I was there when the old laws were written. How's life as Aslan, Alex?
What do you mean?
I was there when the old laws were written.
Ah.
I was going for the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe reference.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
It was Aslan who said it.
269, level up on the Shy. Overheat coming through soon, though. A little bit careful of that.
Giant axe.
Yeah, it's not great for most people.
I kind of would like a Pacific Rim style showdown between Rumble and Scion.
Proper Kaiji battle. Way going up towards top side. There is an ult and a flash for 369. Can they realistically get... it's not a great ult for 369. It's really not.
I think you probably need to flash first. But then again, I think with Way's ability to clone, probably would have been blocked regardless. So maybe just to say, look, I'll just throw the ult down and pray.
Yeah, that's lazy from 369. You had flash, you had ult. Didn't have the ward to... see if you were safe there. Pushed up a little too far. Gives the turret for free to the Shy. And, of course, the kill gold as well, which sees him a significant amount of gold ahead now. Mistake from 369. Big one.
Big one at that. And again, despite being 0-3-0, the Shy gets a kill. Gets the turret as well. Suddenly back in the lead. He does have a habit of doing this. Might die for it, but does tend to pick up a fair number of resources while doing it. Never knowingly poor is the Shy. Good mid lane shove, at least from top equal to claim about 3/4 that turret's HP. Another good wave. Another... uncovered wave in mid lane. Hell, a Herald. Be great value there, but of course, at the moment I say that, Way picks it up for IG instead.
Little bit worried for Gala's build here, folks. Collector first, rapid fire cannon coming in second. Against that Scion front line is really not going to help IG cut through that behemoth in the front line. He's building up a little bit of armor now with that Aegis built up. Will be likely to go into a full-on ending despair afterwards. Mako starts to engage off. Can't really continue it much, though. W misses. Here comes Way.
Navi now potentially in danger. How long does he have until the flag is over? Not that long, and actually turns it around onto Mako now. Make his will unbreakable. 369 tries to get the decimating smash down, but is interrupted by the Cyclone. Way will have another option for that. Curtain's also called. Don't really lead to all that much. Full shot comes on through, but the damage on the 369, but not the most valuable. Hung goes in and back out again with the battle dance. But now the Shy is here. Massive stun from Rookie. But they're going to turn this around as Hung gets a decent quickness to buy some time for his team's escape. But that's what it has to be as IG continue to hunt for more.
Rookie's Annie doing so much work. The Shy goes too far forward, though.
He ends up being traded. Now remember, they've not got that much remaining. Shuffle from Green. Jackie trying to get some feathers down, but Way's going to bop him. And the turnaround not as clean as perhaps they were hoping, but it's still a triple kill for Jackie nonetheless before he goes down. What a messy fight. It's 4 for 2, 3?
4 for 3 as Hung respawns at the end of the play. Top esports must thank their carries for turning that around. The Shy goes too far forwards, eats a full channel Q from the Scion, and then it's game on. IG had thought they'd won that with a triple stun from the Annie, but Rookie couldn't completely seal out the fight, and IG got a little too arrogant. We'll watch back through this replay again. It's all over a blue buff steal at the start of it. IG think, okay, well, you know, we've got the initial skirmish going well, we've got Equalizer and range, and the Rumble's got a lot of gold. Surely this is a good fight, but... this is where things get a little bit weird. A lot of cooldowns get used quite early into this play, the Equalizer being the really big one, and a lot of the engaged tools start to go about the place. Rookie charged up the stun, 3-man, great chunk beyond that point, but it still doesn't completely end the play. You got feathers in the choke point, 369 has a good amount of HP, and he can end up going into here, gets out of vision, full chunk out of this point, and the team is split. At this point, I think the call is split. People were moving back towards mid lane, going about the place, 3-man shuffle, Cataclysm coming through. That's the damage they need to turn it around.
And the feathers were pulled even after death. He gets the kill on the Wukong. Great work from Cream there in particular, but Jackie as well. Really good angle. Got so many orders off before shuffling in, and Ends up getting a lot of value. I think the Ryalize here second as well into a short-range melee diving comp. I see it here for Cream.
Yeah, the stats have been really good on it to the point where around the MSI patch and in bits of the playoffs before that too, we saw particularly Chovy building that second and everyone just kind of followed suit. The amount of HP and everything tends to give you a really good ability to stand and fight. And of course, exactly what he ended up doing in that last play. That last team fight is a perfect example of reassessing things on the fly. You know, in any other team fight, you would expect the 3-man stun to win the game. It just doesn't work so easily there. Wayno flash bopped into the Rakan, goes down.
Let's pick up a sick kill for Jackie Love on this Xayah, who is a very scary bird at this point. Gone from being a pigeon to something a bit more Falcon-like, I think. I'm going to turn on to the Atakan. With it being a relatively bloody game, there'll be a fair number of petals to pick up too.
Never underestimate the humble pigeon. There are reasons why it was the backbone of messaging for a very long time. I feel bad for our noble pigeons. The first undomesticated species, which sucks a lot. Top East was giving up the dragon on the bot side of the map, pushing on top side instead. They have the Nash's Tooth and True Grubs. They should be able to threaten this inner turret. Rookie could walk up, but I don't know if he's safe to do so. And that's why he's keeping distance.
Tier 2 goes down. Top Esports trying to extend this gold lead a fair amount, and will do so. Of course, 2 dragons currently over to IG. They pick up a second one. That's the trade out there, but it's not soul point or anything there, so certainly not a win con as yet. And the gold lead being 4,000, that can get a bit scary. And we said, look, Top Esports, you get to 2-3, your front line, your front to back, very dangerous. And we've seen what happens if you go a little too deep into this squad. Some very frustrating disengage and very frustrating zone control to contend with.
369, 2 items now. 1,000 gold behind the Rumble, who's built up that blood letters, but Sign is still at the point where he can be a reasonable frontline.
Should have been a bloodthirster. Really needs to go up the greater demon scale.
Yeah, man. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Let's go. Yes, Queen, slay.
Well, your enemies, leaders of mortal men.
Kanavi look to see if he can steal away that Grump. Can't quite do so. Over a level ahead of Way, though. This is one of the big problems of giving up an Atakan. You do lose a lot of XP. Farm advantage obviously not helping with that one either. Camp stolen away. One of the best things you can do when you're ahead in a pro game of League of Legends, take enemy jungle camps. It's not like they get to... they are one of the few contested neutral resources. People think they are less than a dragon. Of course they are, but they rack up over time. It does become a bit of a problem. Rookie forced away from the sideline. 369, really annoying to that Annie now with all of his magic resist built up.
Also, helps keep way away from elastic XP. You don't get that rubber banding if you don't get to the camps. And actually, rubber banding in jungle has been very potent for a long time. It's partly why we don't see so many Graves, niddly jungles anymore, because your ability to
teleport coming in. Here comes the Hail Mary. It's the step. This is going to be the spellbook coming through from Mako to give him the flank engage.
Okay, Kanavi tried to buy Spike, couldn't find the knocker, but that means Cream's been shunted back into the team. He's a dead bird. Now the turnaround comes on through as Kanavi does manage to flag and drag out to safety for a second or two, trying to turn this one around. Backline goes hung. Decent stun and the quickness value, but it's still a 1-for-1 at that point. Jackie in danger. Cleanses up into the sky, but Way is waiting. Flash away. Feather Ball is brutal, but the Nimbus strike finally brings him down with the assistance of Rookie. Disintegrated. Flag, drag, tries to go to Gala, but just not enough damage in Kanavi's health bar. Just managed to flash out to safety, but to where does he go? He's got the curtains to deal with. Does miss that one. He's out to safety. But still, it ends up being a 2-for-3. You get the carries, though. I don't think it's enough.
It's not enough to go towards an objective, probably because there's no objective alive. This is just breaking some of that pressure across the map from Top Esports. Very creative use of the spellbook from Mako, which pays off massively. This is a player that was massively criticized throughout this year. I think Mako was a player which a lot of people maybe expected to even be kicked from IG after being very poor throughout a number of series.
Game.
The Blitzcrank game, was it 0-12, something like that? It was very poor. But right here, this is top draw. Spellbook teleport, gets onto the carry. Azir is down now. There are some worries because when the Azir with a 2,000 gold lead dies, you expect this to be a clean one team fight. It wasn't. It wasn't a clean one team fight. The feather pullback from Jackie Love, really, really nasty. Way flashing out of some of the feather damage, but just going to turn around for some extra damage there too. Navi at least manages to survive. Almost takes down Gala with him, actually. Ends up living, though, to the curtain calls pulled.
Oh, flagged through the back end of the bullet? Damn, Kanavi. All right. Okay, quick check in here. Minute and a half until Dragon. We've got Baron in 20 seconds. I can't do math, that's a bad sign. Either way, third item done for Jackie, but importantly here, a lot of summoners were burned in that play. Flash is down for IG. They don't have it. They're all gone. Mako's got spellbooks. We were able to cheat into a ghost and a heal for some value there. But on the side, Cream kept his. Hung's kept his via spellbook as well. He's got an exhaust as well. Those are good tools. But there is no flash, no cleanse on Jackie. It is ult or bust. And if you can kill that Xayah, the fights become a lot more playable. It's easier to do now than it has been a long moment. And yes, flashes on Annies and all these things are good and valuable and wonderful things to have to make the stuns happen. But the Xayah being without those tools, I think probably more valuable.
And a comment in chat as well. I effing missed the LPL.
Hell yes.
We did too. It doesn't feel right not waking up and seeing this League of Legends on our screens. I've missed these teams as well. Seeing players like Jackie go up against Rookie and the Shy. Seeing Gala and Mako go off against Jackie and you know, these strange roster swaps. Baron being started up. Hung misses wave because he clones to the side. 369 holding the choke point. Top Esports pulling off for the Baron. And so some skill shots thrown about, but nothing sticking just yet. Kanavi going forwards. Flag drag doesn't hit anything rooted in return.
Kanavi gonna be fine to get out of there. Dicey for a second or two, but with those chain-laced crushers, actually a little bit tricky for some of the magic damage to bring him down.
Yeah, you can see there some of the issues of playing Jarvan in a game like this. Don't hit your flag drag. Sometimes things can go awry. This is why the Jarvan is really there, and yes, there is some engagement there, is really there to give the extra attack speed, especially now you're level 15, to the Azir and to the Xayah. It gives them a lot more DPS, and we could see that play around the mid lane, that flag, giving the Xayah just that extra oomph. As the three items now, Flicker Blades, Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge, Cream, not far off of the Leandries going into third as well, and already has those upgraded boots. Those Chainlace Crushers alongside Kanavi also having them. Makes it a little harder to take down the bird carry duo of Azir and that Xayah. It's a triple bird comp. Don't know if that's any value to you. TFT it would be.
It would be.
On the other side, IG. Well, I mean, not out of the picture yet either. And this is a 2.5 item Rumble. Get enough damage onto the right targets of the ultimate. Let's go very nasty from that point too. Gala has himself Infinity Edge too. He's going to start putting out a heck of a lot of damage soon.
Wade does manage to Warrior Trickster out of that one. Nicely done. He gets picked up and loses a bit of his HP bar, but so did Kanavi. He gets to heal up off the Scuttle Crab and the power, of course, of the likes of Martial Caden's and Sundered Skies and jungle items and all these things together which give you healing when you hit camps. Either way, now Baron being started, IG forced into a fight.
There are lots of flashes available for IG, and they do have the Equalizer, Top Esports. This is not a free Baron. Rookie on the flank also has flash. That Annie. Oh, shuffle onto the Shy.
Oh, he's in trouble. Hung gets on top of him as well. The quickness is in, looking for another grand entrance. A decimating smash knocks up many people. Gala flashes away, staying alive. Kanavi dead as a result. On the other side, though, Mako knocked up and potentially knocked down. 369 buying space on the other side. Jackie Love deletes the Annie. Way needs to flash away. Gets knocked up by the grand entrance. And it's to the funeral home. Gala brought low by the Emperor on top of it all. You lose Kanavi, but you'll damn well ace the squad outside of Mako.
Oh, Jackie Love is a step-in razor in this game. 9, 2, and 4. Top Esports carries have been putting out the damage that they need. Mako technically does have a spellbook smite, and Kanavi doesn't have it. I don't think he's going to live to be able to use it, though.
He does not, and they'll jump over the wall and ensure he has no way to mercurially find something out of nothing. Baron secured. And life looks good if you're a top esports fan.
So the Shy was on mid-wave, tried to walk into range to contest around the objective, but just doesn't understand the pick potential of not the Rakan. He's checked the Rakan, you can see him. Doesn't spot the Azir. Cream, great play. And suddenly with the Equalizer threat gone, the fight is much easier for top esports. If there's an Equalizer in this choke point, I don't think it's playable. With that threat gone, Jackie can afford to play it like this. Walks forward, battles Xayah all day long, uses the cleanse, just keeps autoing down, and the damage is ridiculous.
Jackie, we've known him at his best to be someone who loves to go forwards on the front foot. It's come back to bite him once or twice. But when it works, it looks so domineering. And now he's got himself the Merc Scimitar, oh, not the Merc Scimitar, the Morval Mortius.
Yep.
That's the name of that item. Much hard to bring down in this game. And it's just going to get trickier and trickier as Hung picks up things like Lockets and Redemption and all these extra tools to make it harder to bring low those birds in mid and bot.
And I think particularly as soon as the equalizer is gone, IG struggle to have much impact in team fights. You need to have even just the slow on the carries to stop them doing follow-up auto attacks. It's really huge in these fights. The Shy, he's been picked off an awful lot. W does hit. Rookie going forwards.
Jackie, nice feather storm to avoid the Tibbers. Battle dance out. Hung stays alive. Redemption comes on through his 369 Daybreed in, and Way is gone. Double daggers into the back, and he is down for at least another 40 seconds. Cream comes on forwards, looking for a bit more of an auto attack or two. Decimated Smash flashed away from Kanavi. Looks for the Cataclysm onto 2. The Shy's going to start roasting him. Flash on out of said Cataclysm. Decimated Smash again onto the cow, and the stakes are high, but not for too long, as they'll sink another 6 feet under.
The stakes go high and then low, and then they're buried. IG lose the inhibitor, and they might just lose the game off of that play.
On to the Nexus turrets we go. Top Esports striking first in our heavyweight derby to end day 1, week 1, of course, of the LPL Summer Split Gala. Well, he's supposed to be having a festival. Unfortunately, the festival is awake for IG's funeral in game 1. Top Esports strike hard, strike first, and dominantly so.
Regional Top Esports, domestic Top Esports is back on your screens, oft maligned for other performances, but regionally they are such a terror to behold. It was a treat today on day 1 of LPL Split 3 2025. That's a cool one. It's good into the trundle. You can shadow back over the pillar, and you, unlike the Lee Sin, when you go in, you're not dashing, you're blinking, which means that you don't get to interact with the minefield in the same way. And you have great assassination potential. Honestly, onto everyone on IG.
Question:
Yes.
with the blink, does the Oriana ball come off the top of your head?
Nope. As
Stays
long as you don't go in, as long as you don't get out of range,
Keeps on.
it keeps on.
There we go then.
So you got to stick on range. Not that you should really be the ball carrier as the Zed. That's where things get a little bit weird.
Rel and Grang is probably better
They would
options
probably
here.
be better doing that.
But I can see the Zed potentially in your 2v1s getting value out of being able to get the ball in range.
I love that Kanavi's been given a load of agency here. I think that Kanavi is such a good jungler.
Yes,
he was MVP from regular split, last split I believe it was as well. Guy is absolutely on fire. All things are still good.
Took them a little while to turn the crowd mics on there, but IG is still very heavily favoured. It always is when IG's playing.
So for those of you that don't know the Zed jungle tech, the idea is you clear so fast on your first clear. Your goal is to clear pretty much everything, recall before Scuttle spawns, get double long swords, and then go fight for the Scuttle. Sometimes you can flex around that. Kanavi's very good at adaptive pathing. You can see that IG potentially want to walk into enemy jungle. Stop Kanavi having a safe clear.
Pull away from the other side. Put a ward down defensively. I think that's quite smart. Just a reminder how they are going to go for that invade now in known quantity.
So Kanavi, what he's going to do, he'll probably start on his blue buff, still smite that away, and then he'll go over to the enemy side of the jungle. Zed is just so quick at clearing. This is a very good defensive ward. If he was slow on his clear, maybe things get a little bit more difficult that way. Full charge Q onto the Shy is going to give some good damage there. And that the Shy is lost a little bit for that leash because 369 saw that through. So Kanavi, you smite early on the Zed because it allows your passive to go onto the jungle camps a little quicker. He's going to use Spotter going across the river. I don't really know if Wei can get here in time to contest these Raptors because again, Zed very, very quick at taking these.
Yeah, he very much is, isn't he? We'll keep our eyes on it, and that defensive ward gave a lot of vision over. Really good value for the Zed. And again, Zed, you smite first if you've not mentioned that already because it's getting the passive. Yeah, that's so potent. It does also, however, isolate the top side lane away from Kanavi. Ooh. Nice sidestep there from the Shy. Goes to the skies, got himself that electric field around him. Goes back towards the cannon form for even more damage. Very clean from the Shy.
Unsweeman is saying that there's a the pronunciation of Chinese Z is J.
No way.
If IG J played Z, it would be J. It's like, you know, the Silverback Gorilla is like gorilla Latin name. It feels like exactly the same thing.
I feel like every time I hear gorilla, I kind of get... I remind of the banana split. That way of choosing who's on whose team thing. It might be a very British experience, and anyone who wasn't a school kid in Britain may not understand that reference, and that's fine.
Kanavi, again, a little bit... Wait, is he a little bit ahead of... Wait, it's about the same pace, actually. Oh, no, he's a camp ahead. I think he is on the whole. got 2 camps left. Wei has 3 left to clear. Onivia can do that. Potentially, then go back to base and get himself a longsword and fight on the map. I don't think he needs to, though. I think he can probably just go straight towards the Scuttle first spawn anyway. Because... Oh, no, he's going to recall now. So, yeah, he's gone through his 6 camps. He'll get himself double longswords first back, probably. And then he'll get himself back onto the map, and he will be outstatting Trundle, which is really, really nice.
It's IG when you've got Talia and Ezreal and Jace, and then Trundle and Leona have got insane poke this game.
Yeah, and there's a question in chat from Karsla as well. Why isn't Trundle just diving Gragas on the weak side of the map? Because if you fall behind in farm against the Zed, that is actually a loss condition. Zed is so damn good at clearing ahead of opposing numbers. You can see right now, Kanavi going up towards Wei. Wei's here now on this right timing. It'll allow the Shy to get a good recall. But yeah, Kanavi has those double longswords, and with Conqueror, he starts to win.
Yeah, he does. That's a lot of damage back. Look for a bit more. Flash still available. The pillar slow, I think, was enough. How long until the Shadow is back up? Wei is desperately low. Cannot stand around and fight for the Scuttle Crab. I think Kanavi holds the smite and tries to play on the other side.
Teleport's coming in, though. They want to contest on this. Kanavi gets the smite already, though.
Shadow slash away. Gets a hold of the command protect. Rookie looking for a little bit more poke damage with the threaded volley. Scuttle Crab up and available on the other side. And I think with the reset coming on through from Wei, it's not going to be contested.
Wei's too low HP to go for that contest on the other side. Also, bot lane prio was there. If you were going to get one of those skulls, it had to be the top one. The Shy teleported in for it. Kanavi winning out on the early game by picking a good jungle matchup into the Trundle, getting double Scuttle. And now Rookie's overshoved. He should be safe, I think, because he can walk out with that rock surfing passive. And indeed he will do. Kanavi could shadow over the wall. Doesn't choose to, though.
Science just get some poke down on Rookie, and we'll leave it at that. We'll start up on his Raptors, and again, he's already got his first back off, so with a double longsword, maybe too delayed in terms of the clear speed. All those things as a jungler, you do need to remember that, yes, your camps are up, but at some point you need to reset and buy more items, so you clear those camps more quickly.
Question in chat, where is Jejeb? Jejeb has been benched on IG for the time being. That's been said. I don't think Wei has necessarily been standout in these games so far. I think he's been fine. IG, I think a lot of it is about chemistry. Stuff that we can't really tell from the outside. We can't tell what the communications like been between the players. Apparently after their Split 1 playoffs exit, there was a bit of a row between Rookie and JJ, disagreeing on how that series went. That was, of course, a little while ago. They did better in the next play, and that's not unusual, you know? Players will argue with each other. That's a good way to, as long as it's in a constructive way, that's a good way to get on the same page, and you expect players to care about things and to be passionate. Still, it seems like there have been some issues internally with IG. Maybe this is just a change for the sake of change. Get someone else in, see if it fixes the chemistry.
Apparently he's back in Shanghai. He's not in Shanghai, which is why Wei's starting. Of course, he's still strictly on the roster. Supposed to be I think it's supposed to be a 6-man roster.
Yes, it is. And to be honest, given this series, wouldn't surprise to see if JJ did come back in for the next one. I mean, this might be a play from the coaching staff to say, well, let's just see if we can light a fire under the roster. And see if the changes in and out can change the motivation a little bit.
Again, Wei, different playstyle to JJ, really. Known for being a bit of a rat, bit of a gremlin, finding weird old ganks. Didn't really have a great time on BLG when picking the air. Navi does indeed. Just
double Suriken there.
Shadow forwards. It's Living Shadow and Shadow Slash, isn't it? Lots of shadows in his name.
Shadow Dash, and then the Razor Shurikens. That's of his contempt for the weak.
It's such a good name, that one.
That's the Deathmark Wei. So, Kanavi doesn't have Shadow. This could be a bit of a problem now, actually.
Uh-oh. Going to be in a dicey spot. Still has to flash. Shadows back up. Flash for Flash, but the Zen's Blade drags Mako onto the wall! Doesn't matter. Flash for the Chomp.
Great jungle support play from IG. They managed to catch out Kanavi as he'd used his Shadow. He didn't have that instant escape. And that will get Wei back into the game. Thought that could have actually ended up killing Mako.
Me
going
too.
Into the turret. The lanes were a little slow to respond from Top Esports. Didn't see Leona leave the lane until way too late. Top Esports not responding well to IG's proactive move into the enemy jungle.
Nice cast, but the Shy will try and turn that around with a decent disguise option. But he's pretty low now. 369 not with a huge amount of mana, but it's always deceptive on Gragas. Flash for that body slam, can't quite get the kill. Turnaround and comes on through as the Shy begins to turn this around. Getting some shock blasts. Solo kill for the Shy.
The 369 ran out of mana, goes for the flash play, but the Shy is better in the 1v1. Solo kill for the Jace. Kanavi will return onto the map, has level 6.
Yeah.
The Shy should still be able to get this into turret, and that is going to be fine for him. He'll safely get out with the solo kill. Get out. Big win for the Shy. 369 down 20 CS and the kill.
Navi find anything here. Not really. Blue buff respawn might be an opportunity. But Way's coming over. Probably needs to leave. Grubs are up. And this gets interesting. Better back, by the way, for Kanavi. Got a Coalfield and a Longsword versus just the Ruby Crystal on the other side.
Way is only back the once, I believe. He's not gone for a second recall. Kanavi can't stick around for this play, though. 369 losing on the top side, having no flash on means that you don't exactly have top lane pressure there. Gala roamed up early to contribute to those Grubs kills. And the Shy giving a bit of fresh air to IG. Alongside Mako as well, helping with that kill onto Kanavi.
Harvey's going to take his opportunity to clear as many camps as he can. Hung's around just in case there is a bit of a reset. Hung, level 6 mark himself. Magnet Storm up and available. Good start from Invictus Gaming, up about 1,000 gold. I'm into a solid spot in this game again. You've gone for very heavy poke build with a Jason, Ezreal, a Talia. If you can just get ahead and stay ahead and keep chunking out the squishy members, it can be hard to play out the game top esports with a Lucian, with a Zed, with a Gragas even. Make value out of those first couple item spikes, get the burst combos down. Look at the replay as
he ran out of mana.
Just runs out of mana.
As far as I can tell, runs out of mana. It's not a bad first combo. Bops him back into the full combo. Good charge on the Q to get some extra mana there. Look at that. About 100 mana. He has about 2 skills left. Now he has about 1 skill left. Goes forward. 40 mana. Doesn't have enough for the Q. He has the Q. I think it's just about kills. Doesn't have enough after that point. Misjudges his mana. Goes down.
Man, that's frustrating. You saw it tick up to 60, still not enough. I think at this point, because of course the mana cost goes up with Q rank, if I recall, so it gets more expensive as game goes on as well.
Can't memorize. I'm not gonna lie, haven't memorized my Gragas mana cost, but obviously more than what he had, which is the most important thing. Dragon up and available, switch of lanes. You can see that, you know, Shy, really good point of power for him. Still has that, you know, 20 CS lead or so. Actually, it's about down to 15. Well there. What happened on the bot side? Another bomb, but I'm just for poke. Doesn't do that much.
He did have hung around, but I don't think it was quite in range. So he's not landed a few, which has not led to anything. With that now being down, Shy's got a little more freedom to be quite aggressive should he so choose. Dragon started up by Kanavi and Hung, but with Mako and Way around. Interesting to track. Hung, addition to top esports this split.
He'll ignite onto Mako, ready to fight. No shadow now. Used it for poke. That's a mistake, Kanavi.
Damage comes on down. Kanavi dead to rights. He'll get one back though on the Trundle. Jungle for jungle trade. Teleport's beginning to fly. Not so right now because Lucian isn't here on the other one. The AD carry's not around. Reese is now in a dangerous position. Remember, no cast. Still throws down the barrel roll. Shoved back with the seismic shove, but has nowhere to go. And Poppy's just overplay it a bit. Mako going to try and Zenith Blade out to safety. Crash down out and away. Cream no mana himself really to find that much value. Can still get some decent damage back though with the wind up autos as Jackula forced to flash with the culling. Hung maybe going to get an interrupt here.
It just keeps going. Both these teams going for the throat. 2 for 2 overall. Kanavi getting a triple shuriken to get the kill onto Way. Quite unwise to go in with the shadow like he did, or not go in, but you know, use the shadow for that poke. It's always been the problem with the Zed. You are kind of a you're an assassin. You are a poke mage kind of masquerading as an assassin. Kanavi will get the scuttle on the bot side, and he'll happily take that, but the dragon, not necessarily something at top esports is that well set up for. Maker going back into the bot side of the map. Gonna get caught out by 369 briefly, but without the cast being used, no real threat.
No, and I think with the Shy, just having picked up a Ghost Blade, get a little dicey if teleports get flown, so I think top esports will just say discretion's the better part of valor and pull away from that potential fracas.
369 clearing out as best he can make. Oh, 369 tried to put down a ward there.
Solar Flare, Cass comes on down, buys a bit of time, flashes over the pillar, and now Hung is here, gets a double crash down, TP's flying. Kanavi also coming over, Mako's desperately low. I think there's some dead members to play around here. Jackie also here, Kanavi gets it with a Shadow Slash. Doesn't burn, the ult is yet, 2 seconds on it, can look to now Death Mark Way. Damage on in, not going to be quite enough for Shy, picks it up. The double tap auto, not quite there either. Jackie doesn't survive with the command protect, but a flash on forward from Cream with the command attack dissonance, gets some value. Hung coming on over, trying to keep people alive, body blocking the threaded volleys. 369 could potentially get over the wall, but flashes from Rookie make this a mess again. 3 dead on the side of top esports, as I'm pretty sure IG lose 2.
IG just about getting away with it again. Rookie very nearly getting an exit kill. IG better in the skirmishes this game in a way that they weren't in game 1. Top esports They are really suffering with Kanavi's shadow placement. He's 1 and 3. Had a really good early clear to get himself ahead of the game. But every time he's using these shadows, you just feel like he could have got just a little bit more value from them. This is the problem with Zed and pro play. If your shadow positioning is not perfect, you can get punished very, very heavily. And right there, I don't think he needed to use his shadow to finish off a lower HP Leona. He could have used that to burst out a more important target and maybe have some more relevant damage for that fight. You saw how close it got. Top Easels could have really used that. We'll watch it back again in the replay. 369. I thought he was a little bit greedy going up towards that rush in the first place. Very nearly dies. Cast buys enough time to not get chomped by Wei, which I think could have been the difference. Hung then turns up. Really want you to pay attention to the shadow placement by Kanavi. Doesn't have the ult at the start of this. Chooses to use the shadow onto the Leona, who's already going to die. Lucian can pick up that kill. Now you don't have a good shadow to threaten Yezreal or escape easily. Has to use the flash to get out. This fight would have been so winnable if Kanavi had been a bit more effective with the Living Shadow.
Shy and Gala so desperately low. If you pick up the Shy there as well, maybe things are different. Doesn't quite happen. And Rookie gets to run at a lot of people. Picks up the third. 3 for 2 in the grand scheme of things.
WBG, once again, getting a little bit more out of this skirmish. 1.5k ahead or thereabouts. Herald spawning in a minute. Kanavi has the Eclipse first item now. Most of this gold league is, of course, in that top lane, 203.
Yeah.
So that is a very, very scary Jace. Now, in some ways, that's a good thing for top esports, because of the people you can kill, Jace is one of the easiest. I think he's got the Merc Treads, but he's not going that tanky. 369 on the weak side again, though. And, yeah, don't think he's making it out of this one.
Just burned his cask as well to try and get some poke and see when he gets to the shot of the turret, kind of the way he's about to get dived like this. There's just not much you get to do. That'll be turret for Invictus Gaming, you think. It is indeed.
3 grubs, Ezreal hitting W on the tower and the Trundle chomping it with Triforce. Yep, that'll do it. Will be 1-for-1 turret trade at least. It's going to be the feat of strength claimed by IG. Jackie Love.
Decent gentle cleanse away from the solar flare. Mako will lock it in Eclipse, so it doesn't take too much damage from that. Tier 2 goes down. My god. Jace, Trundle, Ezreal with 3 grubs. Yeah.
It does a hell of a lot of work on tower. So suddenly what was a 1.5k lead now goes to a 3k lead. Oof. Very, very quickly. Top Esports.
Yeah.
And Top Esports just falling behind on the map. They are making plays or having to respond to plays on their side of the map. They're having to respond to 369 getting shoved in, who has no wave control now. He's 30 CS down. That CS lead will really come back to bite them. The Shy will be able to leverage that very, very well.
Game day. 8-game day.
I mean, yeah, it's not the 9-game day. It could have been worse, and I guess there aren't the 1v1s anymore. Another shadow forwards, maybe unwisely so.
Kanavi does get on out, does get some fair damage in Magnet Storm after. It all works out in the end. 2 down already. They've turned it around on the Orianna, though. Jacula goes down. Will trade back, though, courtesy of 369. Gala now in danger, mounted up on with some Ferromancy. The Shy turns up, but it's so damn late. How much damage can he do in the backline here as he needs to run away with the Ghost Blade? Goes to the skies, buys some time, gets to slow down. Can't get as much as he was hoping for. Wait for the Shock Blast. It will be empowered shortly. 369 does dodge away from it.
4 for 2 for Top Esports. Just as we were saying, well, you know, unwise shadow positioning. They're so far behind the game compared to what they were. Great turnaround fight. And it's really on Hung. The person coming in to replace outgoing Crisp, who of course was playing earlier in the day for Weibo, and Hung, need we remind you, was replaced even on Weibo. He was benched from them. They brought in a bare rookie for them because Hung was playing so poorly. Good good game for him here at least. It's been a little quiet, I suppose, but quiet for him, a pretty good thing. Initially, I thought that shadow was going to get him killed. Instead, ends up being a really good rallying cry. Did a good amount of damage. Shockwave into the crash down, into Kanavi going melee range for passive onto 2 different members is a hell of a lot of damage. And 3k down or not, your gold advantage is not there. Great cask as well to force Gala into an awful position.
Gets his barrier, he doesn't have flash, and he goes down, and Kanavi as well hit a really lovely shuriken after taking that ult as well. Does some good work there. Back to the dragon we go. Kanavi on it. Wait, also around. This gets dicey. Smite fight. One by the Zed. Crash down from Hung, getting some value. Shockwave goes on down onto Wei, who just about survives for a second or two longer. Mako into the backline's Cream is desperately low. Does go down. Backline goes Kanavi, getting damage onto Rookie. Can't quite get it with a death mark, but they'll still get a kill onto that Mako Leona. Resetting on a wall. Can they get a hold of him? Kanavi looking for more. This would be a big shutdown. The Shy's the gold lead. And 369 is hunting.
He has flash. He can maybe get out here. Not going to be able to use it. Shut down to 369. And Kanavi starting to clean up these these plays, the shadows that were getting him killed before, are leading to openings for top esports this time. The Zed with 5 kills now and close to that Black Cleaver. The Conqueror gonna bruise a Zed build. Gets so dangerous once you hit that 2-3 item mark. And they're getting perilously close to it. Dragon, set of kills again. Top esports picking up the team fight slack they'd left before.
So, barrel roll again. Gold lead. Now much more manageable. Let's have a look at this replay again. So they come down to the smite fight. Navi wins it. And Wei just about squeaks out. Subjugation is a hell of an ult. Keeps him just about ticking until Kanavi gets to flash him forward and finish it up.
Kanavi gets a really good shadow to threaten multiple members. Waits a little while to go in. Baits Mako into flashing forwards and can't, which he can't find the end of. The Shy's left out in the lurch, really. And can't do much more after that point. Much better team fighting for top esports.
360 gold. The 9 will have to come from elsewhere to 369. Still, healthy amount going his way. Stacking up, a bit more playable here. And Grag's being slightly behind, not that big a deal. A Zed being 1,000 gold ahead. Oh, yeah.
There's no one on this team that Zed cannot assassinate. Especially once you start getting into kind of second rounds of cooldowns and stuff like that. It gets very, very problematic. So, IG have some difficult choices now. Your main only engage is Leona. Do you use that to pick out an important pick onto 369 if he's alone on a side lane, onto Orianna if they're out of position, or do you have to save that now for the Zed? Because the only person who is going to be able to really answer the Zed is that Leona immediately CCing them. Otherwise, the shadows are going to start giving multiple escape options for the Zed. You need to immediately hard CC them. Rookie looking for the flick back. Does catch Kanavi, but not able to stop the blue buff going down.
Way coming. Color comes on down. Kanavi now desperately low. Weaver's wall. Kanavi's going to die here. Good shadow for a second to buy time, but he still dies. Over eager on that blue buff invade as IG pull the trigger and punish Kanavi.
Every fight is determined by how good or bad the shadow placement is. Kanavi gets caught by the flick back and had used the shadow to farm. Suddenly jungler dead. Herald open. Great collapse by IG. Live and die by the shadow.
Look, I get it. You shadow to get more damage, you clear it faster so you're out faster. The problem is if you're not out fast enough and people are there, you then don't have shadow to escape.
Always been the problem with the Zed. Now, with this kind of build, you get a lot of cooldown reduction. That's a very good thing, but it's not like you max the shadow second, you max it third. The last one, which means that the actual base cooldown of it pretty high. Both of these teams taking turns as to who's really taking over these team fights. Top East was in a much better position than they could be, but still, losing plays like that when you just got another foothold into the game, that's got to sting.
Definitely does. I have to calm up. Triggered briefly. Thornbound these days. None of that ruinous or voracious shenaniganery.
369 at a second item now, 2,000 gold behind, but a very cost-efficient build. It typically helps the Gragas, and that cooldown reduction gives you a lot more ability to wave clear, escape safely on side lanes. We'll say another person who's been quite quiet, despite the fact that he had an MVP last game, with Jackulov. This Lucian has not been taking over fights. They've been kind of secondary to top esports' jungler, and how much they're doing in the fights. Minutes till Dragon now. IG on the other side, of course, we're talking about this from the top esports perspective, a lot at this point. No, I think that the Shy, really powerful position in this game. He's been decking 369. IG have been doing a very good job of keeping 369 with solo kills and pressure across the map. And I think that Wei, on the whole, on the Trundle, has given issues to top esports. Pretty hard draft to play. I think we found that out at this point, because the Zed, if he's ever got good position to all in, has managed to do that quite well. But IG doing much better compared to their first game.
The shadow is used correctly. The disengage tools don't really stop Zed getting towards those squishy people in the backline if he picks his moment right. You can't deal with it with the Unraveled Earth or the Trundle Pillar. It's very easy to get over those tools, and that can mean your poke core isn't very far away.
You've heard of poke core, now get ready for poke core. Rookie putting the wall in, not doing that much though.
He will slide over it with the Relentless Pursuit. Mako eats some shuriken poke. Ow!
I'll be backing off again. Throw the shadow forward, back the hell off, so that Solar Flare doesn't give you too many issues. Herald chunks out mid lane, doesn't kill it. That's a great ult though, that's important.
Ooh, Magnet Storm though, into the shockwave. Combo comes through his Mako, just about survives. Gala body blocks the culling, trying to get on top of Jackulov. He's pretty damn low. What about the rest of the play? You've lost Hung, everyone else quite low. Mako has got the Summoner Spellbook, but doesn't have teleport available right now, so have to walk back.
Kanavi gets the Scuttle Crab. Jackulov really struggling to deal with Gala. That Gala getting the better of the AD carry 1v1, and that Shock Blast definitely does not help either. Mid turret goes down, IG winning the push and pull.
369 now getting run up by Gala, who's just getting to auto down in farm, but not in gold, and certainly not in damage. Gala's Ezreal, legendary. in the LPL, and you can see why. He's got 2 items, and Ezreal has ever been good at that
I actually
point.
wonder if Kanavi had an option there to all in on the Shy. It's not like he's got any armor. He's got the magic this piece. Kanavi walking over.
We go again.
Doesn't get the steal.
Find some value here. Gets a bit of poke. Does catch the Shy just a little. But again, Atakan's up, you know.
It is. Double teleports from IG make it hard to realistically start. The minion wave giving some vision in place of any wards. Mako spotted on this side of the map too. IG doing much better now. They're doing very well at kind of forcing top esports into a position where someone is separated out that they can't really stick around the shadow. I think IG been pressuring top esports as they look for poke and bits of chunk very well.
Body blockings of the Cullings as well. Mako survived on 5 HP. What, 2 fights in a row now? Been pretty significant there.
How is Zed better, poking better than Ezreal? It's because Zed is a poke mage disguised as an assassin. Most Zed mains will tell you that. It's you know, if you ever get that double shuriken, get the Eclipse as well from an EQ, it's a hell of a lot of poke. It's a hell of a lot of poke. Eclipse is a very good item. By the way, a really underrated item on Zed. It's been good in solo queue, but we haven't really seen that much in pro. Is Death Stance. In fact, a lot of people build Death Stance first in solo queue onto the Zed jungle because it just gives you such good ability to play around the armor stats as well for the same price as the Eclipse. It's a really good item. Typically in pro you'll see Eclipse, Black Cleaver, then in something like a Shojin or something like a Cyrilda's or a Serpent's Fang. Lots of different options available for you.
IG understandably statistically favoured from this game state. That makes some sense to me. For the objectives and gold that's going their way. Kanavi coming on over now, but he wasn't there to begin with. That means this can be rushed.
Yeah, and actually a big problem here is Cream just went over. Yeah, they're not in position to contest this at all. Tried to sneak away a red buff. Instead, they've left the Atakan open. Great punish by IG.
Kanavi, my god, again, he's got a flash and a shadow. Not quite enough. Atakan taken. Mako now looking for an
Gala.
Gala goes into the backline. Damage for Kanavi. He's onto him. Can't quite get it, but there's the death mark proc. I shouldn't have doubted him. Kanavi gonna get flash chop, will go down, but the damage in many ways kind of done here. 369 split off the Shy, looking to get a hold of him. TES on the wrong side of the map. Way looking for an angle. The ball comes across. Way looking for some damage. Cream flashing away, but to where? Got a phase rush rolling. Weaver's wall comes down. Won't be taken. Cream doesn't have a flash play. Can he go? Using the chickens to buy space. Going between turrets here. Caught by the pillar. Way on the frozen domain. Shockwave buys time, but the threaded volley and the seismic shove do what they're supposed to do. The rest of TES get out, but they get Gala, sure, but at the cost of their mid jungle.
Now, Gala just not paying attention to where the shadows are, especially in that HP. That's not acceptable as an AD carry against the bloody Zed of all things. So that's the AD carry down, but I think top esports are realizing, again, if Zed is dead, the damage really falls through the floor. The Lucian is not doing enough to carry these fights, and neither is the Orianna bluntly. Right here, again, Gala half HP, immediate switch to the Shadow. Once the energy and the cooldowns come back a little bit, flash for the Q confirm, gets out with the initial ult mark as well. Great combo by Kanavi, seizing the opportunity. Sadly doesn't have another Shadow at that point, so Way clears the kill though. And then it's 80 carry down for jungler. But I think that the carries of IG are in a much better position collectively than top esports. Only really Kanavi that's in a good spot for top esports. And if he goes down, even in a trade for the AD carry, I still think it's enough. I also wonder here whether someone could have tanks the mid lane turret a little bit. Wait until that wave came in. Crane way out. IG playing well around the objectives, forcing the issue again.
Looking to make it happen. Flash down on Gala could be valuable, but flash down on Kanavi, Cream, 369, big cooldowns. Here we go again, down to 4k HP. Kanavi can Shadow in. Rookie looking to stop him. Shadow's away from the Zen Blade. Turn around though, onto the Shy. He's a big kill. Taking a hold of Kanavi, hit with the Solar Flare, in danger, but they've taken the Baron. Shadow going forward to get Kanavi out to safety. Tries to go in for some more damage. Can't quite go into Gala, who backs away. Kanavi finally falls his way, chomps him. Gets some damage onto him. Hung needs to back away as 369 being traded with by Gala. Goes over the wall. Hung in danger. Mako going forward with the Zenith Blade. Jackie trying to trade out. Gets some damage away with the subjugation rolling. Jackie dashes. Flashes for the piercing light. Gets a hold of Gala. Sliding. Gliding. But he's just not enough. And over comes Rookie with the Weaver's Wall, and 369 gets the triple.
Triple kill for Rookies. Invictus Gaming do a knife dance for top esports. And they cut just a little deeper. They get the Baron. They walk out with 2 alive with the Baron. Buff on them too. We'll be ready, of course, to set up for the Dragon in 40 seconds as well. Top esports carries are just not doing enough compared to IG's on the other side. Where you have Kanavi still in a good spot, it really is IG picking up more damage between the combination of Rookie, Gala, and of course the Shy across the average of the fights. Right here, it's the Shy that goes down. If this was Kanavi going down on the other side, it'd be, okay, the damage is gone at this point. On the other side, with the Shy, there are other people who still have good item breakpoints. Kanavi survives for a bit, overthinks things a little bit there with the flash, and misses his shurikens too. I think if the shurikens hit, Wei goes down, it's a more winnable fight for top esports. Sadly, not the case with MIG. Just doing a lot better at keeping their carries in more damaging positions. Rookie, such good DPS uptime in this fight.
Jackie really tries. He does his best, but unfortunately with Wei, with Rookie still there, and Rookie being untouched, it's just that little bit too much. Gold lead now, significant. Dragon up and available. Will be sole point for IG, you have to feel.
Jeez, look at that 6-1-8 on the Talia. It's very much outvalued Cream into most of this game. Rookie 2 loves up on Cream as well, which is scary for a certain while. The extra stats per level, the extra HP make it much harder to play around it. Top esports giving it a good shot with some fancy moves from the Zed. Hasn't really been enough. Jackalub does have the Infinity Edge now. That is a big breakpoint. Only 1,000 gold. I say only 1,000 gold. He is 1,000 gold behind his opposing, although it's still the least of all of the relevant gold positions. Doesn't have something like a Lord Dominic's Regards, though, to cut through the front line quite as easily. Wait, gonna walk up.
Bit of damage. Now he's used the Shadow to try and get poked down. Goes in. Deathmark down. Tries to go back out to the Shadow. Weaver's Wall. Won't get him on the wrong side of it, but can now look for a lot more poke. Rookie looking for a seismic shove. Cream somehow split off as well. And he's going to go down to Gala. The shockwave times out because he dies before it completes. Now looking for more. Flash away from Kanavi. Jackie caught, though. Just about survives. But for how much longer? Just about out of range. 369 goes golden, but I think he'll be eating silver in this game. It's looking like game 3 is all but a done deal. True Shot Barrage not going to kill Kanavi.
The flash shove from Rookie is so excellent. Forces the flash from Kanavi and gets Jackalub to retreat and not defend the towers. IG, with the Baron buff active, will look to end the game.
5v3 onto Nexus turrets. They're looking to get jumped on down. Seismic Shove just wide. Hung going into the back with the Magnet Storm buying time, but will surely fall. Not enough stats in the game to keep himself alive as Jackie eats an empowered shot blast. Way flash for the Chomp. Can't quite get the kill, but the rest of the team surely can. We're going to 3.
8-game day for day 1 of the splits in LPL. Top Esports Invictus Gaming important for both teams. Top Esports and IG. Shay from Sivir and just destroy it. It's a big interaction actually with the Brawl when it comes through as well. And there we go, another draft prediction from yours truly over on Nymaera's channels.
Hell yes.
We have occasionally got those in the bag as well. Right, last game of the day, 8-game day. I got about 3 hours sleep last night. I am completely flagging, but
it has sorted my sleep schedule out though.
It hasn't sorted mine out just yet.
We were on MSI's schedule. It really ruined the sleep schedule, I'm not going to lie.
Draft, for me, I think IG walk away with a much more coherent draft. I think the lanes are the lanes. I think that probably IG get slight better at them early on. I think top esports do have some skirmish angles. You have Shinzao, Nautilus, and Akali flying over the top. I think their skirmishing can beat IG, especially if Braum is a little slow to the play. However, I think IG, they're much more coherent in the composition. I think they scale better into the team fights.
Onto the Rift for today. Top esports, skirmishing strong. Gee, bad there either. Jayos take priority. Work. It's getting late over in China. Getting kind of late over here, I'm not gonna lie. It's gone 4 PM EU time. We've been here a long, long time. Solid shift for the day. The Shy is, as ever, anything but. Ward around the Raptors. Any unusual runes there? Doesn't look too much like it. Lethal tempo on the Sivir, nothing. Sometimes see things, I guess, like Conqueror or PTA.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who haven't been watching since MSI, Spellbook's the only really big thing here, really. A Spellbook can both support. It's just such an important spell to give you some random extra utility, gives you decent combat value too. And the big thing is you can just surprise people because you know what you're going to use before the enemy does. And if they don't react very quickly once they see someone running at you with a random ghost or a smite towards an objective, sometimes they panic. And panic is a very powerful tool when people are practiced with very specific environments.
Yeah, and one of the big extra bits to Spellbook as well is the more you use some of the spells, the shorter cooldowns they're on. You keep cycling summoner spells, you get them back faster, and in the mid and the late stage as a support who's constantly got a pocket exhaust, a pocket ignite, a pocket teleport even, it can be really dangerous. Level 2 hit first by Hung, lands the hook, damage onto Mako, who does not enjoy that.
Not at all. Had the heal as well if things went south. Both sides had that. Surprised to see the Corki lose the level 2 prior, but then again, Ricochet is a thing I will pause to check, even though I am not happy with that command. I was just getting comfy. IG, on the whole, I think IG have a much better draft for those of you who missed our conversation about it. I think the last pick, Braum, really synergizes well with the Sejuani Ambessa because they already have themselves a good engage combo. You don't need that from support at this point. You then get the defensive capabilities of destroying the Ricochet with the shield later on into the game and being able to follow up very well. Braum is great follow-up CC because it takes a little while to engage. So if someone's locked down by Sejuani, then by the Ambessa, then you can get the concussive blows afterwards. So top esports, I think they need to get themselves some skirmishes before the Braum, Sejuani Ambessa kind of combo gets themselves big value and see if they can find some value with the Akali, the Nautilus, creating havoc in split fights.
They can do. Wait. Over the wall, looking for a little bit of a wraparound gank. He's going to have to wait on his Arctic Assault. Set up that recall.
Long cooldown early. I think what this is also doing is just, it gives you the option to just say, well, we know exactly whether there's going to be some kind of Kanavi roam coming down. Unlikely to be there anyway, but hey, stranger things happen. Hung, Spider knocks to the wall.
There's the passive from the Braum, forces the flash off Jackie. Not awful. Shinzao gets a ward down, won't find anything of his own right now, so nice gank from Wei in the end.
Something. Double summoners out. Of course, there's a spell book, so we can get some back, you know, at some point. You know anything about that. Wait. Yeah, good round. I'll recall now his first back of the game. Navi a little quicker back out onto the map, so he didn't do any shenanigans with interacting with the lanes. Back out onto the map, get himself that first camp right off spawn.
What pizza is Jackie Love holding? That's a question. Is it even pizza delivery silver? I don't think it is. It just looks like a pizza from here.
You know what? I haven't played enough Sivir skins recently.
She's got a lot at this point.
She does. I play the I play Warden Sivir a lot. I really like the armor. I really like the armor on that one. I also do have the Mythmaker Sivir guy. Actually, that's one of the few.
Oh yeah.
And the thing is, I shelled out for it because I thought that I thought it looked nice, and then turns out the splash looked nice, and then the actual
in-game it's a bit more mediocre.
In-game, not so much. So that was less good, sadly. Same with the no, I didn't get this one, but I hear that was the same about the Prestige Diana one. It didn't look as nice in-game. Shame.
Prestige, Cosmic Diana, had a very lovely splash art.
Yeah, again, this is the problem. The splash shots look good. Do they look good in game? And the answer is not
Nice.
Jackie still farming up well ahead in CS compared to Gala. Look, Sivir, she gets towards a couple of items, always going to be a threat. Jackie Love mixed bag today. Game 1, excellent. Games 2, not nearly as much.
Really, I think this is like we saw 1 or 2 bits where the Lucian almost made it work, but it wasn't really about the Lucian. And that's a problem in its own right.
And that's exactly the problem there, right? I mean, Jackie Love, so often the game becomes about him. In that game, couldn't really take control in a way that I think this team was really crying out for.
Really good body blocks from his culling, denied getting, I think, 3 Mako kills because he was on like 1 culling shot away from killing him and body blocked multiple times.
Quick story time here as well. Cream, of course, playing the Akali. We were talking earlier throughout the series. Cream is a big mage connoisseur for top esports. He was not that before top esports. Back on OMG in 2022, 2023, this guy was the melee assassin player to the point where Dernby was calling him the 2nd best Akali in the LPL. I believe at that point it was behind either Rookie or Knight, one of those 2. Rookie, speaking of the man there, drops the ult way back in towards bot side.
Here we go again. Throw down the Titan's Wrath for a second. Jackie, get some autos down. I think that's probably just a dead Hung here, who will be hung out to dry.
Here comes Kanavi.
Kanavi looking to potentially turn around. Mako now low. Big turns around. Not the best spell shield of all time. Damage is pretty good, but Gala throws down the Gatling gun. My god, that boomerang blade nearly got Mako.
Same with the wind becomes lightning. Cream having level 6 could have made that into even worse. Still might make it into an even worse affair. Can they stop the recalls? Wind become lightning should be off cooldown.
Oh boy, there's the interrupt. Wave is crashing. Cream puts down the ult, and the W gets the kill onto Braum. It's the Nautilus. Interesting comes because of course got the teleport. Comes back to lane, and they get everyone under the turret. They'll lose Jackie Love, but value secured.
3 for 2 in the overall play. You're absolutely right. Hung teleported back to lane to get involved in the kill. Mako had the teleport primed. If he could have completed that recall, he would have been full HP with a buy under his belt as well. But the recall was stopped. He's going to walk back in. This is a big wave, actually. Just be careful there, Mako. No flash. Will lose most of his HP. Still able to hold the wave, though. And Gala will be the beneficiary of that.
For a while, Jackie sent mid to claim that wave, because of course Victor, rookie, didn't move over. So that's worth keeping your eyes on. 2 for 2 in terms of the kills on the AD carries, worth noting. The additional one went over to Hum. Nautilus going to be using that to fund his career here, but still, the end. A one fight just about for top esports, especially with the wave being dropped under turret. I'll also note, of course, that does get them the feat of martial mastery towards the full feats of strength.
We did say earlier, Poppies was really need to make some early plays to justify this composition. I think the later and the calmer this game is, the better it is for Invictus Gaming. Right here, getting a bunch of kills onto the Sivir to accelerate them towards breakpoints is a big deal. They don't have a color or anything like that. You know, they are actually even in gold with the Corki, but I think having gold on the Sivir is better than having gold on the Corki. Top esports will really want to make sure that they can continue playing around the reliable nature of Xin Zhao, Nautilus, and then try and get Cream to pop off somewhere in the mess of those team fights as well. Grubs has spawned IG, nowhere near to contest, trading Grubs for Dragon.
And the Civ has been early sent towards that mid lane. Going to get as much control there as they can. The Shy versus 369. How many dashes do you want your top side? And they said yes. Public execution. Traded for all out as the dashes commence. Looking for the Q stacking. 369 misses the Q2 and 1, I think, actually. So it ends up just being a bit of a trade for various ults. Hung's around, though. And the Shy might be having a game 1 experience. No, gets back in time.
Teleports up in a number of seconds. Not up right now. We'll have to wait a little bit. So a lot of the lane swaps are coming through anyway. Bot lane is, or rather Mako. It's not a full lane swap. Mako is just recalling to make sure that he can support his top laner. Corki is self-sufficient enough now, level 7.
Worth noting as well, they just picked up 3 grubs, so they're going to get a lot of plates off this. We've seen a lot of this overload after grubs play, and with the Shy resetting, at least 2. They won't quite get the 3rd here, but still nice chunk.
No, another good note for top esports. They need to get early advantages. That's what they're doing. They get themselves some plates, some kills earlier. IG now 1.5k behind at this timestamp is a bit worrying, actually. Need to find some way to stabilize. If they get good farm onto Victor Corki, they get to play around Sejuani and Bessa later on, I think they're really happy. Need to make sure the game doesn't come off the rails before then.
DL's always a bit of a crazy train, so it's been known to happen.
Hard for Victor to carry versus Civic. She speeds up the whole team. Yeah, but Gravity Field is so valuable in this kind of game. You know, as long as the Sejuani or the Braum is tanking up the first person, someone's going melee into the Grav Field, and then you get to kind of just dunk down that ultimate onto a bunch of melees in front of them. And I don't actually think it matters if they're sped up at that point, because they're going to get Braum passive, Sejuani passive. On the whole, I actually think Civ is pretty bad versus Victor, because her E, the E for Q trade tends to go in the way of Victor as well. It's a little bit easier to get the max damage out of, well, it's very much easier to get good trades with the Victor E compared to the Civic.
Getting some decent damage down there as Wei will nab away these Krugs. He has to be a bit wary. Wei has been lurking around bot lane for quite a while now.
Walking up against that passive. Another auto, trading hard. I feel put down. Used that by Rookie. I'll back off. Nothing happens, and that is a bonus there for IG. It's going to be the Heartsteel coming in for Wei. Guess that makes sense against triple melees, but if you can actually stack that. Now, if it becomes a more weird game, then yes, you do get value out of that, but the problem is when the game starts to slow down, or you have to then die for Heartsteel stacks, that's when it feels a bit bad, and you would have preferred to go swing like a Zeke's instead.
369. Throws out an Torfo strike.
Sivir ricochets, though, yeah, they get destroyed by the Braum Shield. Braum Shield destroys ricochets. It's a really big part of Braum versus Sivir. Typically, Sivir pretty all out.
That's a big chunk. Public actually comes on down. Q going to come on through as the footwork is there. Weighs around, though, and it becomes a 1v2. 369 flashing away. Wei will have to flash to secure it in the end, and does so.
Heartsteel stack acquired. Kanavi on bot side.
Let's try and get some more value here. Lands the Shuriken flip, and away they go.
So, 1 for none across the map. 369 getting the better end of a trade, but yeah, not an honorable 1v1. Sejuani comes through. The Shy will be able to hit the top tower. And the Shy and Bessa, also a very good player of the champion. We were calling a breathe for earlier. Typically, Very impactful. That teleport behind him. Akali coming through. Shy clearing out and proxying away. Might die for this now, though.
He is dead. There's no way
Yeah,
out.
I think
He execute.
he could teleport if he saw
stopped.
it coming through. I don't think it matters. He can execute now.
Flash. There's a flash from Cream. Gonna be quick enough. Oh!
Flash tried to get the kill. Participation with the Proto Belt. Not able to. Cream left wanting.
Oh, it was in range as well. He literally needed half a second more. I don't blame him for looking at all, but the flash is now down. The teleport's now down, and Cream comes away with nothing. He might just have been in range for kill XP. That's about it.
Cream. Would have been really nice for him to get that. Another 2 stacks on the Dark Seal. Another bunch of gold towards him. The Akali could be a game breaker here for Top Esports if it gets a good enough angle and has the power to capitalize on it. It's the kind of thing which you'll look back on review and go, it'll change the game. Dragon up in a minute. It'll be second for IG. First for Top Esports. They got the better end of the Grubs trade. They had 3 for none on that one, of course. You highlighted that one earlier. We are getting to the point now where Civic can just auto-wave clear a lane. And that gives Top Esports a good angle towards objectives.
Can be pretty frustrating. 1,000 gold lead for Top Esports right now. Largely off plate. Let's have a look at this again, because the Shy, obviously, they head towards the execute. Does he see the TP? No, he doesn't. At which point, Cream comes on down. Doesn't waste that much time. I'm assuming just Shuriken flips over that wall. Flash. Rocket Belt.
So close. Proto Belt is quite long range. That would have got the kill. That would have got the kill participation. Not quite there in time though. The Shy wastes a bunch of time. A summoner from Cream. I'd be happy for that. Didn't expect that one at all. Goes back out onto the map. Goes on his merry way.
Does indeed. That was a bit frustrating nonetheless. 1,000 gold, as we said, for Top Esports. Decently, but they want to snowball that into something more. Dragon is spawning. We might be looking for a fight.
Shy recalling for real this time. Can teleport onto the bot side of the map. Punks pop the ghost to walk around the objective a little bit more quickly. I guess that just gets him his flash back, and indeed it does. Flash exhaust for this fight. Flash ignite for Mako on the other side of it. Oh, trying to predict Gala. Panic and Valkyrie back. Oh, could have been so big. Doesn't land it.
That time around, that would have been nasty. Either way. Rookie gets first move from bot lane. Of course, our solo laners have now started to split apart from their originally assigned locations.
One item spike for everyone. Well, not supports, but, you know, they don't really get to have them, do
Yeah,
they?
you don't get that.
Kanavi, was he spotted hanging over there? Yes, he was. He's definitely spotted. No, that's going to be the ults.
Crescent Guard comes on down. Gravity Field he needs to get out of, but goes back on, but he's just a dead man. Will he buy enough time for people to come on through? Looking to get some more healing, and does get a decent amount of work before he goes down. But where is the rest of Top Esports? Finally on the hunt to go forwards. Cream trying to buy time. Still hit by the Brawn passive. TP comes on through now. Perfect execution. Not quite with the 5-point strike. A few more than just 3. Cream alive. No way. But the problem is IG on the other side also surviving. Way looking to back on out. The Shy's TP'd in. Where, oh where is the rest of the damage? Shuriken flip. Might be an angle back in. Does not get the kill on Brawl. And it leaves him trapped on the gravity field. Double for the Shy. Jackie about to fall as well. It's an utter mess here. As Top Esports finally claim Rookie onto that one. But it's a triple for the Shy. And a mess for Top Esports.
Well, we found out about the interaction. If you hit the alternate spell shielded, Ambessa still goes melee range. Gap closes onto Jackulov as the Shy turns up just in time to turn the play. All starts with Kanavi going a little too deep, getting spotted by IG and getting punished massively. IG walk away with a ton of kills, and they'll be first back out onto the map to claim the dragon.
Look, you could see what the call was. Top Esports were down for this play, but it's already spotted, and the roam time is just not quick enough.
I think Kanavi doesn't understand that. I mean, you should see that the Gromp's going down there. I guess doesn't expect Maker of the wall dashes in, means that his ultimate doesn't actually get that much value either. Gets some decent stun to Sky value, just not enough. Too far away from the rest of his team, he can't follow up. Cream does a damn fine job of getting some damage down. Very, very close to getting an insane play in a set of kills. Can't quite do it. Gets an extra shield coming through here too from the footwork, which just keeps them alive. And allows this to become a bit more of a story in this one. But the problem is, at that point, then you've got cleanup from a full health Ambessa when you do not have the damage, the cooldowns, or HP yourself to contend against it.
And the public execution, as you noted, does get the travel distance, even if it doesn't get the damage, and the Shy just gets to run in his former bot laner from all those years ago.
3-kill Ambessa is pretty bad news here for Top Esports. Yeah, Ambessa is definitely one of the champions that can clean up very, very effectively. Ult dropped onto Cream to poke him out under turret.
Sivir got 1 kill, but unfortunately Cream got nothing in that last play. Very frustrating for him. I think he might be in danger here. Does go forward with the public execution. Should have a second one to work with, but a flash keeps him potentially dangerously low. Sped up his way, and a flash for that Death Ray, and Way's final flail gets it. All the while, their mid lane does fall. So costs a little bit there. Way and Rookie both forced to burn the flashes. They kill off Cream nonetheless, though.
Ends up being the feat of strength there for top esports too, because they get that first turret. However, Cream dies, ends up losing his turret on the side lane. Rookie happy to pick up that gold. All out from the Shy. Onto the Shy.
Valley. Public execution goes on forwards as 369 tried to flash to stay somewhere in range, I guess. Didn't quite work out. A little bit awkward there. So doesn't really end up as much values I think he's hoping for.
I don't know. The Shy just misjudging a bunch of plays now. Now the problem is that the Shy doesn't have the all out. It's gone down. I'm pretty sure the Ambassador just kills him while he's in tank form.
Although clarification there, it's 369. The Shy okay. What? I failed to do that properly. I apologize. Don't worry about it.
Well, I don't get the context.
So you had 369 and the Shy the wrong way around, and I was trying to do it
in
smoothly.
in what sense? I said the Shy kills 369 in tank form. Because I said 369 doesn't have all out, so the Shy probably kills him while he's in tank form.
Maybe I just misheard you. Quite possible. Yeah, it might have been on me,
Sam,
actually.
I have had very little amount of stuff.
That's true.
8 games in. I'm not gonna hold that up to you, but it's not the most important thing in the world.
Yeah, that wasn't the most elegant moment.
Sibling bickering aside, it's not actually important.
Yeah.
That is the way that it is, and regardless of what was said, I could actually be gaslighting. I could just be remembering.
Yeah, that's true.
Side lane turret getting focused down here by IG now. Gonna stop 369 from getting out from under that turret. Has no flash, no ult. Does it matter that he's under that turret? I mean, I don't think they get to dive him. Top esports coming to round top side.
Comes lightning, kind of goes a little wide. Might have been a nice potential angle in here. The problem is Kanavi going into Gravity Field, Braum, Sishwani, all kind of miserable.
Yeah, it is. IG, pretty good anti-melee comp if it works out the way that it should. They get to hold their ground around their key kind of zone-denying abilities. Cream losing the trade against the Ambassador. That does have the Conqueror. Allows you to take longer trades.
Does get Twilight Shroud down, buys a little bit of space, flash away, but the Shy goes on in. Public Execution Part 2 keeps him alive.
Oh, so close. He was inches short. Has to teleport out. Kanavi, can he get the kill? No, he can't. Teleport back to base as 369 teleports to try and cut him off with a pass. The Shy nearly misses the kill, or rather, narrowly misses the kill, but then also narrowly escapes.
Leads to a much of a muchness there. Being held on to his flash, by the way, all the way through that. So the Shy ends up down both summoners, and with a minute until Dragon, and the Shy being a significant part of your gold, could be worse, honestly, actually, in the grand scheme of things.
I've got to say, I mean, the Flash Ambassador, I think it's less important because you have setup for your role. So it's not
very true.
As opposed to, you know, a flash off of Victor, which is also the case. I think actually that would be more important in this case. Not that it isn't important. But I think the Shy, feeling that powerful, would always want to commit that just to see if there was the chance. So close. Level up. Level 13 means he's maxed out his second skill, not just his first. Hits this. Ultimate. Free firing there. Alt. E. If that Q2 hits, he kills. If that Q2 hits, he kills. So close. If that Repudiation hits as well, that kills too. Very, very narrowly. Escapes. Gets out just before Kanavi and ruin the party. IG back out onto the map.
Really well-timed Lacerate, by the way, to catch the Cream as his E comes forward, so he gets a huge amount of damage. Very, very nice. And the clip shield, actually, for that matter. I was going to say 12 seconds, and then 10 came on force. I ended up with Twen, which is a great word, but not a real one.
Twen, yes. My favorite number, Twen.
Like almost 20, but not.
This is the new name for 19 then.
Yeah,
Twen. 20.
Yeah, exactly. 20 afterwards.
20.
20.
20 is like 120.
Exactly. Dragon spawners would be so point for Invictus Gaming, and I think that possibly means that top esports are going to want to contest this.
Rookie marching into this fight with almost 1.5k gold lead, has the Leandries built up, hasn't completed the stacking of the Rod of Ages just yet, but 8 stacks still gives him a bunch of extra HP and mana that top esports will have to find some way to cut through. 2 items on K'Sante. It is 369 K'Sante. He is very, very good at team fights K'Sante. He said not been his best series today. To relive some golden days.
At the very least.
The Shy played Jace.
Yeah, did we say? Oh, I done the same thing again. Oh no.
Yeah, you have 369. Not necessarily having
the
the best
369 has not had a best series.
So
you're right. I agree with that statement.
Starts to come up. You see the poke coming through from Rookie. He's landing.
And when becomes light, it just becomes wide. The striking flip did land, but the problem is in speed forward. So EG in good control of these bushes right now. 369 looking for a flank angle, but the Shy also coming on down. 369 got the path making to make himself a little bit tanky. Grab Sejuani ult goes wide for one into the Glacial Prison. Reminded of myself of the name.
Just look at these E's from the Victor. It's being traded for Civicus, but Rookie's getting the better part of the poke right now.
Gonna go down. That's a big pick, but the turnaround potentially dangerous. Kanavi to the backside. Audacious charge. Crescent Guard works well. As the ult from the Victor. That Arcane Storm, the most value into the backline goes to Shy. Cream is dead. That resets the ult. Rookie flashes forwards. The Siphon Power working. Kanavi. Audacious charges towards the Crocs. His 369's gone all out, but that means he has no resists. And he needs to run away from the Frost Bomb. Boomerang Blade chunks people, but IG come out on top.
Rookie controls the fight. Awesome team fight from the Victor, consistently putting down threat onto the melees whilst also keeping himself safe enough that the full collapse can't come down onto him. Keeps himself safe, takes over to 10 stacks of that Rod of Ages midway through that fight too. IEG, great composition if they reach this point in the game where they can protect their backline with this meaty frontline, and that's exactly what they did. Get themselves to solid points, and Gala!
He's got no Valkyrie, he got pulled out of it, he's being exhausted. Kanavi hits the wind, becomes lightning, he's going to die, and that actually means without a Khan available, it's going to go the way of top esports.
Devastating mistake from the previously 5-1 Corky. Gala not only caught out by the hook, but also cancelled in that Valkyrie. You're completely right. That leaves IG in a difficult position.
Mako's got a flash and a smite, by the way. Eyes on. Teleport behind. Watch the Braum. Watch the Braum. Can he get it? No, he can't. Kanavi secures. Fight the backline as the Shy comes on in, begins to Drake Hound step his way through some damage. Backline goes Queen, but again, he just hasn't picked up the kills until just now. Important for him. Q3 onto Mako. He goes down. Crescent Guard forces way in the wrong direction. It's a top esports way on the highway. Rookie at least gets one back, but that's all you'll find.
Gala throws his team into the worst position. Rookie tries to do the carrying business, but can't do it while the Chaos Storm was on cooldown. And Top Esports find a way back into the game and actually into a gold lead from this too.
Oh my god.
Atakan gives them good amount of stats from those battles on top of that too, which won't be shown in the gold itself. Top Esports, if they walk away with this game, I am going to be so annoyed for Invictus Gaming. The team, going back to the team fight before this for the Dragon, well, again, Rookie really just controls the fight. Hung's been looking for that hook into the front line for a long time now, and he only really gets it just onto the front line, gets it onto the Sejuani. It's not your target. Immediately dies. Rookie walks back from the Nautilus ultimate. And you see how difficult it is to try and get onto this guy. Mega puts up the shield in front of him. The ricochets don't get through to him. And Rookie gets to reset around his second round of cooldowns and starts to roll forwards.
Public execution lands on Cream in his shroud. That's brutal.
And right here, I mean, I'm not going to lie, you know, you've been literally spotted by the vision plan. Watch them walk up. Valkyrie's late, but not late enough to not have it cancelled. That is disaster from Gala.
Doesn't get much worse than that. He's sat on the ward on the other side of that Atakan all the while as well, so it just gets worse and worse and worse. And the Atakan attempted steal by Mako. I give him the credit, but it doesn't work out. Brings him back into the game. It gets Cream stacks on his Dark Seal. He gets a couple kills fine. He's been so damn close a lot of this game.
Yeah.
And he's not been able to get it, and then the disengage gets trickier and trickier as the game goes on. That gives him a bit of value, and it brings the gold back in their favor just about, as you said.
So IG do have 3 dragons. Top Esports have the Atakan, so there's some kind of not intangibles, but stuff which isn't shown in the gold lead on the scoreboard. 3 items very close for Jackalope. Has the Infinity Urge. Second, hasn't gone for the Flicker Blades, and I think that's the right choice. I don't think it's necessarily about the extended auto attack uptime. I think it is more about like those first auto attacks and how much they can do. Partly because everyone's so mobile or long range. I don't think you're necessarily going to get that many auto attacks down in the fight, so you may as well use the ones you have a little more effectively. IG though, I mean, they have a Victor who's in a very good position. 7-stack Dark Seal, potentially going towards something like a Rift Maker as that third item. Leandro's Rift Maker, nasty ass combo. Level 16 now as well. That is disgusting. There's a ton of damage on that Chaos Storm now.
Quite Scottish enough for that word.
Disgusting. Minute 30 until Dragon. That's probably where the hammer blow falls hardest. Top Esports have the feats of strength, have the Atakan, have themselves a good shot at this game now.
Soul available for IG in a minute if they can secure it, and that might right the ship again, because again it just got rocky. It was looking like smooth sailing. Shy very strong in the Zambesa. We were chatting about Rookie with 5 kills on Gala. He's going down the line and going, yeah, this feels good. And then an awkward Atakan play. gives Jackie Love and Top Esports the route back into this game. This Sivir, they're not miles off a third item when Sivir really comes online. I just don't know if he's going to quite get it in time for this Dragon. Would love to reset and come back.
Doesn't have that much time to deal with it right now. Replaying right now, how much do you get? Rookie
Hex Gates.
worth noting as well, Rookie went towards the Bloodletter's Curse as the next item, rather than something like the Rift Maker. Does give you that shred, kind of an analog towards that Void Staff in DOT instead, and it is going to be the Lordomics Regards built up by Jacula. Third item completed, Sivir. Well, 3 items Sivir, you know what they can do.
It is, we're largely at parity here in terms of items. There's only 80 carries. I'm in the mid lane's way. Salt away.
Okay, so Top Esports, can they confidently close down the backline? Mako has Ghost, has Exhaust. Exhaust can be really important in this fight. Hung has Cleanse and Flash. I don't love the fact that he doesn't have an Ignite or an Exhaust himself. Might be the first person caught out again. Looking for the hook. Gets onto Mako. The shield's up.
Cream on the backline, looking to get onto Gala and Rookie, who aren't doing any damage right now because Cream is forcing them away. Got more to work with. Shuriken flip and an R2 to work with. Gala's in danger. There it is. Cream goes golden. The Shy can't find it. Popping issues in the backline will bring down Jackie though. Shy finally falls and they won't get any more work with the Arcane Storm. They find 3 in trade for just 1.
The hook works well because it lands onto the Braum. No, not the best target, but it stops him from defending the backline. Mako had Ghost and Exhaust, didn't use the Exhaust, and couldn't have Flash to get to his backline. Top Esports extend the game, pull into the lead, and Cream pays off on the Akali assassination potential. Gala really struggling in this game now, and mistake that led to the Atakan and the comeback for Top Esports into a difficult team fight because he walked too close to the Nautilus and then got finished off by the Akali.
Braum TP's up, Baron's up. I'm seeing people heading towards it on pretty short order, maybe just for the Scuttle Crab. There's a world here where IG want to drag Top Esports to a part of the map where they have no control.
I think at this point it's just like, look, Top Esports, they have to reset. We must control the Baron area. Scuttle Crab at this point clears out vision as well, so they can kind of confirm there's less wards around that. They won't really be in a position to start this, but they will at least know that Top Esports won't have immediate vision around the Baron, and that gives them some ability to play the map out better.
Cream has TP, doesn't quite have enough gold to get the Zhonya's yet, so look at this replay again.
Yeah, this is the big thing right here. Gala walks too close, trying to support Mako, and means he's in range of the Nautilus ultimate. That is actually quite a huge mistake. Hooking the Braum ends up being quite important. It means that he's not there to be able to jump back towards his teammates and put the shield up directly in front of them like we saw in that last play. The Shy did a decent job of trying to get damage onto the backline, but damage is sort of done. Great angle by Cream, and Hung, a guy which I thought was completely end of his career after how poorly he was playing last split. Great game, well, great moment there, at least, on the Nautilus.
Cream as well, got to walk through the banana bush with no enemy vision and gets a line onto Rookie and Gala. You just can't ask for more as your Akali. And guys, if you're setting a Brown Dragon, put a goddamn control ward in that banana bush. Please, it's really important, because otherwise Akali can just do that.
They can. Gala. It's those 3 items. Infinity Edge Corki has been falling off a little bit, actually. This is actually the kind of game where you wonder whether he maybe should have gone for something like Spear of Shojin, something like that. Shojin Black Cleaver, you know, that sort of kind of like more bruisery, higher cooldown for, you know, the 8-second Valkyrie rather than the 16-second or whatever it is, 12-second I think it is a max rank, and a bit more HP to deal with. I suppose it doesn't matter the most towards the Akali. Akali's still going to do a ton of damage to you anyway, but just struggle to see how Gala can deal with the Akali. No magic resist, very little HP, only has that in the Triforce. Cream has had his number. It's on Rookie then after that point, who's done a decent job, but he hasn't quite got those ult resets to completely shred through the team. See if they can find a better team fight around the Baron. Positioning very dangerously.
Backsteps wisely, turn around as Glacier Prison comes on through, but Hung not in too much danger. TPs begin to fly. Kniving out with the Crescent Guard, the shine on the backside, but doesn't really get all that much Kali. Needs to start Drakehound stepping away, and does.
Mark onto him. Mako's not that tanky, is he? Top Esports realize, okay, because the backline now feels a little afraid when that hook lands onto the Braum, maybe we'll start to gun him down. It's not like it's not really like IG have been able to rally behind him that much. IG have enough HP to start again though. Exhaust still on Mako, has flash this time. Hung, where's that hook going?
Anyway, currently being held for a later date.
No Sivir ultimate, kind of important. No, well yes, there is no Nautilus ultimate, which definitely helps at this point. In a way, trying to kind of claim the Scuttle again, does so. Is Rookie in auto attack range? No, he's not. Can't clear out that ward in the pit. Well, no, it's there. Well, there's one over the wall too. You have to pink ward that. Game slowed down now. IG feel much less bold stepping out onto the map. How easy this game could have been. Gala hadn't made that crucial mistake just before they had to come. They just won a huge fight. Gala's, it used to be called an OGN recall back in like Season 3, Season 4.
Shani out there.
Yeah, that was a little bit different.
Well, that was when he face checked bushes.
That was when he face checked bushes. That wasn't the recall. That was just like any given OGN player, just like completely ego recalling a completely unsafe place because they wanted to get a couple of seconds on their recall and dying for it because they were like in the middle of the enemy jungle or something.
Who was the worst OGN recall you remember?
I can't remember, Sam. This is over 10 years ago.
I know, it genuinely was. Oh my god.
Dragging up in a minute. IG doing the same thing where they're just kind of contesting loosely for vision. I just don't know if they have the damage anymore. This Kasante is doing a hell of a lot of work just tanking up. Tanking up a hell of a lot of things. Can't be looking too fast. A little bit rough.
Damage back onto where he loses his frost armor. Minute until Dragon, and it is top esports in here again. IG still have soul point, so it's a bit of a weird one. This is only a second Dragon top esports. It's not a win con.
The big difference here, the big difference is just the threat of the Akali backing up her front line. Because I think if you could follow up on a, you know, Sejuani walking forwards or get damage onto Jackalo's spell shield down, and if you could follow up on that a little bit more brazenly as Gala or Rookie, I think this game would have, I think this team comp would have enough damage. But as it stands, every time they walk up, Cream off out of vision, really threatening them. So Rookie and Gala stepping that extra step backwards makes it harder for them to deal damage.
Reset's coming through. They've got Hex Gates to work with, but it does mean they are going to be resetting a little late here. TP also not available for 369, so they need to damn fast out of the gate. Elixir of Wrath and inventory for Civic.
That makes sense. This is the big fight. This is the big fight. IG. No, they want to get the soul off of this. Hex Gates help Jackalov come back in. Has Flash, has Cleanse, has Ult, has that Elixir. Cream on the flank. This is the danger angle. Cream could flash Protobell in. Hook barely missing. Bradfield controlling the choke points. Not helping that much, though. They break through it anyway.
Much better vision control right now for IG, but Cream on a flank angle, looking for something is not going to be spotted. It's there. Watch this, Akali! Could look down the back end into the double knockup on Rookie and Gala. Cream is going to be buying some time yet to press the R2. They get the kill onto the Nautilus, but Ambassador dead on the other side. Cream goes golden, but he's nearly dead. Knockup with the 3 talent strike. Corki goes down, but look at the Victor. Arcane Storm continues to expand. 369 are running at Rookie. He's so tanky right now. Could maybe 1v3. He's going to have to because they keep running at him. Jackie spell shields the part 2 of the the death ray. Mako buys some time. The wind becomes down. He goes wide, but they're still going to flash on forwards. Gets the knock up. The shield is used from Mako. It doesn't matter. Gravity Storm is still not enough, and they will bring down enough members. Wei is alive, though, and he can turn back for Dragon.
I think he can with the low HP bars. They can't actually stick around. Can he interrupt them? He does have the smite. He can stop 369. And what's his damage like, though? I don't think it's enough with the unending despair. The fight ends up being 4 for 3 overall as IG get huge value out of the Chaos Storm because it's layered into the Glacial Fissure, slowing everyone into it. But once again, Cream makes this an absolute hell of a minefield for the carries of IG to walk through. Ends up being this time the Nautilus onto Gala, who then knocks up Rookie by walking by him, allowing Cream to get a whole clump of people. It's not actually the game-ending fight, though, because Cream does end up positioning, you know, into the Glacial Fissure, but Gala, another poor positioning for him, gets Rookie into a position we can't immediately fire back. Luckily, though, Rookie has so much damage, and that Chaos Storm, layered into the other slows, gets enough value to make this a questionable fight.
Clutch exhaust from Mako onto Cream mid R1 as well. Many had to wait around before pressing the R2. Unfortunately, he will die the second time, a little bit more than that, but they will still bring down Rookie. Can't start up the Dragon, and we go.
It's a hell of a good attempt. Now, the problem is, Rookie has a death cap.
Yeah.
Next time that happens, yeah, that's going to hurt even more. Still, no soul. Baron is up. Dragon was taken by top esports, I'd imagine, sometime just during that replay. 4 items now for Gala. 3 items only for Jackalov. He did, remember, spend a little bit of gold on that Sorcerer's Elixir. Not Sorcerer's, the Elixir of Wrath, which means he doesn't have his 4th item just yet.
Frustrating. Still, he wants that. We're going to put the Glacial Fissure down, the Glacial Prison down, rather, onto 369. Glacial Fissure, still available. Lots of ice in this game.
Really scary there from Gala. You know, gets hit by 1 Civic Q. You think, oh, maybe you can jump forwards. Currently, Jackalov doesn't have Flash. A lot of things were used in that last fight. Gala having Flash is huge. He died before he could basically use it in that last play.
He doesn't.
I do wonder whether IG can force with Gala having both summoners down. Doesn't have something like a QSS either. Does have the spell shield, but sometimes does feel a little bit lacking at points. Baron, vision cleared by IG.
Rookie also doesn't have flash. That push is really scary and correctly checked by Kanavi. Will press and guard immediately. There comes the Glacial Fish. Another jungler is so dead. Not going to be able to survive that. On the other side, Cream in a 1v1 with the Shy. Not having a fun time with it. Jungler down though means Baron is IG's.
And Cream's ult is down. IG, that is the biggest go button they could have. The Shy finding out Akali on the flank is the really big win there. Baron is going to go through. Sivir will push in a wave into the mid lane. Can't finish off the tower, sadly for them. IG, good pick onto Kanavi, who's been caught out a couple of times now. I say a couple of times because they are literally his 2 only deaths, but both of Kanavi's deaths have been very important. First in that bot jungle a little earlier, and then right here, which allows the Baron to come through. Cream's ultimate will be up fairly quickly, but still has a bit of cooldown. IG still have that green flag, really, to keep going until that cooldown comes back up.
And I get it, he's got the wind becomes like you can check from a long, long way away, Crescent Guard as well, but like they just aren't there to defend him as he does. Cream off on a side, Jackie not there. These are big moments when you're trying to face check like that.
Okay, Cream has his ult back up now. IG, they do need to play more respectfully now. Garlic, he is not tanky at all. The Shy answering 369 on the side lane, looking to finish the turret. He will do. Way there to support him.
Potentially get pulled back, but the Untofo Stripes Part 3 put me into the Return of the Jedi this time around.
Isn't that Revenge of the Sith part 3?
Yeah, I think for the third
It's
movie.
like oh,
yeah.
part 6. Ooh. I didn't think they had that number of abilities there. Dragon up in 2 minutes. That will overlap with the very last of the Baron buff from IG, which is they can chokehold the map, recall, spend one last buy, and go back into it. Gala, I think he's going towards a GA last, which will be very, very important. I wonder whether he should have gone for that already, actually. Change the fight an awful lot if you can go in, be a bit more brazen, go into that revive, win one important fight.
Rookie's also now got an arm guard, death cap, 10 stack rower. He is such a menace at this point in the game. Well, Cream isn't, but he's not. Death cap.
Shy, someone saying he's allergic to arm shred. Luckily, you know, when you get to level 16, you get 30% shred free. Has himself a lot of survivability items. I think this is the kind of build which is meant to deal better with, you know, assassinating Sivir for one, but also going straight onto the Akali where you can. Worth noting there are a couple of death stance in the game now too, so keep an eye for those slowly bleeding HP bars, but also remember that the initial burst, not always what you need it to be. Kanavi has one, the Shy has one.
4th item just completed by Jackie Love. Now got himself the Flicker Blades on top of everything else.
Important, gives you good uptime, very good uptime on the spell. Shield Maker caught out, that's a problem, he's not as tanky as he needs to be.
Oh, goes back in after the door comes out, but there's the extra fish to buy some time. Cleaning the backside, looking to get down to the exhaust. Comes down, but Gala's gone really deep. Not quite there. Cream! Flash! Execution! Cream goes golden. Buys time. 369. Buy into space. His Rookie needs to run. Hit by the flash. Whimper comes lightning in the audacious charge. Knocked up. Gravity field buys time, but there's another charge forwards. He's dead.
369 Cassante delivers Gala into the choke point and puts him to bed. The 369 Cassante play seals the victory for Top Esports, and that might just win them the game.
Immediately teleporting mid. They know this is their moment. They are running straight for the tier 2.
Ridiculous.
It's the second turret of the game.
Top Esports win a game off of a series of punishes onto Gala's Corki, who can't get the job done in the late game. Top Esports clutch out a seriously close game.
20 seconds on Gala. They should be able to end this with enough damage here, but keep your eyes on the cooldowns. If they mess this up, it still gets interesting. Turrets about to fall, and I think there will just not be quite enough time. Top Esports clutch their way to a 2-1 victory. Invictus Gaming. Wonder how it all went wrong.
How the hell did Invictus